In this world, everyone will turn into the last animal they ate. Some turned into pigs after eating pork. Some turned into chickens after eating chicken legs. And some even turned into cows directly after eating steak. In my previous life, although I ate a turtle and obtained top-notch defense, I was still trampled to death by a mammoth. There are 7 hours left before the mutation. Reborn in this life, I decided to eat dinosaur fossils. For this, I set my sights on the museum where I work, and soon night fell. To ensure the plan can be implemented safely, I specifically went to the pharmacy to buy a package of sleeping pills. Then I dissolved them in coffee and sent them to the security room and the monitoring room, respectively. After putting all the security personnel to sleep, I immediately turned off all monitoring and alarm systems. Then I ran to the Tyrannosaurus fossil in the museum, took out a saw and sawed the dinosaur's femur. Soon the femur was broken, and the entire Tyrannosaurus fossil collapsed instantly. Seeing this, I hurriedly took out the prepared large iron pot, smashed the fossils into powder and put them in it, and finally added water and lit a fire. Time passed by second. The iron pot was already making gurgling noises, until a round of blood rain appeared in the sky, and the whole earth began to shake violently. Immediately after, a mysterious voice rang in the ears of 8 billion people around the world. The global mutation has arrived. From this moment on, everyone will turn into the last animal they ate, duration unlimited. At the same time in the museum, I directly picked up the fossil soup and drank it all in one go. Then I poured gasoline on the remaining fossils and lit them on fire. Seeing the entire Tyrannosaurus fossil burning, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, and another 2.5 minutes passed. At this time, the entire sky had turned blood red, accompanied by the sound of lightning and thunder. When the bell ringing in the new year sounded, a 40-year-old girl suddenly screamed loudly, because she found that her husband had turned into a chicken. After that, most people on the vast square began to beastize, but there were still a few vegetarians who did not change. If they encounter beast-sized tigers, lions and other carnivores, then death is the only thing waiting for them. On the other side, a red lightning bolt struck straight towards the museum. Then I found that my skin began to turn red and give off wisps of white smoke. Feeling my body growing bigger and bigger, I screamed in pain, and my originally loose clothes were all torn apart. It took another 2.5 minutes for me to complete the beastization. At this moment I have become a 4-meter tall, 10-meter long juvenile Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly a panel popped up in my mind, with detailed information about me. Compared to my previous life, although I now have an amazing bite force of 8 tons, becoming the top existence in the food chain, I only have 10 years left to live. Fortunately, I can prolong my life by hunting animals and evolving continuously. But the most urgent thing now is to go pick up my sister. With my parents passing away early, my sister is now my only relative, and the person I should protect the most. In my previous life, my sister mysteriously disappeared after becoming a turtle, and I searched for her in vain for 3 years but still couldn't find her. This time, by becoming a Tyrannosaurus, I swear I will protect her well. Thinking of this, I hesitated no more, and immediately ran towards a small county north. After a night of running, stepping on some reckless animals, my evolution value rose to 7/1000. The sky was slightly bright and the blood-red clouds in the sky had disappeared. Exhausted, I lay down to rest under a tree. According to the trajectory of development in my previous life, a week later, a large number of survivors armed with thermal weapons will appear and suppress all mutated animals. I'm still a juvenile with iron flesh and blood now. Bullets can withstand for a while, but if a few grenades come, I'm afraid I'll kick the bucket immediately. The defense now is not as perverted as the turtle in my previous life, so I chose to take the forest trails at night until 2 days later I safely arrived in Tianhai City. My hometown Chang'an County is less than 100 kilometers away. I can find my sister after persevering for 1 more day, but at this moment, my stomach growled untimely. Fortunately, in the hazy moonlight, I discovered a supermarket, which should have something to fill my stomach. Thinking of this, I hesitated no more, and stomped on the congested vehicles on the road towards the supermarket. But just as I reached the supermarket entrance, I found that the lights outside were suddenly turned on, and then a fruit knife flew out of the window. Seeing this, I quickly took a step back to dodge the attack, then angrily roared, "I'm just here to find something to eat. I'll leave after eating. If anyone wants to stop me, I don't mind killing you all. Big Tone, you can try." As soon as the voice fell, 2 monkeys walked out of the supermarket, followed by a large black water buffalo. Their expressions were very arrogant, but when they saw that I was a dinosaur, they were immediately shocked, but only for a moment they regained their composure. Then I saw a monkey wearing a t-shirt just waved his hand lightly. The next second, hundreds of animals surrounded me. You've seen that we have large numbers, the things in the supermarket are not even enough for us to share. So there is no extra for you. Hearing this, I immediately revealed my sharp teeth. Then I'll eat that cow behind you first. The water buffalo was not afraid of my threat at all, and began to paw the ground, and its sturdy horns were already aimed at me. Just as tensions were high, several monkeys chattering ran over from behind, saying, "We're back, get ready, the predator is here." As soon as the voice fell, they saw my huge 4-meter-tall body. They were immediately scared with their mouths wide open. Even the food they stole from somewhere fell to the ground. Soon after, an angry voice came from not far away. "You bastards, how dare you steal food from our territory?" I saw a winged dog flying over, followed by many animals. Seeing this, I ignored them, and kicked the nearest monkey away, then swallowed the food on the ground into my stomach. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall brown bear suddenly appeared, rubbing its paws, and said, "Tyrannosaurus, with chickens, ducks and cows in front of you, you actually eat human-made snacks instead, you're too useless." After speaking, the brown bear cast its gaze towards the water buffalo beside it, as well as the group of chickens and ducks behind it, drooling. Hearing this, I was immediately angry. In that case, I don't mind tasting bear paws. As soon as the voice fell, 7 or 8 hyenas had already rushed over, specifically biting my feet. However, with just one stomp, I stomped the thinnest dog into meat paste, then swept my tail, sending the rest of the hyenas flying away instantly. With an order from the t-shirt monkey, all the monkeys picked up rocks and threw them at the brown bear. The water buffalo beside was not to be outdone, charged at the brown bear with its horns. Seeing this, the brown bear sneered, then slowly raised a bare paw. Just as the water buffalo was about to rush to its face, the bare paw fell in an instant, and slapped the water buffalo loudly on its ass, sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the brown bear laughed loudly, "You bunch of juvenile trash, today let you feel the terror of my mature body." Hearing this, I immediately looked towards the brown bear. This brown bear had indeed reached maturity. Before the cataclysm came, it had already killed 1,000 animals and successfully evolved. The brown bear was very proud. "Great dinosaur, join us. No need to desperately fight these omnivores and herbivores. Together we can definitely dominate this place." I did not answer, and directly swallowed the dead hyena in one bite. "Since you don't give me face, I'll beat you into submission." The brown bear raised a bare paw and slapped it towards me. I turned around and swung my tail, but with a bang, it was actually blocked by the other party directly. You should know this tail has a force of 4 tons. Seeing this, the brown bear's confidence grew greatly. "A juvenile Tyrannosaurus, what can you do against me, a mature brown bear? The power of my paws is 6 tons. The golden pupils in my eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. I opened my huge mouth and bit at it. The brown bear suddenly revealed an evil smile. "Today I'm going to tear your mouth apart," it said, and a pair of bear paws had already propped up my mouth. Immediately the brown bear shouted loudly and the paws. Seeing this scene, my eyes were filled with bloodthirst. I wanted to emulate King Kong vs Godzilla, but sadly you're just a brown bear. Immediately I unleashed my 8-ton bite force and bit down on its paws directly. The brown bear screamed in pain, blood spilling everywhere. At this time I was still chewing in my mouth, the bear paws I dreamed of eating in my previous life. Today I finally got my wish, chewy and delicious. The brown bear also understood what is meant by differences between species. Thinking of this, it immediately turned and ran, looking very funny. But after running a few steps it was stomped under my feet. The brown bear was already so scared that it pissed and shit itself, begging me for mercy. However, I had no intention of letting it go. I stretched out a claw and slowly pierced the brown bear's body. With one swipe, the brown bear's belly was ripped open. Then I reached inside and took out its gallbladder, eating it in one bite. The brown bear let out a scream before passing out. Seeing this, the animals following the brown bear were so scared they immediately fled in all directions. The shaved monkey leader was instantly overjoyed, saying, "Friend, from now on you'll protect us. Every day we'll search for food to feed you." I did not answer, and with one stomp, turned the brown bear directly into meat paste. The next second, a prompt sounded in my mind, evolution value plus 100 points. This surprised me. You should know, killing an ordinary animal only gives 1 evolution point. I didn't expect killing a mature animal would give so much. After eating those hyenas my stomach was already full. It looked like it was time to set off again. Then I strode forward at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour towards the distance, another night of rushing. At this moment there was less than 40 kilometers left to my hometown, Changfeng County. The sky was already bright, I was nestled in a forest. Then I saw military vehicles actually appearing on the continent, followed by a few tanks behind the convoy. I was immediately crestfallen. Damn it, the first round of human suppression was already underway. I hoped they would leave quickly with me hiding here, but after driving for a few minutes, they actually stopped. Then I saw a man with stars on his shoulders ordering, "Rest in place for 5 minutes, fill your stomachs." In order not to turn into animals, they could only eat vegetarian every day, so their stamina was much weaker than before. But with advanced thermal weapons, hunting juvenile animals was still relatively easy. 10 minutes later, the fully armed humans actually surged back towards me. Seeing this, I was instantly drenched in cold sweat. I couldn't stay here, it looked like I could only take a detour. Immediately, I got up and ran in the opposite direction, but due to my huge body, it was hard not to make noise while running, resulting in the human troops discovering me at once. "I'll be damned, a Tyrannosaurus, kill it." Machine guns began frantic sweeping, wood chips and soil flying everywhere. Soon the tanks were in position, and a shell exploded right next to me. Damn it, I cursed inwardly, then sped up and continued running until I reached a dense forest where the tanks could not drive through. Only then did they stop chasing me. Soon night fell, and after 2.5 hours I finally arrived at Changfeng County, but what surprised me was, the troops that chased me this morning were actually here too, and had gathered even more forces. Damn it. After rebirth, the first thing I did was call my sister and tell her not to eat meat, but stock up on canned vegetables and store them in the basement. I didn't know if my sister was still waiting in the basement, but the county was full of human troops everywhere. Just as I was at a loss, I suddenly heard humans talking beside me. Looking in the direction of the sound, I actually saw a faint cell phone flashlight. Seeing this, I immediately got up and rushed over. In the end, I found 2 villagers from Changfeng County. After scaring them, I learned that the 2 in front of me were brothers, one named Wang Jun and one named Wang Shang. They overheard that the troops would take people away in batches. Men would be sent to the military to fight beasts, while women would be taken to Beihai City. Not wanting to go, they secretly escaped. After listening to this, I immediately thought of a good idea. I pointed my small chest claw at Wang Jun's head and said, "Go find out about someone for me now, a girl named Chen Nuo in the basement of No. 5, Dongshang Street. If you don't come back within 2 hours I'll eat you. Brother, do you understand?" I grabbed Wang Shang and put him to my mouth. Seeing this, Wang Jun quickly said okay, as long as you don't eat my brother I'll go right away. After speaking, he threw down his bag and turned to go down the mountain. Soon 2.5 hours passed, and Wang Jun hurried back, but he informed that there was nothing in the basement. He only found a shabby Pikachu doll. When I saw the doll, my pupils instantly shrank. This Pikachu doll was bought for my sister when I earned my first salary. It seemed now that my sister had been taken away by the troops. Taken to Beihai City? Absolutely not. According to my memories from my previous life, a huge tsunami would hit Beihai City a month later, and the entire city would be submerged then. I frustratingly tilted my head up and roared, the sound instantly reaching the scene. Hearing this, the military dogs immediately tucked their tails, scared and shivering all over. Soon after, 3 squads carrying heavy weapons rushed towards me. At this moment, Wang Jun and Wang Shang were scared out of their wits, carefully asking, "Tyrannosaurus brother, can we leave now?" I did not answer, and with a kick back, rushed down the mountain. My sister absolutely could not be taken to Beihai City. My heavy body made booming sounds as I ran, the earth itself shaking. Seeing this, the 3 squads immediately opened fire to suppress me. The machine guns spewed flames like the last fireworks of New Year's Eve. Cruel yet beautiful. I bit through a thick tree and swung the trunk directly at the 3 squads. Their formation was instantly disrupted, but just 2.5 minutes later, a rocket flew towards me at high speed. Fortunately I reacted quickly enough, sidestepping so the rocket just barely grazed past me and eventually hit the woods behind. Taking this opportunity, I flashed to the front of the 3 squads, then swung my tail. These 75 soldiers spit blood and died on the spot. The 3 squads were obviously greenhorns. Although they held guns, they didn't even have the courage to shoot. Seeing this, I began slaughtering in all directions. After a few charges, I had knocked everyone over. With my 6 tons of weight plus impact force, if you were hit, it was like your ancestors' graves were smoking. At this time, a tank drove over, just as the gun barrel was aimed at me. I jumped and instantly disappeared from the tank's sight. Then I landed precisely on top of the tank, and bit off the gun turret in one bite. The people inside the tank fainted directly from fear. At this time, reinforcements had arrived in the county. Each of them held a grenade launcher, clearly professionally trained veterans. If I forcibly fought them, even if I didn't die I would be severely injured. If it came to that, forget about saving my sister. Even my own safety would be uncertain. I had to evolve quickly. Thinking of this, I turned and ran without hesitation. In a flash I rushed into the lush forest, finally getting away. I was anxious to save my sister, and had over a dozen more bullet holes in my body. Soon my stomach growled untimely. I slowly walked towards the depths of the forest to find some food. Just then, sparse sounds suddenly came from the grass ahead. I went to take a look and found it was a wild boar. He looked at me steadily, probably never having seen a dinosaur before. He was extremely afraid, his whole body trembling non-stop. As the top predator, I still had some aura. With one swipe of my claw I pinned the wild boar to the ground, giving it no chance and stomping it to death directly. Then I bit and ate the wild boar cleanly. Possibly because I wasn't used to this Tyrannosaurus body yet, eating animals turned human felt a bit disgusting. Oh well, I'd get used to it. Why were there so many animals here anyway? It was just an accident. Replenishing my energy then saving my sister was the right thing to do. I closed my eyes to rest for a bit. Soon many animals escaped towards me in a panic. Among them a sheep crashed into me in its fluster. And a northeast tiger, chasing it, also caught up. I angrily stood up, the leaves around me rustling. The northeast tiger and sheep looked up together. When they saw my majestic 4-meter-tall figure, the sheep instantly collapsed limply to the ground, seeming it wouldn't escape death today. At this moment, the northeast tiger also felt tremendous fear. How could there be a dinosaur? This was the 21st century. I did not hesitate and stomped, turning the northeast tiger directly into meat paste. Seeing this, the sheep started playing dead, bodies stiffly upright. I roared right by the sheep's ear, instantly shaking the entire forest, then stomped and turned the sheep into meat paste as well. On the other side, the northeast tiger pack and wild boar pack were fiercely fighting over territory. But upon hearing my huge roar, they all stopped. The Tiger King's heart thumped. What creature was this, whose roar could make him inexplicably feel fear? Before he could react, the ground started shaking. In just a few seconds, I had entered their field of vision. The Tiger King noticed the tiger fur stained with blood under my feet, and was extremely angry. "Son, you actually killed my son." While beside, the wild boar king anxiously asked, "Did you eat a wild boar today too?" I neither confirmed nor denied, and just said I ate a pig and tiger. What's the big deal? Hearing this, the wild boar king was so angry he stomped in place. "Kill him." The Tiger King bared his fangs, already prepared to attack. Then I heard him roar loudly, before pouncing at me fiercely. The wild boar king scraped his hooves and charged at my hind legs with his tusks. Facing attacks from front and back, I was completely calm. This was clearly here to deliver evolution points. Just as the wild boar king was about to crash into me, I directly sat down with a thud. You should know this was over 6 tons of weight. The wild boar king's field of vision above instantly went dark, then felt a tremendous force squeezing its body, followed by a plop, its intestines spewing out from its butt. At the same time, the Tiger King also pounced into empty air, landing not far behind me. Immediately I exerted force in my legs, body leaning forward, opening my huge mouth to bite at the Tiger King. The Tiger King dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. After that, a few more northeast tigers and wild boars joined the battle. At this moment, my tail had undoubtedly become a huge threat. Sweeping past, only the sound of bones shattering could be heard, until the animals cried out while being swatted away, my evolution points steadily rising. But the next second, a northeast tiger pounced directly onto my back, and started frantically biting. I shook my body madly, trying to shake it off my back. While the Tiger King beside seeing this immediately roared, "Rush onto its back, it can't reach there with its small claws." My weakness exposed, I now looked nervous. Lifting my big foot to stomp more wild boars to death, I then charged at a tree. The huge impact force shook the northeast tiger off my back. The other 3 northeast tigers surrounded me in a triangular formation, while the wild boars around didn't dare approach, because now it was the top ancient predator against the top modern predator. The Tiger King already had a plan to utilize his speed advantage for a war of attrition against me. They were too agile and cooperated seamlessly with each other. After a few minutes I had entered an exhausted state. Pretending to be tired, I roared, "I'm done for." The northeast Tiger King was full of confidence as he pounced at my throat, planning to fatally strike me. Little did he know this was all an act from me, just to make the Tiger King attack. When the Tiger King was less than 10 centimeters away from me, I did a quick turn and in a flash moved to the Tiger King's side. Then I bit his neck. You should know a Tyrannosaurus bite force is 8 tons. Under this power the Tiger King's neck spurted blood unceasingly. Seeing this, the other northeast tigers were instantly scared into peeing themselves, but soon reacted by desperately fleeing for their lives. Helplessly, a juvenile Tyrannosaurus running speed was far inferior to the northeast tigers, so I simply didn't give chase and let them go. At the same time, my status panel changed again. My evolution points had reached 201. In just these short 10 minutes, I had actually killed over 80 animals. Oh well, this was a world of the strong preying on the weak to begin with. Now I could finally rest without animals disturbing me. The forest returned to calm, only a faint bloody smell lingering. Just then, a thick black shadow slowly slithered, then started coiling around my neck. But after encircling once, it suddenly felt resistance. It saw me open my eyes angrily, and say, "I've been waiting for you." The giant python was a giant python about 12 meters long, and looked to have reached maturity. I had noticed something off about the strangely quiet forest before sleeping, so I pretended to sleep to lure it out. At this time, the giant python quickened its coiling and forcibly strangled my neck. Although my front claws were small, they were extremely sharp. With just a light scratch, they pierced the giant python's body. Feeling the pain from its wound, the giant python became exceptionally furious. Its thick body quickly tightened. A mature giant python's constriction force was astonishing. Even if it encountered an armored vehicle, it would be squeezed into mush. At this moment, my neck was suffering tremendous pressure and I was having trouble breathing. So I decisively pierced my claws deeper into the python's body. Blood spurted to the ground instantly. The python didn't expect the Tyrannosaurus paws to be so sharp. If it didn't let go soon it would be torn in two, so it quickly recoiled and instead coiled towards my legs. Seeing this, I directly lifted my foot, then stomped around wildly on the ground, shaking the surrounding leaves into blossoms. The mature giant python had actually lost its advantage. It twisted its body to dodge my stomps, then opened its mouth to viciously bite my thigh. But I just laughed loudly. The giant python still wasn't a match. I swung my tail out with 4 tons of force, sending it flying hundreds of meters away. Then I flashed to its front, catching it off guard by stomping and breaking its 7 inches vital point. Then I opened my mouth and bit out its gallbladder. No matter if you've reached maturity, you still died by my hand. Just as my voice fell, the status panel changed again, my evolution points increasing to 301. At this rate, killing 7 more mature beasts would let me evolve. But with the short time frame of the mass beastization, mature beasts were too scarce. Just running into 2 in a few days was purely luck. On the other side, at the Beihai City Highway toll station, 8 armored vehicles and 2 tanks were parked, surrounded entirely by fully armed soldiers. The people brought from Changfeng County orderly disembarked from the vehicles. Among them was also my sister Chen Nuo, but her treatment was clearly different from the others. She was handcuffed, and had 2 soldiers watching her. Chen rushed under the cover of night. The closer he got to Beihai City, the fewer animals he saw. It seemed that continuing the plan to kill 7 grown creatures was a rare opportunity. Beihai City, as one of the central cities, was expanding outward. The surrounding animals had already been driven away. This also indicated the presence of a powerful military force there. Recklessly attacking would only result in certain death. 2 days later, the television station had its premiere broadcast. In the broadcast, the suppression forces were shown clearing out the wicked animals. The surviving humans who saw this were filled with hope. The broadcast also revealed the plan for the central city. In no time, countless people began finding ways to reach the nearest central city because it was the safest place. With emergency measures in place, most of the highways leading to the central cities were cleared. This allowed people to travel on the highways. This posed a problem for Chen. The highways were originally only used by the suppression forces, but now there were more vehicles. He had to be even more cautious. What a bunch of fools. You think the central city is safe? When the first major disaster strikes, not many of you will survive. Chen was currently hiding under a bridge on the highway. This section of the road happened to have a river flowing underneath, so the highway was naturally built on top of it. Chen chose this location because he wanted to cause destruction. With the exposure of the central city plan, more and more people would rush there. It would be even more difficult for him to find his sister. Therefore, he had to destroy the crucial part of the highway leading to Beihai City. There was no time to waste. If he delayed any longer, the highway leading to Beihai City would become congested due to the increasing number of vehicles. Under the bridge, there were 6 large pillars supporting the road above, each with a diameter of over 1.2 meters. Chen stood below and suddenly turned around. With a loud bang, his tail struck one of the pillars. The outer layer of cement cracked, revealing the steel reinforcement inside. The load-bearing capacity of each pillar was over 10 tons, so the force of his tail strike was ineffective. Chen opened his mouth wide and began biting with tremendous force. Crunch, a large amount of cement was bitten off. His strong teeth gradually chewed through the steel reinforcement. After a few minutes, one of the pillars had a third of its structure destroyed. Chen moved away and then ran a few steps before ramming into it. Thud thud thud, 1 hit, 2 hits. Crack, one of the pillars broke. The vehicles above continued to drive, barely feeling any vibration as they passed by. Chen began destroying the other pillars. Meanwhile, on the road, a white van was swerving left and right, appearing very unstable, as if the driver was drunk. Bang bang, it had already collided with 2 cars. The driver of a Mercedes G-Class stepped on the gas and caught up, blocking its path. The white van was forced to stop. The driver frantically honked the horn. The person in the G-Class opened the door, and a burly man in black stepped out, taking out tools from the trunk. Beep beep beep, where the hell are you? Get out of there. The driver of the other car, a red Mazda, also pulled over to the left and rolled down the window. What the hell, how do you drive? You've even damaged my side mirror. The horn of the white van continued to beep, but no one got out. The burly man approached. At this point, the traffic had already become congested, and they needed to resolve the situation quickly. Bang bang, one of the burly men hit the front of the van twice with a baseball bat. Get out. Stop honking. Get out. Do you know how much my big brother's G-Class costs? Beep beep beep, a series of horn sounds rang out. The drivers behind, who were stuck, were becoming impatient. Hey, what's going on up there? Don't block the road, okay? Yeah, in a hurry to get to the city center. Bang, suddenly, a vibration came from below. Because they were right above Chen's head. The big man smashed the front windshield of the truck. I fucking dare you to come out. Under the tremendous force, the windshield turned into a spider web, then into tiny pieces. The big man was dumbfounded when he saw the inside of the cab. A huge tiger head was glaring at him with bared teeth. I can't believe it. A tiger. Ah, they're animals, not humans. The red Mazda that was hit stepped on the gas and ran away. Kill them. My wife was bitten to death by someone who turned into a tiger. Yes, kill them. After turning into animals, they lose their humanity. The scene instantly descended into chaos. One of them even took out a shooting training gun from the car. Roar! The tiger roared. I still consider myself a human. It's best not to provoke me. I want to surrender in the city center. The city center belongs to us humans. You're no longer human. Stop talking. Kill them. Bang bang, the person with the gun started shooting. He. A masked raccoon dog in the passenger seat laughed. I told you, we're no longer human. How could we be accepted by humans? Thump, another vibration came from below. Then the people above clearly felt a sinking sensation. Cracks appeared on the road surface. One of the big men reached out and stabilized himself by holding onto a car. Let's work together to kill this tiger, and then go to the city center. We'll have done a great service. The tiger driving the car jumped out of the window and stood on top of the cargo area. Everyone's eyes widened. It was a huge Siberian tiger. Excluding the tail, it was about the length of a meter. I don't want conflict, but you forced me. Brothers, come out. With a roar, the back door of the cargo area was forcefully knocked open. A rhinoceros flew out of the cargo area and started running. Following closely behind was a powerful and fur-covered wild yak. On the back of the wild yak was a leopard constantly flicking its tail. People were stunned. What use were guns and sticks against these formidable animals? The leopard yawned. I told you, letting him drive was a bad idea. What do we do now? The Siberian tiger whipped its tail on the cargo area. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Below, all 6 pillars had been destroyed by Chen. Without support, as long as more force was applied on top, it would collapse. Chen didn't care at all about what was happening above. He was focused on destroying the bridge. He ran towards the slope ahead, preparing to go up onto the bridge. The Siberian tiger and its group were now facing off against the people who held animosity towards animals, and the situation was tense. Ah! From behind, a woman's piercing scream could be heard. Thump thump, Chen had already reached the bridge. When the big men saw him under the moonlight, their faces turned pale. The sticks in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Let's go! Get on the car urgently. The intimidation caused by the Siberian tiger had already affected them greatly. If it weren't for the crowd, they would have run away long ago. Don't leave. Not killing you? I have real bullets. The leopard stood on the back of the wild yak, assuming a fighting stance. Heavens! How can there be a dinosaur? The Siberian tiger heard the sound of heavy footsteps behind him and turned around from the cargo area. Then he came face to face with Chen because he was standing on the carriage. The height difference between the two is almost the same, facing each other. The expression in Chen's eyes is disdain. Chen took huge steps and passed by the freight car. The Siberian tiger was surprised. Not fighting? Not killing? Could it be that this dinosaur is also surrendering? Chen Chen walked to the center of the bridge, looked down, and saw the cracks appearing below. This is it. Then he lifted his foot and stomped hard. Boom, the bridge sank again. From a distance, the bridge had already become bent. The Siberian tiger roared and asked, "What are you doing?" "Destroying the bridge." "Stop him," the Siberian tiger roared. Under the bridge was the river. If the bridge broke, it would be impossible to drive to the South Sea City. "Do we really have to fight a dinosaur?" the rhinoceros said. "Don't worry, we are very powerful." The Siberian tiger leaped from the carriage towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen swung his dinosaur tail. The tail slammed into the Siberian tiger, but it didn't send him flying. The Siberian tiger actually grabbed Chen Chen's tail with both claws. The Siberian tiger weighed 3 tons, and it fell to the ground while holding onto Chen Chen's tail. "You are also an animal. Why are you stopping me?" "It's true that I am an animal, but I am an animal that surrenders. I am bringing my brothers with me. Humans don't need you." The Siberian tiger roared, "Listen to me, everyone. There are good and bad people among humans. The same goes for animals, especially since we were once humans. Humanity still exists in our hearts. We have not done any evil along the way. We just want to go to the central city and fight alongside humans to defend our homeland." Many people were moved, and some even began to slowly accept him. Chen Chen smiled. "Why are you laughing? Don't tell me you have lost your humanity." "I'm laughing because you are too naive." Chen Chen's body began to rotate, dragging his tail along. The Siberian tiger didn't let go of its claws, so it was dragged along as well. Swoosh, the tiger's claws left several deep scratches on Chen Chen's tail. Smash! After the rotation, Chen Chen used the powerful force to lift his tail and slammed the Siberian tiger to the ground. Bang, the bridge couldn't bear the impact and collapsed. Crack crack, the bridge sank, and the cracks spread rapidly. "Ah! Run, the bridge is collapsing. Get out of the way. Don't block me." The scene was chaotic. Chen Chen pulled his tail out of the Siberian tiger's claws. It collapsed. He lifted his legs and started stomping randomly. Boom, the bent bridge finally couldn't bear it and collapsed with a loud noise. Chen Chen was the first to fall with the broken bridge. Then came the vehicles above and the Siberian tiger. Huge splashes were stirred up on the river. This section of the river was not deep enough, and Chen Chen had already explored it. He ran to the shore, ready to find a suitable and safe direction to continue his journey. "Don't go." The Siberian tiger also appeared on the shore. Its tiger eyes stared at Chen Chen. "You're not dead?" Whoosh, sharp nails emerged from its claws, like steel knives. Roar! The leopard jumped down from above and landed next to the Siberian tiger. Moo Dash, the wild yak and rhinoceros also arrived. A raccoon dog was lying on the back of the wild yak. "The few of us brothers fought our way out of the city. Countless animals died under my claws. After the central city appeared, we finally had a goal. But you ruined it. How ridiculous." Chen Chen bowed and charged forward. "If you don't want to live, then contribute to the evolution points." The raccoon dog quickly jumped off the wild yak's back. Then, with the wild yak on one side and the rhinoceros on the other, they ran towards Chen Chen from both sides. The Siberian tiger roared and raised its paws, ready to confront Chen Chen head-on. The two of them had a weight difference of twice as much. Their body lengths were also about twice as long. How dare they use such a method? The leopard chose to run towards the wild yak. Its speed was like a yellow lightning bolt. Chen Chen also changed his strategy, no longer colliding with the Siberian tiger, but slowing down and opening his mouth to bite at it. The Siberian tiger immediately rolled on the ground. But at this moment, the rhinoceros and wild yak had already charged towards him from the left and right, ramming into his legs. Two intense pains instantly spread. Chen Chen never expected their tactics to be like this. The rhinoceros and wild yak's first target was his legs. The Siberian tiger stood in front, but now he understood. It was just a decoy. The leopard was waiting for its chance to act after he was hit. Thump! Chen Chen really fell down. The leopard leaped onto him and landed on his belly, swiping its claws, leaving several bloody wounds. The rhinoceros also dug its hooves and rammed into Chen Chen's exposed belly. If it hit, Chen Chen's belly would definitely be pierced. Roar! The 3 huge toes of his right leg blocked the rhinoceros, and then he kicked it fiercely. The 2-ton rhinoceros rolled about 7 or 8 meters. He quickly got up, not giving the leopard a chance to continue scratching him. Just as Chen Chen raised his head and got up, the Siberian tiger seized the opportunity and pounced on him. It actually lay on Chen Chen's huge head. Under our plan, no matter how powerful the animal is, it will die. The Siberian tiger's hind legs were locked around Chen Chen's neck, and its front paws swiped towards his eyes. The eyes were a vulnerable spot, just like with dinosaurs. Chen Chen shook his head frantically, making the Siberian tiger constantly sway. The leopard landed and then jumped onto Chen Chen's back using the wild yak's body. The wild yak and rhinoceros continued to attack his legs. Chen Chen was truly surrounded from the west. Their cooperation was unexpectedly so good. Roar! Running forward, Chen Chen simply plunged into the river. The Siberian tiger and leopard also fell into the river. The rhinoceros said in a muffled voice, "Looks like he has no way out." He jumped into the river. Plop! The Siberian tiger's head emerged from the river. Tigers can swim. This plan included the surrounding environment as well. Where's the leopard? Wait, leopards can swim, why hasn't it come up? And where did the Tyrannosaurus Rex go? Could it be diving? Gurgle! Suddenly, the river was dyed red with blood. Splash! A huge head emerged from the water. The surrounding river flowed down like a waterfall. In its mouth, it still held a dead leopard. Plop! Chen Chen spat it out. 1 point of evolution value? The rhinoceros and wild yak couldn't believe it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex actually killed the leopard in the water. Should we go help? Of course. Chen Chen's tail waved in the river, creating small waves as he struck towards the Siberian tiger. The Siberian tiger was in a bad mood at the moment. He never expected the Tyrannosaurus Rex to be able to swim. Where do you think you're going? Waves struck towards the Siberian tiger. Roar! The Siberian tiger cried out in pain. Its body began to retreat in the water. It turned out that Chen Chen had bitten its tail in the water. The Tyrannosaurus Rex not only knows how to swim, but also how to fight in the water. Do modern animals know this? Modern humans have never seen ancient animals. The Siberian tiger was dumbfounded. It could swim in the water, but that was all. Chen Chen caught up, and his huge head fiercely bit down. A large splash of water splashed up, and the Siberian tiger was already bitten in its mouth, sinking in the water. Bubble bubble! A large number of bubbles surged up from underwater. The Siberian tiger had already drunk a large amount of water. The rhinoceros dipped its head into the water. A leopard had already died, so another Siberian tiger couldn't die. Roar! Chen Chen lifted his head, with the body of the Siberian tiger in his mouth. Evolution points increased again. This Siberian tiger, with such a large body, turned out to be just a juvenile. The rhinoceros swam towards him. In Chen Chen's eyes, this was undoubtedly to give him evolution points. He turned around, his tail emerged from the water, and then he struck the rhinoceros on the head. Bang! Under the tremendous force of the tail, the horn on the rhinoceros's nose broke. The entire skull cracked open, and brain matter mixed with blood in the river. Another evolution point obtained. Damn it, run for your life. The gap between species is not so easily bridged. The masked palm civet jumped onto the back of a wild yak. Chen Chen was not willing to let it go. He chased after it as soon as he got ashore. But at this moment, there were flickering lights in the sky. A beam of searchlight had already shone down and locked onto Chen Chen. It turned out that after the bridge was destroyed, someone had called the central city for help and reported the situation here. 3 armed helicopters flew over immediately. Found it! A Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level 1 threat. Kill. The guns under the helicopters began to spew tongues of fire frantically. Tap tap tap! Countless bullets fell in an instant, exploding around Chen Chen. Damn it! These people are really persistent. He turned around and jumped into the river. Crack crack crack! Bullets created countless splashes on the surface of the river. He's diving. What do we do? Bomb! The rockets carried by the armed helicopters were mercilessly fired into the river. After a series of explosions, the surface of the river gradually calmed down. Under the searchlight, traces of blood could still be seen. Retreat! Go back to headquarters and immediately call the engineering team to fix this place. The people who were blocked from going to Beihai City shouted towards the helicopters. Please, take us with you. What should we do? The helicopters turned around and flew back. Unprecedented congestion occurred on the highway. Downstream, Chen Chen dragged his exhausted body to the riverbank, and the rhinoceros collapsed on the ground. He had many wounds on his body, especially a large patch of burnt flesh on his back. A juvenile body can't withstand powerful thermal weapons after all. After the transformation of all humanity, the juvenile body was the most difficult stage to endure. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Chen Chen walked to a nearby forest as a hiding place. He rested here for 3 days. The first round of suppression of the surviving humans continued. The animals in the central city had already been shot, driven away, and captured. Forests, woods, mountains. These places undoubtedly became popular destinations for animals. Many animals also fled to the woods downstream. The weak animals undoubtedly became Chen Chen's food. The evolution points increased to 330/1000. It was still far from evolving into an adult body. Chen Shen continued on his journey slowly, and no one came to chase him at this time, because the surviving human society was also in chaos. After the transformation of all humanity, the plan to expand and suppress the central city had caused polarization. Some people, including the Animal Protection Association and those who had lost their humanity, advocated peaceful coexistence between animals and humans. They believed that animals should not be mercilessly shot, driven away, or captured. The leadership was quite troubled. Now that the world was in chaos, if they were not united at this time, but instead had ideological divisions, it could lead to their downfall. Beihai City International Trade Building. At this moment, the International Trade Building had become the headquarters of the suppression forces. In an interrogation room, Chen Nua, wearing a school uniform, sat on the chair with lifeless eyes. The two people in charge of interrogating her also looked helpless. It had been 2 days and they hadn't gotten a single word out of her. Suddenly, the door opened. A superior officer walked in and the two stood up. "You guys can leave first, I'll talk to her," the officer said. The officer sat across from Chen Nua. "Are you hungry?" Chen Nua didn't answer. "You should have seen me before." Chen Nua glanced at him and nodded. "It was you who had them bring me here. My name is Liang Jingyue. I'm a second-level officer in the suppression forces stationed in Beihai City. Officer, can you let me go back to Chanfeng County?" Liang Jingyue looked at Chen Nua in confusion. "Little girl, I'm curious. Beihai City is now one of the central cities, very safe. No crazy animals, no riots. Changfeng County is just an outpost scattered outside. Why don't you want to leave and insist on going back?" "I'm waiting for my brother." "Your brother, Chen Shen, is a security guard at the first-level museum in Manhwa City. You know? I know everything about your situation. So, now I need to know why you bought supplies in advance and hid in the basement. You insist on being a vegetarian, not even eating your favorite meat. It's the Lunar New Year." Chen Nua's eyes flickered. I don't have money to buy meat." Liang Jingyue held a list of materials in his hand. "In your basement, there are over 100 kilograms of fresh vegetables, 10 boxes of canned fruits. Can you still say you don't have money to buy meat?" Smack! A slap on the table made Chen Nua's body tremble. "Chen Nua, do you already know something? Now, all of humanity is facing a huge crisis. Are you willing to disregard the greater good for a little bit of concealment? Aren't you afraid of those innocent souls?" Under Liang Jinyue's questioning, and under the intense mental pressure, Chen Nua finally couldn't bear it. She leaned forward and fainted. Chen Shen was now nursing his injuries and slowly making his way around. He had no idea that his just-turned adult sister had been interrogated under such oppressive circumstances for a whole week. Now, it was not so easy to enter Beihai City. The entire city was surrounded by steel fences. Every 100 meters, a crane was set up. This was the fastest and most efficient method. Installing cranes could serve as both observation towers and firepower points. Young and strong men who entered Beihai City were being tightly controlled. From the top of the crane, one could see old soldiers training them. Women, on the other hand, were assigned simpler tasks. Everyone was doing their part in building human society, except for Chen Nua. In the interrogation room, Chen Nua's complexion was very poor. It seemed like she hadn't had a good rest for many days. Liang Jinyue couldn't help but admire this stubborn little girl from the bottom of his heart. After the last interrogation, she hadn't said a word for a whole week. Today, he was fully prepared. Liang Jinyue placed a thick stack of documents on the table and ordered for Chen Nua's handcuffs to be removed. These documents contain the list of missing and deceased people in Yunhua City. The photos show the tragic situation in Yunhua City. Chen Nua became anxious, quickly scanning the photos and then looking at the list. In the long list of missing persons, Chen Shen's name was not there. "Don't you want to look at the death list?" Chen Nua reached out, but then pulled back before touching the death list. After a week of silence, she finally spoke. "I won't look at it. I had the technicians check as well, and Chen Shen's name was not on the list of people who escaped from Yunhua City to various central cities." "So?" Chen Nua bit her lip and shook her head. "No, my brother can't be dead. He absolutely can't be dead." Liang Jingyue frowned, then picked up the death list. He opened it to the 3rd page and pointed at a name heading west. "See, Chen Chen. No, that's not my brother." Liang Jinyue slammed the table. "Wake up. Your brother is dead. It's impossible. I'm still alive. How could he be dead? He was supposed to come find me. Did your brother tell you to evacuate ahead of time?" Chen Nua suddenly realized she had said too much. She fell silent again. Liang Jinyue pushed the death list towards her. Stay here for a while, I'll come back for you. He walked out of the interrogation room and lit a cigarette. Boss, what about that information? Destroy it once she's done reading it. Because those lists were fake. In this chaotic world, there were countless people who had turned into beasts. How could they possibly list them one by one? Many people who died became food, eaten by others. Where could they go to confirm who had died? Liang Jinyue did this to test Chen Nuo. This time, he could be sure. Chen Nuo had evacuated ahead of time, and it was related to Qin Chen. In the southern district of Beihai City, Qin Chen looked at the 10-meter-high steel net with high-voltage electricity running through it. Not far away, several cranes stood tall, carrying unknown weapons. The chances of survival by rushing in were very low. Qin Chen ran to a hill. Roar! A roar shook the mountains and forests. Those who are unwilling to be driven away, come out. Beihai City faced the North Sea to the north and was surrounded by mountains to the south. It was an excellent city in terms of feng shui. Among the mountains, it was also an excellent hiding place for animals. Beihai City had a population of over 10 million, and more than 5 million had turned into animals. Among these 5 million animals, 30% were hiding in the surrounding areas, including many in the mountains of the southern district. Chen Chen had been staying here for a while and could hear the cries of animals every day. The fighting had never stopped. Many animals in the mountains also knew of Chen Chen's existence, but they didn't dare to provoke him because of his huge size. After all, Chen Chen's speed of 20 kilometers per hour was a bit slow. Today, he actually used a roar as a call to gather them. A yellow dog wagged its tail and walked up to a black dog lying on a rock. Boss, are you going? Who does he think he is? Just a dinosaur? It seems like he's still a juvenile. Should we ignore him? Ignore him. It's better to think about who we'll go after tomorrow. Let more of our brothers reach adulthood. Chen Chen's roar received no response. They're so disrespectful. Do I have to go invite them one by one? Taking a step forward, he first arrived at the territory of the dog gang. Woof 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 woof. When the dozen or so dogs guarding the territory saw Chen Chen approaching, they barked with their tails between their legs. If you don't want to be eaten, then shut up. Dogs were still dogs. Threatened like this, they obediently closed their mouths. A hunting dog with a length of 3 meters appeared. It grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. Tyrannosaurus Rex. We don't mess with each other. Bring out your leader, I have something to say. As soon as he finished speaking, a slender hunting dog, about 50 centimeters tall with a good physique, appeared. This was the leader of the dog gang, a greyhound. You're looking for me, but not to replace me, right? Behind him, a group of dogs followed. There are dozens of Tibetan mastiffs with large builds. Why replace you? I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? The smaller dog became interested. That's great. You want to help us deal with the most powerful bears here. Chen Chen shook his head. Not that kind of cooperation. It's about entering the city of Beihai. As soon as these words came out, the dogs became restless. Enter Beihai City? Are you kidding? Yeah, the turrets are already set up. Aren't we just sending ourselves to die? The smaller dog sneered. Are you crazy? Aren't you invincible? So, are you willing to be driven away in these mountains? Either killing other animals or being hunted by them? Filling your stomach through constant conflicts every day? Of course not. I also want to eat fruit and drink alcohol from the supermarket. But that's the city center, with many weapons. Being able to survive here is already a stroke of luck. It's true that there are conflicts every day, but through hunting, we can still gain evolution points. 3 of our gang brothers have already reached the mature stage. Chen Chen stamped his foot, displaying his power. 3 mature stages? Don't you think it's too slow to gain evolution points through hunting like this? The smaller dog squinted. Do you have a better way? Of course. If you have such a good method, would you share it with us? You're still in the juvenile stage yourself. Can I talk to you privately? Several Tibetan mastiffs stepped forward, glaring at Chen Chen. The smaller dog turned around and nodded. Come over here. The smaller dog and Chen Chen went to a secluded place. Afterwards, the smaller dog asked, Speak. In about 10 days, there will be a tsunami in Beihai. The smaller dog was speechless. A tsunami? Are you a prophet? Besides, if there really is a tsunami, we should be running away from here immediately. What does this have to do with the better evolution method you mentioned? After the tsunami, there will be opportunities for evolution. The smaller dog became somewhat angry. To him, this was complete nonsense. Enough. Let's just do what we need to do. Ha! Chen Chen swung his tail, blocking the smaller dog who wanted to leave. The smaller dog sneered. You want to attack me? Just with you dogs, if I go on a killing spree, can you stop me? Even if you're in the mature stage, it would still be easy for me to kill you. I know. But as long as I'm alive, I will unite with other animal forces in the mountains and come together to kill you. Chen Chen lowered his head twice the size of the smaller dog, and his dark golden pupils stared at him. So, tell me, will it be you who dies, or will it be me? A terrifying aura swept over. The smaller dog wanted to tuck his tail between his legs. But he was the leader of the Ha Dog gang, it would be too embarrassing to do so. There are so many animals in the mountains, isn't it easier to gain evolution through killing? But after the tsunami, evolution will be even easier. Why should I bother with the effort of killing? These words made the smaller dog somewhat believe. Becoming a Tyrannosaurus Rex through national animalization was already an invincible state from birth. However, they were not in a hurry to evolve through killing. Alright, I'll believe you this time. Shen Shen smiled. Good, let's cooperate happily. The goal has been achieved. When the time comes, this group of dogs will enter Beihai City to help disperse the firepower and serve as cannon fodder. The Ha Dog gang, with over 200 dogs. Who knows why there are so many people in Beihai City who like to eat dogs? Now, they have become partners with Chen Chen. If they want to seize the opportunity for evolution, they need to break through the various obstacles set by humans and enter Beihai City. If they wait until after the tsunami, with so many animals in the mountains, these dogs may not be able to snatch the opportunity for evolution from their hands. Moreover, there are still humans there. So the first step of the plan now is to create chaos in Beihai City. Dozens of dogs have already started digging under the steel giant net. Chen Chen wanted to enter Beihai City, but he had to dig a hole at least 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters deep to barely squeeze in. The digging operation was not going smoothly. Every day, armed patrol cars would constantly patrol around the steel giant net. In addition, there were cameras on the 10-meter-high net. The digging plan was carried out slowly when night fell. It's been a whole night, and we've only dug a few small pits. The small dog sneered. We can all crawl through, but you're too big. Roar! A roar, and then a tree trunk snapped and fell to the ground. A hunting dog ran over. Boss, those bastards from the zoo are here. The small dog grinned. We won't go looking for them, they'll come to us first. Stupid dogs, come out. I'm hungry. A black bear with foam in its mouth, the tree it just knocked down. Behind the black bear, there was a group of carnivores. Zoo? These people are the employees of the Beihai City Zoo. After being transformed, they first ate the animals in the zoo and turned into fierce beasts. They are quite powerful in these mountains. Many of our brothers have been eaten by them. While the small dog was speaking, it looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen naturally knew what he wanted to do. Do you have a growth body? Yes. That's great. Chen Chen didn't care about small fish and shrimp. The growth body was the key to obtaining evolution points. The small dog appeared with its dog brothers. Big black bear. It seems like you're really crazy with hunger. You dare to come to my territory. Ha ha ha. In my eyes, you're all food. Today, I want to taste the flavor of the small dog. That Tibetan Mastiff is mine, said a cheetah standing on a tree branch. Charge. Kill the dogs. The small dog didn't move, letting them charge towards him. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of footsteps from behind. The big black bear at the front stopped. But the black bear behind him, probably really crazy with hunger, didn't stop. A huge figure appeared from behind the tree. Immediately after, a huge foot was raised. Snap! Just like that, the charging black bear died under Chen Chen's feet. The big black bear was dumbfounded. Dinosaur! Hee hee, it's the ruler of the dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus Rex. The evolution points became 331/1000. It seems that the black bear that was trampled to death was not a growth body. Are you a growth body? The big black bear stood up, but it was only 3 meters tall, not even in the same league as Chen Chen. Yes, I remember, the first growth body I killed was a brown bear. Ah, the black bear wasn't angry, but rather had a fanatic look in its eyes. It rushed over and gave Chen Chen a bear hug on his left leg. Roar! Chen Chen just wanted to test his strength, but he didn't expect his strength to be so immense. He was knocked down by the bear hug. Tyrannosaurus Rex? You're not that great, the big black bear said, then opened its mouth and bit towards Chen Chen's thigh. Bang! Chen Chen kicked, sending him rolling on the ground for 2 rounds. The big black bear grabbed the ground with its claws, roared, and charged again. After withstanding the force of a kick, Chen Chen could already tell that the strength of the two sides was about the same. Chen Chen turned around and struck with a dinosaur tail. The big black bear locked onto Chen Chen's paws, then flipped his hand and grabbed Chen Chen's tail. Idiot! Chen Chen said, then swung his tail upwards. The big black bear didn't want to let go, but was thrown into the air by the swing. In midair, it turned around and then brought its paws down. "I'll crush your spine." Chen Chen tilted his head back, opened his blood-filled mouth wide. The big black bear's heart turned cold, relying solely on being a growth body to show off, forgetting that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's true terror lies in its bite force. Chomp! With one bite, the big black bear was severed into two pieces. The upper half was already in Chen Chen's mouth, while the lower half fell to the ground, with its intestines scattered everywhere. 100 evolution points obtained. The other animals from the zoo gang dared not approach at this moment. The fully grown black bear had a striking force of 5 tons, far surpassing that of a young Tyrannosaurus Rex. The gap between species was simply too huge. Retreat! The cheetah quickly climbed up a tree. Chen Chen swallowed the half of the bear's body in one gulp and then ran over. The wild boar was trampled into a pancake. Its head hit a tree, causing even the cheetah to be shaken off. "Those who don't want to die, line up in front of me." The animals from the zoo gang, having witnessed Chen Chen's violent methods, obediently settled down. The cheetah even crawled on the ground and placed itself at Chen Chen's feet. "That's right. Tyrannosaurus Rex, if you want to become the ruler here, I will be your most powerful minion," said the cheetah. With a slight movement of Chen Chen's toe, a trench was drawn on the ground. "Are my minions not as powerful as you?" The cheetah's fur stood on end at such a close distance. "From now on, all of you must obey the commands of the greyhound. Dig holes for me under the steel giant net." The animals were all confused upon hearing this. "Why? Are we supposed to re-enter the city of Beihai?" They had just managed to escape from Beihai City with great difficulty. The methods used by the suppression forces were extremely bloody. Tens of thousands of people who had turned into chickens, ducks, and fish were killed by bullets. Now, they could still see the black smoke rising from Beihai City every day. It was the smoke that rose after the bodies of the people who had turned into animals were burned. Due to the killing of a large number of weak animals, the carnivores like them were now facing a shortage of food. That's why they formed factions and fought each other in these mountains. "What's wrong? Are you scared? The suppression forces have guns, cannons, and bombs. We are no match for them, unless we reach the fully grown stage or become even stronger. Don't worry, follow me. I will make you satisfied. The human advantage is only temporary." Those who didn't want to die had no choice but to agree to Chen Chen's proposal. As a result, there were more animals digging holes under the steel giant net. The greyhound and Chen Chen discussed their plans. "Don't you know your name yet? Is it that important?" The greyhound smiled. "Indeed, it's not that important. The big black bear that you killed from the zoo gang was just one of the fully grown ones. There are still lions and tigers that haven't appeared. Now that we have captured so many of them, they will definitely seek revenge." "There are more fully grown ones? There are over 10 million people in the entire Beihai City. Half of them have turned into animals. We have already transformed, so there's no need to hide our evolution points anymore. It has been half a month, and it's impossible for a group of fully grown ones not to appear." The greyhound was right. After Chen Chen transformed, his sole focus was on finding his sister, neglecting the concept of evolution. Those who turned into lions and tigers only needed to kill 1,000 weak chickens and ducks to successfully evolve to the next stage. With the disaster that had befallen the world and the sudden increase in billions of animals, killing 1,000 for evolution was a trivial matter. "Good. From now on, I will rule this place." "Really? The more animals we have, the higher the success rate of breaking through and entering Beihai City." It was a wise choice for Chen Chen to form an alliance with a group of dogs from the beginning. With the powerful sense of smell of the pack, Chen Chen led them to find the fully grown ones hidden in the mountains. In just 2 days, the leaders of several small factions in the mountains had become Chen Chen's food. His evolution points skyrocketed to 732/1000. The remaining animals all hid themselves at the edge of the mountains at this moment. The few surviving powerful growth bodies have gathered together with their entourage. "This Tyrannosaurus Rex is too much. It specifically targets growth bodies. I think we should follow him. I heard he's planning something big in Beihai City." "Bullshit. Entering Beihai City would be like walking into a death trap. I don't want any part of it." "Well, there should still be some growth bodies that haven't arrived yet. Here they come." A lion-tiger beast and a silverback gorilla walked over from above. "Hey, what's the meaning of this? Are you suggesting that we join forces to fight against that Tyrannosaurus Rex?" The lion-tiger beast's eyes were filled with coldness. "Fight against the Tyrannosaurus Rex with you bunch of misfits?" A pangolin, with a body length of over 2 meters and a fully grown body, was full of defiance. "Misfits? What's that supposed to mean? Are you suggesting that we surrender together?" The silverback gorilla grinned, looking somewhat comical. "Surrender? Wrong. We're going to kill him. and we only need the two of us. The pangolin sensed a hint of conspiracy. The silverback gorilla headbutted a tree, breaking it, and then fiercely smashed it against the pangolin with his strong arms. The pangolin instinctively tucked its head. Crack! The thick tree trunk, over a meter in diameter, smashed into him, breaking his neck. But it also left cracks on his sturdy armor. The silverback gorilla jumped forward and swung his fists at him. The pangolin couldn't even put up a fight. A buffalo, a fully grown body, glared with red eyes. You want to kill us? The lion-tiger beast pounced at him. You got that right. Moo! The buffalo was knocked down, and the lion-tiger beast opened its mouth and bit into his neck. The windpipe ruptured, and blood splattered. You two bastards! You actually want to kill us to gain evolution points. The silverback gorilla raised his blood-stained fists. The pangolin had already been beaten to death by him. Survival of the fittest, you should understand that. Kill. In the western heaven, a hunting dog sniffed the ground, leading Chen Chen to search for the growth bodies. Such a strong smell of blood. The smell was so strong that even Chen Chen could smell it. They arrived at the edge of the mountains. When Chen Chen saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. Piles of corpses, dried bloodstains covering the ground, it was like a slaughterhouse. That's the heavily defended growth body, the pangolin. Even the growth body buffalo has been killed. The hunting dog instinctively tucked its tail. Chen Chen grinned, revealing his terrifying teeth. Interesting. It seems that a few ruthless individuals have been left behind. Boss Dinosaur, what do you mean? To resist me, you need to become stronger. So, kill these growth bodies. By killing so many growth bodies, it's very likely that they have already evolved to the mid-stage of growth bodies. Boss Dinosaur, you should hurry up too. Chen Chen turned back along another path. The sights he saw were astonishingly similar, from larger carnivorous animals to herbivores, and finally to the piled-up bodies of chickens and ducks. Not a single living animal was seen along the way. They were truly insane in their pursuit of evolution points. It was complete slaughter. Not good. We need to go back quickly. Chen Chen felt that something was wrong. Even with the hunting dog tracking, they couldn't find them, which meant that the other party must have found a way to avoid them. With all the animals around here dead, the place with the most animal gathering now would be the territory of the hot dog gang. If they were to launch a massacre when he came out, the losses would be immeasurable. Chen Chen ran back to the territory of the hot dog gang. Xiaoquan was commanding several animals skilled in digging. Why are you back? Did you already clear out the mountains? Xiaoquan laughed when he saw Chen Chen return without any threats. On the surface, he is the most powerful animal among these mountains. Nothing happened? What happened? Chen Chen felt a bit incredulous. After killing so many animals, they could still endure. So he described the scene that he and the hunting dog had witnessed. The hunting dog spoke up. It seems like they want to enter the later stage of growth. Later stage? The hunting dog glanced at Chen Chen. Well, of course you wouldn't know since you haven't reached the stage of growth yet. The juvenile stage is the most difficult hurdle for animals to overcome. However, once you surpass the juvenile stage and reach the stage of growth, you will find that it is divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late. I see. Just as they were talking, a black Tibetan mastiff covered in blood ran over. Half of its ears had been bitten off. The hunting dog, upon seeing this, immediately rushed forward in anger. Who did this? A gorilla. Everyone who was digging holes in the north has been killed. Chen Chen was shocked. Hunting dog, how far did you spread the digging range? About 300 meters. That's too large of a range. Put. A chewed-up tree trunk suddenly flew over and pierced through the injured Tibetan mastiff. After a whimper, there was silence. Chen Chen instantly determined the direction from which the tree trunk had come and chased after it. The hunting dog sprinted even faster, running like the wind. How could they tolerate the dog that had killed their own in front of them? Chen Chen noticed that the hunting dog, who had not shown its full strength until now, was surprisingly fast in its current sprint. Chen Chen's maximum speed was 20 kilometers per hour, but this guy was at least twice as fast as him. Where do you think you're going? The hunting dog had already spotted a silverback gorilla holding a dog in its hand. The silverback gorilla swung its thick left arm, smashing through the trees in its path to block the hunting dog's pursuit. Stop chasing! Chen Chen shouted from behind. The hunting dog reluctantly halted its steps. Why? They want to evolve, so they will definitely come back to find us. Therefore, we shouldn't be too scattered. Let's wait for them to come to us. The hunting dog bared its sharp teeth. You're right. I won't let them get away. In a mountain hollow, the silverback gorilla threw the dog in its hand to the ground, almost killing it. The lion-tiger beast, who had been resting with its eyes closed, opened them. Why did you leave a survivor? It's just a little bit of evolution value, it doesn't matter. So, it's my food then? Ah, don't eat me. I'm just a working dog, no strength, and not very tasty. The silverback gorilla stepped on him, almost suffocating him. Tell me, why were you all digging under the steel net? It was the Tyrannosaurus Rex who told us to do so. They want to plunge the city of Beihai into chaos. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Leading a group of dogs can cause chaos in Beihai City? Also, tonight, our plan is to spread the news of a tsunami. The lion-tiger-beast stood up. A tsunami? I don't know the specifics. It was discussed by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the hunting dog. The lion-tiger-beast grinned. Gorilla, things are getting interesting. Night fell. From a distance, they could only see the searchlights of Beihai City and the lights on the cranes. Dozens of holes had already been dug, and all the animals except for Chin Chen could crawl into them. Good. Now, you all secretly infiltrate and spread the news that a tsunami is about to happen. Let Beihai City descend into chaos. 20 animals entered the holes. Through the massive steel net, they entered Beihai City. Chen Chen watched the entire city from afar. Only by causing chaos in Beihai City first would he have a chance to save his sister. Otherwise, if a tsunami really occurred, it would be unknown whether his sister could survive. The next day, that atmosphere in the conference room of the Suppression Forces headquarters was solemn. Is this absolute defense? How could those transformed animals infiltrate and leave graffiti behind? Second-level officer Liang Jinyue exclaimed angrily. Animals are not scary. What's scary is when animals have culture. The animals that sneaked in last night were shouting in every corner, a tsunami is about to happen, run. Some agile animals even found spray paint and left messages on the walls of Beihai City, saying, tsunami outbreak. Save your lives. Run. One officer just smiled and said, Lao Liang, don't be so angry. These animals were driven out and felt resentful, so they came up with this ridiculous idea. Yes, there's no need to get so worked up. Those refugees came here while we were in training. Alright then, starting tonight, I'll strengthen patrols. Liang Jinyue looked at the officers with frustration. I may not think this way, but what about others? They came to the central city seeking safety after experiencing great panic. Now suddenly saying there will be a tsunami, what will they think? I've already contacted the International Tsunami Warning Center. There's nothing happening in Beihai. No need to worry. Before the whole population transformed into animals, all humans were normal. Liang Jinyue stood up and stared at the officers. What if the tsunami really happens? Another second-level officer slammed the table and stood up. Liang Jinyue, we still can't explain the cause of the animal transformation. Don't compare it to a tsunami. We have absolute confidence in earthquake, tsunami, and volcanic eruption detection. In this world, the last thing we should have is absolute confidence. The meeting divided into two factions and arguments broke out. The chief officer of the central city, sitting in the main seat, rubbed his head and shouted, stop arguing. The chief officer still had authority. Lao Liang is right, we must be prepared for the worst. Starting today, we'll strengthen patrols and contact the warning center to closely monitor the situation in Beihai. If there's any problem, we need to be ready to evacuate immediately. Understood. I'll prepare right away. The meeting dispersed, leaving Liang Jinyue and the chief officer in the conference room. Lao Liang, has that girl not spoken yet? Liang Jinyue nodded. The girl is very stubborn. But I can vaguely guess that this matter is related to her brother. Then start investigating from her brother. I'll go right away. In the mountains, the hot dog gang and the animals that joined them gathered together, not giving any chance to be hunted. Chin Chen stood on a hill, looking towards Beihai City in the distance. There were more patrol cars driving around. It seemed that patrols had been strengthened. He wondered if the tunnels they dug would be discovered. It was time to implement the plan to plunge Beihai City into chaos. 7 days of silence. After the suppression forces in Beihai City strengthened their patrols, the mountains became much calmer. In the past 2 days, the animals of the hot dog gang had dug several tunnels that Chin Chen could crawl through. Next to the pile of animal corpses, the lion-tiger beast was feasting on rotten flesh. The silverback gorilla held a maggot-infested cow leg and gnawed on it. It's been 7 days, that dog and the dinosaur must be planning something. Let them continue planning. In the end, we will be the ones who benefit. Do we still have to wait? The silverback gorilla had lost patience. He didn't want to eat rotten meat anymore. Of course. Night fell. Hundreds of dogs crawled out of the tunnels and infiltrated Beihai City. Woof woof. The tsunami is coming. Run for your lives. Save yourselves. Don't stay here. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out from a crane, instantly killing 2 dogs. They really infiltrated again. All firepower, kill them. Pop up on numerous searchlights turned on, illuminating the animals that had sneaked in from below. The sound of sniper rifles and heavy machine guns kept ringing out. The ferocious dog grinned, "They can't hold on." Chen Shen's tail shook towards the ground. "You attack!" These animals were forcibly subdued. If they didn't attack, Chen Shen would bite them to death. Rushing into Beihai City might still offer a slim chance of survival. The cheetah roared and was the first to charge in. After that, a large number of animals poured in. White rhinos, bearded dogs, foxes, all kinds of species were present. After passing through the steel giant net, they began to scatter and roam westward, whimpering. People who arrived in Beihai City were no longer calm after hearing this. A warning had been issued a few days ago that a tsunami might occur here, and today so many animals had flooded in. It is said that animals are very sensitive to natural disasters. It seems that the tsunami is real. What should we do? We've worked so hard to come to Beihai City. If we go to the next central city now, which is over 500 kilometers away, don't create panic. The commander of the suppression forces has come out to refute the rumors. There won't be a tsunami. Each person had their own thoughts. Several commanders in the monitoring center frowned as they watched the animals flashing by on the screens. Currently, there were at least over 2,000 animals that had poured in. This is your security measure. Liang Zhenyue's face turned pale. Don't worry, even if they come in, so what? Under our firepower, they will only meet their doom. Bullets poured out, and flames flickered. One animal after another fell. The ferocious dog couldn't bear to hear their dying cries. The cannon fodder that resisted the firepower had already played their role. Chen Shen walked to an underground passage. "It's my turn to go." Tower crane no. 28, killed 17 animals. Hey, no. 28, you're amazing. I've only killed 7. Can you compare to no? 28? They are a bona fide sniper trained by us. Stop chatting. There are still many animals below. Speed up the clearance. Otherwise, the ground forces will clean it up in no time. Boom, a loud noise. Tower crane no. 28, which was dozens of meters high, tilted. I have a situation here. No. 28 shouted frantically through the intercom. Heavens! There's actually a dinosaur below you. The person on Tower crane no. 27 saw the situation below Tower crane no. 28 through the scope of the sniper rifle. Chen Chen emerged from the underground passage and collided with Tower crane no. 28. The tremendous impact caused the tower crane to topple over. Boom, the tower crane, dozens of meters high, fell down, smashing the surrounding buildings. Dust filled the air, causing even more panic among the nearby residents. After the entire population transformed into beasts, the animals hadn't gone mad together yet. No response from no. 28. Kill that dinosaur. Chen Chen ran in an S shape. Another loud crash, and tower crane no. 27 fell. Then, tower crane no. 26, no. 25. Chen Chen was unstoppable, invincible. In just a short while, he destroyed 6 tower crane firepower points. Liang Zhenyue punched the table after seeing the enormous figure. It's that Tyrannosaurus again. It actually ran from Changfeng County to Beihai City. Kill him for me. Tanks and armored vehicles mobilized together. Chen Chen stood under a tall building, opened his mouth, and roared, "The tsunami is about to erupt. If you want to survive, run." His voice was so loud that it drowned out the sound of gunfire. Seeing the armored vehicle fleet mobilizing from afar, Chen Chen began to destroy the tall buildings. He used his tail, teeth, and claws. He reduced the walls of a building to rubble. Finally, with a body slam, a 5-story building collapsed. In the mountains, the lion-tiger beast and the silverback gorilla were also startled. I didn't expect him to cause such a commotion. Now we don't have to eat carrion anymore. Let's start our hunting operation. The animals outside the steel giant net were unaware of the impending danger. The small dog ran to a hilltop and looked at the constant gunfire in the city. He hoped that Chen Chen wouldn't die so easily. Suddenly, a roar came from below. He quickly ran down. The lion-tiger beast and the silverback gorilla were fighting fiercely. Yuzu rejects. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla grabbed a Tibetan mastiff with one hand and said, "It's us, what's wrong?" Then he looked at the Tibetan mastiff. "Are you considered a grown-up too?" The Tibetan mastiff had no strength to fight back and was crushed by the silverback gorilla. The lion-tiger beast was even more ferocious, with its 5-meter-long body overpowering all the dogs. With its incredible speed, no animal could survive under its sharp teeth. Quick! Into the tunnel! The remaining animals started frantically rushing into the underground tunnel. Tower crane no. 47, we've spotted an animal entry point. Report the location. Arrange firepower immediately. The silverback gorilla bit off a dog's head and angrily looked at the small dog, saying, "You filthy dog, give me back my evolution points." The two beasts fought fiercely, causing their evolution points to rapidly increase. At this moment, the small dog received an order. Many animals entered the pit. If they wanted to obtain evolution points, the silverback gorilla and the lion-tiger beast had to enter as well. Boom boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion next to the steel giant net. A tunnel had been destroyed, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Humans have discovered us. The lion-tiger beast became cautious. So what if they've discovered us? The silverback gorilla didn't care. Kill this small dog and retreat. Humph. Even if I die under the gunfire, I won't contribute any evolution points to you. The small dog turned and ran, finding a tunnel to hide in. Report. We've spotted a large number of animals entering. After crashing into another building, Chen Chen saw heavy firepower in front of the giant net. What's going on? Today was just a riot, tomorrow is the final operation. Why are they all rushing in? The tsunami will happen tomorrow. A spotlight shone on Chen Chen's back. An armed helicopter was already above him. Target acquired. Open fire. The 23mm cannon began to attack Chen Chen. With such firepower, Chen Chen could only escape. He crashed into a building, hiding his body. The glass of the building shattered under the cannon fire. Outside the giant net, the silverback gorilla kicked a large hunting dog onto the net, and the high-voltage electricity turned the dog into a roasted meal. What should we do? They've all gone in. The lion-tiger beast took 2 steps forward and said, "Don't you think this kind of fight is interesting?" Inside the giant net, the small dog encouraged the other animals, "Hold on. Just hold on until tomorrow." Oh, hold on until tomorrow? Even more interesting. The lion-tiger beast also heard the small dog's roar. The silverback gorilla held a branch in its mouth and said, "They know there will be a tsunami tomorrow, but they still entered. This means there's something in the city that they really want. Let's go. It's our turn to take the stage." Splash! The lion-tiger beast spread a pair of 6-meter-wide wings under its ribs. With a flicker, a strong gust of wind blew around. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla grabbed the lion-tiger beast's legs, allowing it to carry him into the sky, soaring over the 10-meter-high giant net. The small dog was stunned. The lion-tiger beast actually had wings. It had mutated. Ha ha, humans, your grandpa is back. The silverback gorilla landed with a thud. Its feet landed on an armored vehicle. The wheels of the armored vehicle burst, and the vehicle deformed. Ah! Report! Another gorilla appeared. Fire! A tank immediately turned its turret. The silverback gorilla charged forward, grabbed the tank with both hands, lifted it up, and opened the hatch. With one hand inside, it crushed the person inside into a pulp. Ha ha ha! Humans, taste your grandfather's fury. Let me see if you can drive your grandfather away again. Boom boom boom! Fingers pulled the trigger in the driver's cabin, and the cannon started firing indiscriminately. Cranes were destroyed, houses were destroyed, and the armed convoy was under attack. In the control room, Commander Liang Jinhua and other officers witnessed this terrifying scene. Heavens! Where did this gorilla come from? Although it's holding a light tank, it still weighs 10 tons. I'm afraid this gorilla is in its prime. Liang Jinhua's face darkened. Air forces, assemble. Bombard. Rat-a-tat-tat. 10 armed helicopters took off into the air. They locked their targets on the silverback gorilla, which was even more dangerous than Chen Chen. The silverback gorilla was illuminated by searchlights and fired at one of the armed helicopters while holding the tank. Bang swoosh! Almost simultaneously, the tank fired, and the armed helicopter launched an anti-tank missile. Oh no! The silverback gorilla threw the tank to the ground and rolled forward. Boom! The ground was blasted open, creating a large crater. Shattered fragments flew and grazed its skin. Luckily, it has reached the mid-stage of growth, so its defense is strong. Otherwise, it would have been finished. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Several more anti-tank missiles were launched. The silverback gorilla charged towards the ground-armed convoy, using their own anti-tank missiles to attack the convoy. The gorilla didn't hit its target, but several of its own armored vehicles were blown up. In the control room, Commander Liang Jinhua slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! An animal with human intelligence, and it has reached its prime. It won't be easy to kill it. Right. How did such a large gorilla get in? A commander suddenly voiced his question. If a Tyrannosaurus Rex can get in, then a gorilla can too. Liang Jinhua's face suddenly turned fearful. No, the surveillance footage I saw earlier showed that this gorilla descended from the sky. None of the surveillance around Beihai City was monitoring the sky, so they could only see the moment when the silverback gorilla descended from the sky. Hearing Liang Jinyue's words, the others became even more fearful. Could it be? There are flying beasts too? Liang Jinyue immediately gave the order, return immediately. But it was already too late. The lion-tiger beast flapped its huge wings and collided with one of the armed aircraft. The cabin was torn apart like paper, breaking it into two pieces. The aircraft emitted black smoke and crashed to the ground. The weapons it carried caused a massive explosion upon impact. The ground forces were all affected. Hundreds of people were overturned, and casualties were immense. Report! A flying lion has appeared in the sky. Humph! I am the flying lion-tiger beast. How dare a small plane be insolent in front of me? The lion-tiger beast spread its wings in the air and charged invincibly. One after another, the armed aircraft were damaged and crashed to the ground, exploding upon impact. The greyhound ran frantically with its tongue hanging out. The power of the explosions was so great that even a small fragment could cause severe injuries. Beihai City was in chaos. The residents in the city were even more panicked. The tsunami must be real. We can't stay here, let's run. Wait for me, let me pack a few cans of canned vegetables. A large number of residents felt that something was wrong and began to pack their belongings in groups, preparing to leave Beihai City. The city, which had just stabilized, was now out of control. High-ranking officials had appeared and called for an emergency meeting. Liang Jinyue sat in the meeting room with a gloomy expression. Why are we still having a meeting at a time like this? Quickly, order the artillery to shoot down that beast in the sky. Don't waste too much firepower here. The city of Beihai is already out of control, and the people are in panic. Liang Jinyue almost flipped the table. What did you say? And you're still the highest commander of Beihai City. You're telling me this nonsense. How can such a big city be turned into this mess by a group of animals? Sit down. On our way here, we have killed and driven away many animals. Are we afraid of a few grown ones? The armed forces have all been destroyed. We still have ground troops. We still have tanks and artillery. As long as we redeploy and abandon those ordinary animals, concentrate our firepower on the grown ones, we will definitely be able to kill them. Enough! I am the highest commander here. Everyone here must listen to me. You can leave if you want, but I will lead the troops to kill them. The senior officer was not pleased by Liang Jinyue's anger. He reached out his hand and a subordinate next to him handed him a stack of documents. Holding the documents, he threw them in front of Liang Jinyue. Take a good look at this. Liang Jinyue was shocked after seeing the photos on the documents. The photos showed another central city that had now become ruins. It was just stable for 3 days before being breached by a group of animals. Leading the charge were a few grown animals. A central city has been breached like this. The senior officer took a deep breath. Let everyone see the documents. After everyone had finished looking at the documents, they were filled with mixed emotions. The senior officer spoke. The entire population has turned into animals for a month now. Many animals have appeared, some of which we have never seen before. These animals are either physically strong with innate powers, or incredibly fast with abnormal defenses. Our usual weapons can no longer suppress them, but we still have the most powerful weapons unused. You're right. However, if we use those powerful weapons, the damage to humans will also be significant. Some animals can withstand the radiation after an explosion, but humans cannot. So are we just going to give up the city that we have finally suppressed? First of all, I want to make it clear that this is not my decision, but the decision from above. These animals can evolve and become exceptionally powerful. The International Biological Research Institute needs to further study them, and during this period, we need to preserve our strength. Even though we can eliminate the beasts invading Beihai City, there will also be significant losses. Liang Jinyue clenched his fist tightly. The people who have taken refuge in Beihai City are already in chaos. If the beasts go mad and avoid our suppression forces to attack the civilians, the losses will indeed be immeasurable. Therefore, we need a retreat plan. Outside, the suppression forces had received the order to retreat. The silverback gorilla hadn't killed enough yet, carrying a cannon and relentlessly bombarding. Both humans and animals were his targets. With each shot, at least 7 or 8 animals were blown to death, increasing the silverback gorilla's evolution value. Ha ha ha, this is so enjoyable. With heavy weapons, evolution is just a small matter. Come on, you puppies of the grown ones, come at me. The lion-tiger beast hovered in the air, dodging the shells that were shot at it. Suddenly, it swooped down, causing devastating destruction. The greyhound followed Chen Chen's scent and found him in a building. What's going on? How did all of you get in here? The plan has changed. The 2 grown ones in the mountains are killing us. Those 2 bastards. The greyhound felt a bit uneasy after hearing that, there's a mutated lion-tiger beast and a silverback gorilla. I see the suppression forces outside are all evacuating. Instruct all the animals to start seeking shelter. Whether we can withstand those two grown ones will depend on you." The small dog ran out with a swoosh. A large number of suppression troops had already retreated to the headquarters. A new plan had also been born. Leaving the first suppression team to cover, the rest led the people to the North Pier and boarded the ship to leave. The lion-tiger beast stood on a tower crane, and the sniper on the tower crane had already had his head bitten off. The sound of gunfire had weakened, only occasionally erupting a few shots. The silverback gorilla used its front and hind limbs to climb up to the tower crane where the lion-tiger beast was. "What's going on? The humans want to retreat. Humph, a bunch of cowards. But they did leave behind a lot of weapons. Let's use these weapons to bombard the animal group, and the evolution points will come swooshing in." The lion-tiger beast gave him a disdainful look. "Do you think all animals can use weapons like you? Most animals have claws and hooves. There aren't many animals like the silverback gorilla that can use human weapons. Ha ha, primates are still the best, with flexible limbs." The silverback gorilla was quite proud. The lion-tiger beast looked down. "The dogs from the Ha gang and that Tyrannosaurus Rex have also gone into hiding. We also need to conserve our energy." The sound came from the loudspeaker of the headquarters building. "All citizens, gather immediately at the North Pier. Are the suppression troops going to evacuate us? To the pier? Are you kidding? Isn't there going to be a tsunami? If there's a tsunami, would the suppression troops let us go to the pier? It's likely a lie. No, the animals have gone mad, so the tsunami is probably real. I'd better find a car and leave." Those who believed in the tsunami fled in their cars. Those who didn't believe followed the instructions of the suppression troops and went to the North Pier. It took a long time for a large number of people to gather. Headquarters meeting room. Liang Jinyue stood up. "I will lead the first team to cover." "You should evacuate with us," said a senior officer. Liang Jinyue took out his own gun from his waist. "I'm not the kind of person who retreats in the face of danger." After reconfiguring the firepower, the first team was led by Liang Jinyue. His goal was not just to cover the evacuation of the people. If he could kill those evolved animals, there would be no need to evacuate. Time had passed for 6 hours. It was past 2 o'clock in the morning. A hunting dog ran back with its tongue hanging out. "Big brother dinosaur, the city is empty. They should have all evacuated." "In which direction?" "North." "Humph, what a bunch of idiots. I told them there would be a tsunami, yet they still went north." Boom! A shell shot into the building and exploded. Dozens of animals were knocked over by the shockwave. Liang Jinyue raised his gun high. "For humanity. Kill them. Kill these animals." Bang bang bang, the large caliber heavy machine guns began to spew fire snakes. After a silence of 6 hours, a major outbreak began. The lion-tiger beast on the tower crane suddenly opened its eyes. "Counterattack? Let me show them who's boss." The silverback gorilla grabbed the tower crane and shook it continuously. Finally, under his tremendous force, the tower crane couldn't hold on and toppled over. The silverback gorilla leaped and grabbed the lion-tiger beast's legs, allowing it to fly in the air with him. "Get out of the way. The tower crane has fallen. Snipers, shoot them down." "Yes." In the rear, a row of snipers, all equipped with Barrett heavy sniper rifles and armor-piercing rounds. Even tanks could be pierced by them. Bang bang bang, the lion-tiger beast, carrying the silverback gorilla, flew to a high-rise building. "Damn it! There are too many obstacles. Snipers, artillery team, you go find those two evolved animals. The rest, flatten the building for me. I don't believe those animals won't come out." Powerful firepower, destroying the building beyond recognition. Countless animals died under the stray bullets. Roar! Chen Chen roared, crashing through a collapsed wall and charging out. Liang Jinyue looked at the ferocious giant mouth emerging from the smoke and dust, his eyes filled with fanaticism. "It's the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Open fire!" The formidable firepower instantly poured towards Chen Chen. At this moment, Chen Chen unexpectedly made a very strange move. After running at a speed of 20 km per hour, he suddenly fell down and slid forward, just like a person. In doing so, he temporarily avoided the gunfire that was aimed 3 meters high. With a fierce sweep of his tail on the ground, his entire massive body rotated and slid towards the suppression troops. Bang! The frontmost suppression troops, whether they were people or vehicles, were sent flying. It was as if a huge bowling ball had collided with the pins. Liang Jinyue, sitting in the rear vehicle, felt the immense threat. Now, the distance between Chen Chen and him was only 5 meters. Retreat! The vehicle started and began to reverse. After quickly getting up, Chen Chen swung his huge tail, wreaking havoc. Just then, the International Alarm Center detected something unusual. In 5 locations around the world, red circles of diffusion appeared. How is this possible? A tsunami is really going to happen in the North Sea. The highest level of red. How could this happen? The North Sea is under our surveillance. Contact the city of North Sea immediately. North Sea City Airport. The commanders of the suppression troops had already arrived at the airport, ready to board and leave. The phone of a senior officer rang. After answering, his face instantly turned pale. How much time is left? A few minutes. Clatter, the phone fell to the ground. How could the tsunami come so quickly? Only a few minutes. Many of the people evacuating from North Sea City had followed the orders and went to the northern docks. There were also many suppression troops guarding them. If the tsunami came, wouldn't they be walking into a death trap? Boom! The entire North Sea City shook, and the instruments on the helicopter's dashboard flickered. Commander, there's something wrong. We must leave immediately. The senior officer slumped in his seat. Leave. Fly quickly, and notify with sirens. Run as much as we can. Chen Chen ran to the side, once again evading a round of gunfire. Several helicopters took off. From above, the sirens could be heard. Liang Jinyue had just stood in front of a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. His pupils contracted upon hearing the alarm. It's really happening. Bang bang bang, the rear sniper rifle continued to shoot at the occasional appearances of the lion-tiger beasts. Liang Jinyue waved his hand. Everyone, get in the car. Leave here immediately. Why? A tsunami is really going to happen. No longer lingering in battle, everyone got in the car. How could Chen Chen let them leave like this? He charged out and bit onto a damaged tank, then swung his neck and flew out. Boom crash, the damaged tank hit an armored vehicle. The broken pieces of metal scraped across Liang Jinyue's left cheek, causing his flesh to roll and blood to flow. You're not allowed to leave. Liang Jinyue grabbed the heavy machine gun with both hands. You've been following me since Changfeng County. I won't let you, this major threat, get away. Today, let's put an end to this. Tap tap tap, bullets flew, densely packed. Chen Chen turned around and swung his tail, instantly creating over a dozen bloody holes in his tail and hindquarters. Crash, a damaged armored vehicle was sent flying by a tail, heavily colliding with the vehicle where Liang Jinyue was. The vehicle was deformed, and Liang Jinyue was trapped inside. Commander, you guys go. Don't worry about me. This is an order. When the tsunami comes, who knows how many casualties there will be. The suppression troops are humanity's last line of defense. We need to minimize the losses, even if it's just one person. Everyone else has left by car, but Chen Chen didn't chase after them. He is certain that Liang Jinyue, the officer with stars on his shoulder, is the one who took away his sister. And he just said that he came from Changfeng County to Beihai City. This means that he is the person who took away his sister. Boom! Another strong tremor shook the ground. Chen Chen walked up to Liang Jinyue, lowered his head, and stared at him with his large eyes. Do you know a girl who was captured from Changfeng County and brought here? Liang Jinyue felt Chen Chen's breath in his nostrils, like a gust of wind. Are you talking about Chen Nua? So you do know. Chen Chen placed one claw on Liang Jinyue's shoulder. Tell me, where is she? The tsunami is coming faster than expected. Liang Jinyue's heart is shaken. Why are you looking for her? It's none of your business. I want you to tell me where she is now. The claw has already pierced Liang Jinyue's shoulder, leaving a huge hole of blood. Ah! Liang Jinyue's face turned red. You're Chen Chen. You're the security guard at the Manhwa City Museum, Chen Chen. Where is Chen Nua? Put. The second claw also pierced Liang Jinyue's body. Liang Jinyue spat out blood, his eyes bloodshot. He looked up and saw the flickering lights in the sky. She should be on that plane. She's been taken away again. Chen Chen doesn't know whether to be happy or angry. Being taken away means at least he doesn't have to experience the tsunami and has a better chance of survival. But once she's gone, he doesn't know when he'll be able to find her again. Where will she be taken to? Liang Jinyue struggled to raise his hand and placed it on Chen Chen's claw. Chen Chen, even after turning into an animal, you still have such strong family ties. You must still possess humanity. It was you who told your sister to evacuate early, right? I don't know what the future holds, but I hope you can help humanity. What do I care about humanity? I just want my sister. Where will she be taken? A black shadow suddenly darted out. It was Shichuan. Blood splattered from Liang Jinyue's neck. His head had been crushed by Shichuan. Chen Chen was furious. What are you doing? Shichuan snarled at him. You kept telling me that there would be opportunities for revolution in Beihai City. That's why I risked coming here amidst the tsunami. I didn't expect that you were just using us to find your sister's whereabouts. You stupid dog. Chen Chen was enraged. He kicked the armored vehicle, flipping it over. Shichuan agilely dodged. I risked so many lives for the hot dog gang, all because of you. You're the stupid dog. The dumbest dog there is. On the pier, the people preparing to evacuate by boat were stunned. The faces of the suppression troops also showed despair, because a wave over 20 meters high was already crashing towards them. Damn it! Why didn't we listen to those animals? We've brought this upon ourselves. Bang! The giant wave engulfed them, swallowing everyone on the pier. The powerful impact destroyed everything on the pier. The tsunami was coming. Boom! Boom! In the face of the tsunami, the tall buildings were like paper, instantly destroyed by the wave over 20 meters high. A large number of civilians and suppression troops were swept away. The animals that had entered Beihai City were now scattering and fleeing, hoping to escape before the water hit. Chen Chen could feel a strong sea breeze. Shichuan looked at the distant wave. Who can survive such a massive tsunami? We have all become your funeral companions. Chen Chen raised his head and roared, I didn't lie to you. The tsunami really can bring opportunities for evolution. I also admit that I used you to create chaos and save my sister, but you killed the only person who knew where my sister was. Shichuan turned and ran. Chen Chen couldn't let him go. What about allies? It was always a relationship of convenience. In his heart, only his sister was the most important. But now, the only clue had been destroyed by Shichuan. Roaring with anger, Chen Chen chased after Shichuan, wanting to kill him. The lion-tiger beast flew in the air with the silver-backed gorilla, and they were amazed when they saw the huge waves. I've lived in Beihai City for decades and have never seen such a big tsunami. Yeah, it's going to engulf everything. I really don't understand why the Tyrannosaurus Rex would invade Beihai City. It's just asking for death. Fly higher, don't get knocked down by the waves. After one giant wave, there was immediately another. Beihai City was submerged in a matter of minutes. Running animals were also swept up in it, including Chen Chen. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun the speed of the tsunami. No matter how big his size was, it was insignificant in the face of the tsunami. Gurgle darkness filled his vision. At the same time, the surviving humans in the world were all in panic. Because it wasn't just Beihai City that experienced a tsunami. There was another huge disaster in another location. I know why the heavens turned us into animals. It's because of the great calamity of the world, giving us a chance to continue living. In front of a tsunami, if we turn into fish, can we survive? In front of an earthquake, if we turn into birds, can we avoid it? Being human is no longer an option. I want to become an animal. I want to become an animal that can fly, dive, and have powerful hunting abilities. In the face of the first great calamity of the world, the mindset of many survivors changed. A television station was interviewing several professors. A biology professor spoke to the camera. Actually, humans are the species that should least survive. We don't have fur to withstand the cold, nor the ability to withstand heat. The only thing we can do is continuously destroy this world. So, this world began to punish humanity. After speaking, he bit into a piece of meat prepared in the broadcasting hall. In front of everyone's eyes, he transformed into a polar bear. Beihai City slowly returned to calm. The seawater receded slowly. Floating on the surface were corpses, both human and animal. Chen Chen stood up from the water and emerged from the sea with his head. Now, he was standing on top of a destroyed building, more than 10 meters above the original ground level. It would take some time for the seawater to completely recede at this rate. Where did that stupid dog go? I'll bite you to death once I find you, you bastard. Chen Chen stood still, waiting for the tide to go out. The sky began to brighten. The sun rose from the east. Chen Chen, who had rested for a while, opened his eyes and saw many animals gathering on the surrounding broken buildings. They were all survivors of the tsunami. The water was still 3 meters high. It was time to take action. Chen Chen jumped down from the building, creating a huge splash. He slowly walked towards the northern coast in the seawater. On a building 300 meters away, the lion-tiger beast and the silver-backed gorilla stared at Chen Chen. Look, that dinosaur is heading north. Let's follow slowly. Because they were walking in the seawater, there was a lot of resistance, so Chen Chen walked very slowly. After approaching the northern coast, he had to carefully feel each step to see if he stepped on anything. Crack! A faint sound came from under his feet. Chen Chen put his big head into the water. When he moved his foot aside, he saw that he had only stepped on a cracked seashell. But amidst the disappointment, he saw a blue crystal-like object not far from him. Chen Chen was instantly delighted. The essence of the blue sea. He picked it up and swallowed it in one gulp. The evolution value increased from 732 to 832. One essence of the blue sea is equivalent to hunting down a growing body in the initial stage of evolution. After the transformation of the entire population into beasts, there will be major disasters occurring all over the world every month. However, after each disaster, there will be some strange evolutionary objects that appear. This essence of the blue sea is something brought by the tsunami. Shen Shen found the second piece after taking a few steps. The evolution value soared to 932. As long as he finds one more piece, he can evolve into a grown body. The silverback gorilla grinned. It seems like this dinosaur is searching for something in the sea. Yeah, his condition is really good now. Let's go and take a look. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sea 1 kilometer away. The greyhound stood on the corpse of a dead shark, his dog face filled with excitement. So, this is the opportunity for evolution. This scene happened to be seen by the flying lion tiger beast and the silverback gorilla in the air. Let's ask that dog. Huff huff. The lion tiger beast flew with the silverback gorilla and landed above the greyhound. The greyhound felt a shadow in the air and looked up. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla had already descended from the sky. With a thump, it fell into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Zoo hybrid. Meeting enemies, they were particularly jealous. You seem to be in good shape. Did you find something? Guess. The greyhound immediately dived into the sea. Do you want to run? The silverback gorilla grabbed the shark's tail and swung it forcefully, smashing it into the sea. Crack! The shark's body fell, and the water on both sides splashed out. Among them, there was an irregularly shaped essence of the blue sea. The greyhound jumped out of the sea, opened its mouth, and swallowed the essence of the blue sea. The lion tiger beast had sharp eyes and noticed the evolution value dropping. What did you eat? The greyhound didn't answer and dived back into the sea to search. The opportunity for evolution must be fought for. Who knows how many essences of the blue sea the tsunami brought? The silverback gorilla smashed fiercely again, but no more essence of the blue sea flew out. The lion tiger beast flapped its wings and tried to catch the greyhound. Compared to the others, the greyhound was easier to bully. The greyhound was chased by the two beasts and became anxious. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hee hee, you really are easy to bully. The greyhound swam in the water and then roared towards the surviving animals on the broken building. In the sea, there is a blue crystal. Eating it can gain a large amount of evolution value. Is it true or not? Some animals immediately became skeptical after hearing this. It should be true. Look, it seems like the dinosaurs are all searching for it. Then let's go and try our luck, as long as we avoid those few fierce beasts. Let's go. The animals above all jumped down. Suddenly, the water surface became crowded. Shen Shen glanced back and said, "What a stupid dog." The special evolutionary objects brought by each major disaster are limited. Ignoring them, it's better to quickly find the essence of the blue sea. The lion tiger beast flew to the silverback gorilla's side and said, "You search below and see if it's true." The silverback gorilla stood in the water, bent down, and kept searching with both hands. After 3 minutes, he really found a piece of essence of the blue sea the size of a ping-pong ball. Is this it? Maybe. The lion tiger beast gestured for him to eat it. The silverback gorilla opened its mouth and swallowed it, then its eyes showed surprise. Wow! This small thing actually increased my evolution value by 100. Ha ha ha. So, the purpose of that dinosaur coming to Beihai City is this thing. The silverback gorilla frowned and watched as the animals entered the water to search for the sea blue essence. Such a good thing, can't let these useless creatures eat it. You are agile, responsible for searching. Leave them to me. The two divided their tasks. The lion tiger beast spread its wings and then dived onto the back of a rhinoceros. Boss, I also came from the zoo. Have mercy on your subordinates. Too late. Snapped. The lion tiger beast opened its mouth and bit off the rhinoceros's spine. Then, it charged towards the other animals. The greyhound swallowed another piece of sea blue essence and sneered, "You bastards. You want to monopolize the evolutionary substance." The lion tiger beast slaughtered the creatures in the west, and the surrounding seawater turned red, like a pool of blood. Flapping its wings, it stared at the greyhound. "Now, it's your turn. Don't think I'm afraid of you." The greyhound howled and its body began to grow. In an instant, its half-meter-tall body grew to 2 meters. With its tail, it was over 3 meters long. Its size was almost catching up to the lion tiger beast. "Your growth is interesting." Roar! The greyhound pounced, embracing the lion tiger beast and falling into the water. "Hee hee, I've already collected 3. The silverback gorilla was as happy as a child. In its huge palm, 3 sea blue essences had appeared. Boom boom. Chen Chen took huge steps and walked over. The silverback gorilla held onto the 3 sea blue essences. What do you want? You disrupted my plan, killed the growing creature in the mountains, and took away my evolutionary points. Now you dare to take the sea blue essences. You will die. If they hadn't killed the growing creature in the mountains, Chen Chen would have evolved long ago. To enter the North Sea City, he definitely needed cannon fodder, but he couldn't kill those dogs. This gorilla must die. Die? Haha, what are you, a little dinosaur in its infancy? Crunch. Chen Chen swallowed one of the sea blue essences in his mouth. It was the third one he had found. His evolutionary points increased from 932 to 1032. He had surpassed the evolutionary points required for the infancy stage. His body underwent obvious changes. His 3-meter-tall body shot up, and his bones crackled. The silverback gorilla seemed to see great fear and distanced itself from Chen Chen. Roar! Chen Chen roared like never before, exuding an unprecedented dominance. A 6-meter-tall, 12-meter-long, 8-ton Tyrannosaurus Rex was born. The attributes on the panel changed again. Species, hybrid. Name, crocodile armored Tyrannosaurus. Level, early growth stage. Strength, 8 tons. Speed, 30 kilometers per hour. Lifespan, 100 years. Defense, 15 tons. Evolutionary points, 32/12,000. Talent 1, strongest bite force of 14 tons. Talent 2, derivative. This change was huge. The mystery of the hybrid species finally manifested itself after enduring the most difficult infancy stage. In order to undergo beastification, Chen Chen had consumed 5 types of fossils. The silverback gorilla grinned, revealing sharp fangs. You think I'm afraid of you just because you've reached the early growth stage? I'm already in the mid-growth stage. With a roar, it swung its already clenched right fist towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen stood still, and the defense attribute appeared on the panel. This was the manifestation of the true crocodile turtle's characteristics by the hybrid species. Slightly turning his head, he allowed the silverback gorilla's fist to strike his head. The moment the fist touched Chen Chen's head, the silverback gorilla saw pieces of rock-like armor growing on his head. Boom! A loud noise. The silverback gorilla felt a powerful recoil force. It took 2 steps back, its eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Chen grinned, looking sinister and terrifying. The characteristics of the fusion species are different from those of the mutant species, and their posture is controllable. The bone armor on the head gradually disappears, returning to its original appearance. Your punch doesn't have much force. He bent his legs and then exerted a sudden force, charging towards the silverback gorilla with a powerful momentum. The opponent ran backwards, avoiding Chen Chen's impact. In his left hand, he still held 3 aquamarine essences. However, he had already reached the mid-stage of the growth phase, so even if he ate the 3 aquamarine essences now, he wouldn't be able to reach the later stage of the growth phase. Big brother! The silverback gorilla roared. The lion-tiger beast raised its head, with the slender dog still pinned beneath it. Continue! The 3 aquamarine essences were thrown towards the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast leaped into the air, opening its mouth to swallow the 3 aquamarine essences. The slender dog was covered in injuries, stood up from the water, and then shrank in size. You guys fight. I'm not getting involved. It plunged into the water and quickly swam away. What a formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex! The lion-tiger beast flew to the side of the silverback gorilla. 2 against 1, huh? The lion-tiger beast laughed. We are both powerful creatures. Why not join forces to conquer the world? Join forces? Yes. We'll split everything here among the 3 of us. What do you think? We'll also help you reach the mid-stage of the growth phase in the shortest possible time. Chen Chen laughed heartily. Split? The aquamarine essences here are all mine. Kill him. The silverback gorilla reached into the water with both hands and suddenly lifted. A 10-meter-long crane was grabbed in his hands and used as a weapon. Chen Chen's head, back, and tail were all covered in a layer of rock-like bone armor. The fusion species, the crocodile-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. The crane was lifted high and smashed down. Chen Chen charged forward, not taking it seriously. He now had a defense capability of 15 tons. The crane struck his back with a loud crack, breaking apart, but it didn't cause any harm to him. The silverback gorilla's face twitched. This guy had such strong defense. Roar! Chen Chen pressed forward, fearless and valiant. After reaching the early stage of the growth phase, his size, strength, and defense had all greatly increased. He was now a moving fortress. The silverback gorilla extended its hands and used its palms to block his head. The lion-tiger beast flapped its wings, then swooped down onto Chen Chen's back. Its sharp claws scratched him. Sparks flew, but only left a few white marks on the bone armor on Chen Chen's back. It opened its mouth and bit down fiercely. One of its fangs shattered. How is this possible? So tough? With a mutant lion-tiger beast, how strong can your bite force be? The lion-tiger beast panicked. I am a mid-stage growth phase flying lion-tiger beast. My bite force is 10 tons. Chen Shun chuckled. Sorry, I can defend against 15 tons of force. Watch this. The silverback gorilla lifted a furry leg and kicked Chen Shen's neck. The lion-tiger beast flapped its wings and pounced on Chen Shen's right side. Under the combined force of the two beasts, Chen Shen was indeed knocked down. A tail measuring 5 meters long stood upright and swung fiercely towards the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast quickly dodged. The power contained in that tail was too great. It must not be hit. Big brother, this dinosaur seems to be a mutant too. Its defense is formidable. Let me distract it while you seize the opportunity. The lion-tiger beast nodded. Chen Shen stood up from the water, his dark golden pupils filled with killing intent. The silverback gorilla rubbed its fists. Today, I'll show you my wrestling skills. Wrestling? True beasts don't understand wrestling. Unless the silverback gorilla had learned wrestling before transforming into a beast. The fists smashed against the chest, and then charged towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen opened his mouth and bit towards the silverback gorilla's shoulder. The silverback gorilla blocked Chen Shen's chin with one hand, and as he turned around, he wrapped his other hand around his neck. Die! With a powerful force, the 8-ton Chen Shen was thrown to the ground with a back slam. Thud! The massive body fell, splashing seawater all around, leaving a large pit on the ground. Humph! Just because you can transform into a dinosaur doesn't make you invincible. Let me show you the power of primates. The silverback gorilla revealed its sharp fangs and started pummeling Chen Shen with its fists. The flying lion-tiger beast had its eyes fixed on Chen Shen's abdomen. Although he had bone armor on his back and head, his abdomen was unprotected. Ha ha! This time, you won't survive. Flapping its wings, it dived down, aiming for Chen Shen's reproductive system below his abdomen. How cunning! Splash! Chen Shen kicked with both legs, creating a splash of water. Ah! The lion-tiger beast instantly tilted sideways in the air, but Chen Shen's left claw still grazed one of its wings. Sizzle! The sharp claws left a long bloodstain on its wing. Ah! It hurts! I'll cripple you! The lion-tiger beast reached out with its claw towards Chen Shen's sensitive area. Crack! Its 5-meter-long tail whipped back from the water, hitting the lion-tiger beast's back of the head. The lion-tiger beast never expected that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail could whip back like a dog. Its defense was not as formidable as Chen Shen's. Under the force of 8 tons, its brain turned into mush. It collapsed onto Chen Shen's abdomen, blood and brain matter flowing from its mouth and nostrils. Big brother! Even the silverback gorilla didn't expect the lion-tiger beast to be killed in one blow. I'll tear you apart. The following scene was just like the one in the movie King Kong. With its strong arms, it held Chen Shen's mouth, trying to break it. Chen Shen twisted his neck frantically, not giving it the chance. The silverback gorilla's talent lay in the strength of its massive arms, which weighed a whopping 15 tons. But its strongest bite force was only 10 tons. Once its mouth was pried open, death was inevitable. Struggling fiercely, the lion-tiger beast's body slipped from Chen Shen's abdomen into the water. Crack! Chen Shen stomped on the lion-tiger beast with one claw, crushing it. The silverback gorilla held Chen Shen's neck with both hands, planning to snap it. You are truly the most formidable creature I've encountered. Roar! Chen Shen stood up, raising his neck high. The silverback gorilla's feet were lifted off the ground. Ha! Your strength is no match for mine. The silverback gorilla exerted force with its arms and then flipped over, sitting on Chen Shen's back, its arms wrapped around his neck, starting to squeeze. Chen Shen felt his breathing becoming difficult. This was the first time he had fought against two animals in the mid-growth stage. His eyes turned towards the boundless North Sea. Taking a step forward, he charged towards the North Sea. The silverback gorilla was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Are you planning to die together with me? He was a fused species, and now the characteristics of the real crocodile turtle had already manifested. Therefore, his aquatic abilities had undoubtedly been enhanced. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shen took the silverback gorilla into the North Sea. Both of them were submerged in the water. The silverback gorilla took a deep breath, planning to strangle him in the water. But Chen Shen wasn't so easy to deal with. Although the pair of small claws on his chest were only a little over a meter long, they kept scratching the silverback gorilla's arms. Bloodstains were left behind. Bang! The silverback gorilla opened its mouth in pain, and bubbles gurgled up from below. Just now, Chen Shen had severed a tendon in its arm. The silverback gorilla's left arm rapidly lost its strength. We can't go on like this. We'll be drowned sooner or later. With a loosened arm, I fiercely stepped on Chen Shen's back with my feet, ready to escape from the North Sea. Chen Shen couldn't let him go now. He turned around and opened his mouth wide. biting down on the left foot of the silverback gorilla. Gurgling, another big bubble came out of the silverback gorilla's mouth. Indeed, his aquatic abilities had improved. Crack! The maximum biting force erupted, and the silverback gorilla's left foot was bitten off. Ah! Gurgling. Chen Chen's eyes were colder than the sea. He rushed up and bit off the gorilla's right foot. Then, he slowly walked towards the shore. He watched as the silverback gorilla struggled to swim forward. A large amount of blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. The silverback gorilla finally climbed ashore, but its vitality had already been depleted by 70%. Chen Chen slowly emerged from the water and approached him step by step. At this moment, he felt a great sense of panic. "You, don't kill me. I'll recognize you as my big brother. What can you do without your feet? Let me bite off your arms too." Looking at Chen Chen's sharp and icy teeth, the silverback gorilla was scared to the point of urinating. It was like a fountain. After transforming, this was the first time he had lost control like this. Because after transforming, he was strong. He still had the advantage of being a primate. Along the way, he had been killing other animals, successfully reaching the mid-stage of his growth. Now he regretted why he didn't kill Chen Chen in the mountains. Chen Chen opened his mouth and bit towards him. The silverback gorilla instinctively raised his right arm to block. Swish! The sharp teeth pierced through his flesh. Chen Chen tore it fiercely, and his arm was torn off, spraying blood like a rainstorm. Ah! The silverback gorilla let out a heart-wrenching scream. 3 limbs were already crippled. Crack! Crack! After a series of fights, Chen Chen felt a hunger in his abdomen. He chewed and swallowed the gorilla's arm joint. He thought it would be treated as food, but his body unexpectedly underwent a change. In the panel, the strength column increased from 8 tons to 10 tons. A warm current flowed from his abdomen to the pair of small paws in front of his chest. The originally 2-fingered paws now grew another finger. 3-fingered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chen Chen was shocked. How could this happen? Just by eating the gorilla's arm, his strength increased and he gained an extra finger. Could it be that after reaching the early stage of growth, the second talent, derivation, appeared? The fusion of species was indeed mysterious. However, he didn't know which animal among the 5 fossils this derived ability belonged to. Derivation allowed for evolution after obtaining something new. From the current situation, it seemed that it had evolved onto himself and became an advantage. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, a dinosaur from the late Cretaceous period, was a top predator, but its weakness was a pair of severely degenerated claws. And now, with this derived talent, he might be able to use his claws for combat in the future. Who knows, maybe he could use his claws like primates, utilizing tools. The silverback gorilla watched in horror as Chen Chen grew a 3rd finger. What are you? A fusion species Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fusion species? The silverback gorilla had never heard of it. It was understandable. Before the first great disaster, the classification of animals was limited to ordinary species, mutant species, and special species. It was only after the appearance of powerful fusion species that people began to identify new categories. Crack-faced with the silverback gorilla who had no ability to fight back, Chen Chen bit down. He bit off his other arm, chewed it up, and swallowed it. In the panel attributes, his strength increased again, rising from 10 tons to 12 tons. The claws on the chest did not grow a 3rd finger, but the length of the claws has increased. They have also become thicker. Chen Chen's claws are now about 1.7 meters long. Ha ha, derived talent. This is great. It's a perfect complement. The silverback gorilla has lost too much blood and has already died after its second arm was bitten off. The evolution value has become 432/12,000. I was too excited just now and didn't pay attention to my evolution value. Now I realize that killing a mid-stage animal can actually give me 200 evolution points. I killed both the lion-tiger beast and the silverback gorilla, so my evolution value increased by 400. After seeing the 2 fierce beasts die, no other animals dared to appear around Chen Chen. The vast coastline has become Chen Chen's territory. Chen Chen found the body of the lion-tiger beast. It still had a pair of wings. I wonder if I will grow wings after eating it. I bit off its wings, but there was no change in my body. What's going on? Am I not worthy of having wings? The remaining body of the lion-tiger beast is useless. In terms of strength, Chen Chen is stronger. In terms of defense, Chen Chen is higher, not to mention biting force. It is difficult to find an animal that can be compared to Chen Chen in terms of biting force. Chen Chen began to search slowly along the coast. This entire coastline has been claimed by him, and all the essence of the sea blue belongs to him. At the same time, Xiaoquan has gathered dozens of animals. These are the survivors of the tsunami. Big dog, did you really provoke that Tyrannosaurus Rex? Anyway, now you either follow me or follow him. That Tyrannosaurus Rex is not an easy master to get along with. We'd better continue to follow you. Good. This time, something appeared in the tsunami that can instantly give us evolution points. Let's stay away from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Collect them and distribute them later. We'll do as you say. Xiaoquan led a group of animals and ran towards a place 5 kilometers away from Chunchen to collect the essence of the sea blue. Wow! What a big ship! Xiaoquan looked and was also surprised. It was a luxury cruise ship over 300 meters long. It was washed here by the tsunami. It was covered in seaweed and shells and looked a bit dilapidated. What's the use of this ship? Finding things is the main task. The seawater has receded a bit. However, these animals have never seen the essence of the sea blue. At this moment, a farm dog looked at a crab the size of a human head. The crab's pincers were holding a piece of sea blue and it was running sideways. Big dog, is this the thing you were talking about? Xiaoquan looked and said, yes. Grab it quickly. The farm dog pounced forward and pressed the crab down with one paw. Ha ha, big dog, there's a big lobster here, and it's holding a crystal. I killed it. I also have one here, a big fish is biting it. Xiaoquan grinned with excitement, and everyone was thrilled. In just a while, they already had 5 pieces of sea blue. That's 500 evolution points. At this rate, maybe they can evolve to the next stage today. Mid-stage growth. After crushing a big crab, the farm dog stared at another crab holding the sea blue and ran towards the cruise ship. Hee hee, even if you have 8 legs, can you outrun me? The paw was raised, ready to strike. Crack! Suddenly, a tentacle measuring 10 meters long shot out from a window on the cruise ship. Snap! The farm dog was instantly turned into minced meat. Then the tentacle retracted with the crab. The other animals were shocked. Xiaoquan's fur stood on end, feeling a huge threat. This threat was even greater than Chen Chen's. How dare you steal my sea blue essence? Looking for death. A loud voice came from the cruise ship. Oh no! Run! Xiaoquan was the first to turn around and run. Snap snap, she's tentacles shot out together. The tentacles were 10 meters long, covered with dense suction cups. Several animals were instantly slapped to death. Don't kill us, please. The animals caught by the tentacles begged desperately. Poochie Poochie, a octopus squeezed out of the luxury cruise ship. It had 8 tentacles, each 10 meters long, covered with dense suction cups, and looked particularly terrifying. Its round head was slippery, and it had a protruding mouth. It looked quite funny. You land animals also want to take my sea blue essence. Damn it! We can help you find it. Yes, we have a keen sense of smell. The seawater has receded, and we are faster than those stinky fish and shrimp. Xiaoquan appeared again. The giant octopus found some reason in what he said. Alright, help me find it now. If anyone dares to keep it for themselves, I'll slap them to death. Snap! One of the tentacles slammed on the ground, leaving a long trench. Countless crabs and small turtles appeared from the cruise ship. Together with the tamed land animals, they all became subordinates helping the giant octopus find the sea blue essence. Chen Chen walked back and forth alone on the shore. Whenever he found a piece of sea blue essence, he swallowed it immediately. In just an hour, his evolution points had increased to 932/12,000. The growth stage was divided into early, middle, and late stages, so these 12,000 evolution points could be divided into 3 parts. Below 4,000 points was the early stage. Above 4,000 points and below 8,000 points was the middle stage, and after 800 points was the late stage. Chen Chen still needed more than 3,000 evolution points to evolve from the early stage to the middle stage. Ha! A crab holding the sea blue essence? Perhaps that crab was also transformed from a human. But once Chen Chen saw it, it became his. He opened his mouth and smacked. His evolution points instantly increased by 101. So many crabs. Could it be that they were washed up by the tsunami? The pile of crabs all shrank their bulging eyes when they saw Chen Chen. Are you transformed humans? Only instinctual fear remained. It seemed that these crabs were not transformed from humans. But why were they collecting the sea blue essence? Could it be that they were following the orders of a powerful animal? With one step, a pile of crabs were trampled to pieces, providing evolution points for Chen Chen. As he walked east, in addition to crabs, there were slow-moving lobsters and turtles. Snap snap, they were all trampled to death, and the sea blue essence they found entered Chen Chen's stomach. His evolution points were rapidly increasing. They had already reached 1550/12,000. Boss Octopus. Xiaoquan panted as he ran over. Are you slacking off? Do you believe I'll slap you to death? Xiaoquan lowered his head and wagged his tail. A Tyrannosaurus Rex trampled many turtles and crabs to death, and took away the sea blue essence that was offered to you. Snap snap, the octopus's tentacles flailed. What? Obviously, he was very angry. He used to be a worker on a luxury cruise ship. After the transformation, he became very large because he ate a giant octopus. After jumping into the sea, he avoided the brutal killings on the cruise ship. He only preyed on fish and shrimp in the sea. He discovered that his evolution points increased rapidly after preying on fish and shrimp. There were piles of fish and shrimp in the sea. It was exceptionally smooth for him to evolve from a juvenile to an adult. After boarding the luxury cruise ship, he killed all the animals that had transformed from humans. Then he settled on the cruise ship. After arriving in the North Sea due to a tsunami, he woke up from a brief daze and found a piece of sea blue essence next to him. The faint blue light seemed to have a special allure. He ate it and instantly gained 100 points of evolution value. So, he used his talent to command those low intelligence animals to help him search. This was a chance given to him by fate. He came from the sea to the city of Beihai, destined to dominate here. Where is that dinosaur? I can lure him here. The little dog ran towards the direction where Chen Chen was. He had killed the person who knew the whereabouts of his sister, and Chen Chen would not let him go. Now that a giant octopus appeared, if they fought each other, wouldn't he be the one to benefit in the end? The little dog praised his own agile mind. Chen Chen saw the black little dog. You stupid dog, how dare you appear in front of me? Ah, Tyrannosaurus Rex. The little dog turned and ran. He had baited him, knowing that Chen Chen would chase after him. Chen Chen's speed increased to 30 kilometers per hour, but he still couldn't catch up to the little dog. He thought, if he also ate the little dog, with the derived talent, his speed would definitely increase. The little dog stopped after running to the side of a luxury cruise ship. Chen Chen also stopped because there were many animals gathered here. There were land animals as well as marine animals. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Why aren't you running? The little dog grinned. The one who should be running is you. What? Are you planning to use this group of trash to scratch me? Whoosh, a tentacle emerged from the ground and wrapped around Chen Chen's left leg. What is this thing? Bang, the huge figure of the octopus was pulled down. Puff puff, a large mass of black ink sprayed out of the octopus's mouth, and after being compressed by its mouth, it turned into a black mist. The black mist filled the surroundings, making it impossible for Chen Chen to see anything clearly. He opened his mouth and bit at the tentacles that were entwining him, but found that they had already retracted. Crack crack, two tentacles whipped Chen Chen's back like a whip. The pain was unbearable. Chen Chen stood up and stared at the black mist around him. The crocodile armor on his body had already protruded like rocks. Octopus? It's really strong. I can feel the intense pain even with my 15-ton defense. Humph, little dinosaur. Here, I am the ruler. Everything here belongs to me. If you dare to snatch it, you will die. Whoosh whoosh, two tentacles emerged from behind Chen Chen. He turned his body, and his tail slammed into one of the tentacles. Then, his tail was entangled by the tentacle. I'll bite you to death. Another tentacle was bitten by Chen Chen. Ouch! With 15 tons of biting force, can't I bite off one of your tentacles? The octopus's tentacle was bitten off, causing it great pain. You don't know, I have 8 tentacles. Today, I will strangle you to death. Gudong. Chen Chen swallowed half of the tentacle. Under the derived talent, a new attribute appeared on the panel. Flexibility, 5. 8 tentacles? Then I'll bite them all off. The octopus emerged from underground, and all its tentacles attacked Chen Chen. Chen Chen resisted with his rock-like crocodile armor. The octopus was shocked. How is this possible? Normally, animals would have turned into minced meat and enough for dumplings under the crazy beating of its tentacles. This Tyrannosaurus Rex actually withstood it. The octopus's eyes turned cold. Witness my ultimate talent. 8 arms strangling. 7 intact tentacles, plus the one that was bitten off, all attacked Chen Chen at once. It was a rhythm to enclose him. Chen Chen increased his speed to the maximum. He couldn't figure out whether this octopus was in the mid or late stage of its growth. The ultimate talent was naturally the strongest. Boom boom boom, a series of giant footprints were left on the ground. Chen Chen broke free from the encirclement of the 8 tentacles. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chen turned his head and realized that after his flexibility increased by 5 points, he could now turn his head 120 degrees. You may be powerful in the sea, but on land, you can't catch up with me. The giant octopus snorted and sluggishly wriggled its body. Its strength could only be fully utilized in the sea. Chen Chen was now more than 20 meters away from him, beyond his attack range. After all, the octopus's tentacles could only reach 10 meters. On the other side, Xiao Chuan's mood changed when he saw this. He wanted Chen Chen and the giant octopus to fight to the death, but he didn't expect Chen Chen to run away. Stupid dog, where do you think you're going? Xiaoquan quickly ran around and appeared behind the giant octopus. "You're a stupid dinosaur. I'm right here, what can you do to me?" The giant octopus moved forward, extending a curved tentacle. "If you're capable, come over here. Hee hee, if you're capable, come and chase me." The giant octopus couldn't keep up with Chen Chen's speed and angrily swung its tentacles, randomly striking the ground. At this moment, a tug-of-war battle began between the two. The giant octopus still needed the surrounding animals to collect the essence of the sea blue for him, while Chen Chen remained about 20 meters away, keeping a close eye on him. The giant octopus sluggishly wriggled its body, chasing Chen Chen into the center of Beihai City. The current central city had become a ruin after being devastated by a tsunami. The ground was littered with bloated corpses. A flock of crows and many scavenging birds circled in the sky. Chen Chen leaned against a tilted building to rest. After a day of tug-of-war, he was quite exhausted. Clatter clatter, suddenly, a sound came from the building. "I see where you're trying to escape. Damn it! How did he find me?" Needless to say, it must be that stupid dog Xiaoquan who found him with his sensitive sense of smell. The giant tentacles entangled the entire building. Under the tremendous crushing force, the stairs cracked one after another. Boom boom boom, the building collapsed towards Chen Chen. His crocodile armor stood out, forcefully creating a path. "Where do you think you're running?" Creak creak, two fallen tower cranes around him were grabbed by the giant octopus with its tentacles and thrown towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen quickly stopped. Boom boom, the two tower cranes landed on the ground, blocking his way. "You think this can stop me?" Crack, one of the giant octopus's tentacles curled around another building and swung towards Chen Chen. The unstable foundation of the building couldn't withstand the force of the giant octopus. It collapsed while swinging in the air, and large pieces of debris fell down. Half of the giant octopus's body was buried underneath. "Anyone who associates with that stupid dog is an idiot." Chen Chen turned around and faced it. Crack crack, two tentacles emerged from the ruins and entangled Chen Chen's legs. "I'll bite you to death." Swish swish, another two tentacles appeared and entangled Chen Chen's neck. "Ha ha ha, I've reached the late stage of my growth. Once I have you entangled, there's no way to escape." The two tentacles entangling Chen Chen's legs pulled in opposite directions, while the two tentacles around his neck pulled forward. It was clearly a dismemberment. "Idiot." Finally, the pair of claws on Chen Chen's chest came into play. The three sharp fingers pierced through the two tentacles. The giant octopus howled in pain. The severely degenerated forelimbs of the Tyrannosaurus rex still possessed such power. Another two tentacles tried to entangle Chen Chen's claws, but it was too late. The sharp fingers pierced through and firmly grabbed them. Chen Chen lowered his head and bit one of the tentacles off. "You taste so fishy." The other two tentacles swung towards him. Chen Chen took advantage of the situation and wildly clawed at them with his claws. Like octopuses and squids, these highly flexible mollusks are rarely seen with sharp objects. The tentacles of the giant octopus were already covered in bloodstains. "Come to me." The tentacles entwined around Chen Chen's legs and exerted force together. Suddenly, Chen Chen's body tilted backwards. Chilala, Chen Chen's body was dragged towards the giant octopus on the ground. 8-arm strangulation. All the tentacles moved together. This time, they were determined to strangle Chen Chen to death. It's no wonder that it has reached the late stage of growth, its strength is too great. The pulling force of each tentacle dragging was over 10 tons. The maximum power of the 8-arm strangulation was close to 20 tons. If Chen Chen was hit, there would be no way out. Chen Chen desperately turned his body sideways and bit down on an overturned tank. This was a heavy tank weighing 30 tons. The giant octopus encountered strong resistance. "Humph, do you think you can avoid it like this? If you don't come, then I'll come to you." The tentacles exerted force, dragging the giant octopus's body towards Chen Chen from the ruins. Chen Chen felt a tremendous pulling force from behind, but he was smiling inside. "I've been waiting for you to come." If it were in the sea, Chen Chen would have no chance against this giant octopus. Unfortunately, this is on land. Even though he has reached the late stage of growth, strength cannot be summarized solely by the stage of evolution. Species, talent, environment. The giant octopus sneered and slowly slithered behind Chen Chen. "You're done for." "Not necessarily." Chen Chen's tail swung fiercely. The giant octopus extended a tentacle, but Chen Chen caught and immobilized it. "The remaining tentacles are enough to strangle you." The western tentacles slowly attached to Chen Chen's body. Then they tightened around his chest and abdomen. A tremendous pressure came from his body. Chen Chen relaxed his grip. "It's time." Palala, the giant octopus's eyes widened in an instant, and then it saw a black mass flying towards its head, face, and even its mouth. "Ah, disgusting. You bastard." Chen Chen looked relaxed and comfortable, eliminating toxins, feeling light. After a whole day, he hadn't taken a big dump. Just after biting the tank, the giant octopus moved towards him, and that's when he realized what the giant octopus couldn't have expected. Chen Chen would resort to such a dirty trick. That's more than 30 pounds of shit. The problem is, he used his tentacles to hold down Chen Chen's tail, facing the dinosaur's ass. Under the squeezing of his tentacles, Chen Chen's shit came out even more violently and sprayed farther. After all, the giant octopus had evolved from a human and was covered in shit everywhere, naturally feeling extremely disgusted. So, it started rubbing its tentacles on its body, trying to wipe off the 30 pounds of shit. In that instant, Chen Chen had a chance. He released his grip, turned around, and bit off the tentacles entwined around his legs. The giant octopus was in pain and trembled all over. Although it was much stronger than him, it was completely at his mercy. You're dead. Ha, with 5 of your 8 tentacles injured, what can you do against me? Chen Chen, wearing crocodile armor, charged forward. Then I'll wrap your mouth. The strength of one tentacle can't match my biting force. One tentacle wrapped around Chen Chen's mouth. But for Chen Chen, this was simply delivering the goods to his doorstep. He opened his mouth, bit down, and chewed it into his stomach. Thump thump, his feet stomped on 2 tentacles. Where they were stepped on, they turned into mush. Pooh! Another burst of black mist sprayed from the giant octopus's mouth. Useless! You're right in front of me, how can you escape? No! Puji Chen Chen opened his mouth wide and bit off half of the giant octopus's head. Evolution value, 1950/12,000. Oh, killing a late-stage adult animal can actually earn you 400 evolution points. Killing an early-stage adult earns you 100 evolution points, and a mid-stage adult earns you 200 evolution points. It seems that the higher the level of the animal, the more evolution points you can get. The small dog watching from the side is filled with resentment at this moment. Damn it! This piece of junk is still a late-stage adult. It can't even defeat the head of an early-stage adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boss dog, how about we submit to the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Nonsense! That Tyrannosaurus Rex would love to eat me right now. There's no chance of reconciliation between us. Let's go, leave this place. We've already gained some benefits anyway. The small dog, along with some other animals, fled without attracting Chen Chen's attention. Chen Chen, on the other hand, ate half of the giant octopus's tentacle. You should know that one tentacle is as long as 10 meters, so half of it is 5 meters. This is already Chen Chen's biggest appetite. After burping, he noticed that his attributes had increased. Flexibility, 10. Are you kidding me? I ate so much and only increased from 5 to 10? He stretched his muscles and found that he could do more movements now. For example, he could use the tip of his tail to pick out the meat between his teeth. With a thought, the crocodile armor on his body slowly disappeared, revealing the appearance of a normal Tyrannosaurus Rex. Taking big strides, he headed towards the coast. For the next 3 days, Chen Chen searched for the blue sea essence around the coast. Now, he is the ruler of the entire North Sea city. No animal dares to be presumptuous in front of him. The crows and vultures circling in the sky can only let out unwilling cries after seeing him. Chen Chen obtained a total of 20 blue sea essences. His evolution points have soared to 3950/12,000. He is just a little bit away from reaching the mid-stage adult. The only regret for Chen Chen is that he ate the tentacles of the giant octopus every day during these 3 days. However, after flexibility increased to 15 points, it stopped growing. It's a pity. I thought that after eating all of them, my body would become as soft as his. Now, under the influence of his derived talents, Chen Chen can be both flexible and strong. Buzz! After hearing the sound from above, Chen Chen suddenly looked up and saw several planes appearing in the sky, dropping something towards the ground. Boom! After a loud noise, a towering flame erupted. Chen Chen was startled. Molotov cocktails. Boom boom, flames erupted all over North Sea City. A tsunami broke out, and today was already the 4th day. The suppression forces here, as well as the remaining civilians who hadn't had time to escape, all became corpses. North Sea City has become a corrupted world. The stench filled the air. After confirming that no one survived in North Sea City, they began to burn it down. The main purpose was to burn the decaying corpses to prevent the outbreak of a plague or something worse. Anyway, North Sea City has been destroyed, wiped out from the central city. A row of Molotov cocktails fell from the sky, sealing off the entire North Sea coast. Chen Chen ran and cursed, "Damn it! I haven't finished collecting the blue sea essence yet, and you set it on fire." If he could fly now, he would definitely shoot down all the planes in the sky. Now, he could only temporarily leave due to the raging fire. The fire in North Sea City burned for 3 days and 3 nights. When Chen Chen returned to the North Sea coast, he couldn't find a single piece of blue sea essence, let alone a fragment. It's so hateful. Chen Chen lay down and closed his eyes to rest. The fire had just extinguished, and the ground still emitted a warmth, just like a heated floor. Perhaps because he was a fusion species, he not only had the crocodile armor of a real snapping turtle but also had good water and hunger endurance. He hadn't eaten for 3 days, but he didn't feel hungry at all. Tears suddenly flowed from his closed eyes. Chen Chen misses his sister. After the tsunami, he doesn't know where she went. In such a vast world, where can he find her? With a flick of his tail, a trench appears on the ground. It's all because of you, you stupid dog. When I see you again, I'll eat you up. In the evening, Chen Chen heads south. It has been a week since the tsunami, and it's time to find out what the situation is like now. As he enters the southern mountains, he occasionally sees charred limbs and legs. These are the animals that were dragged out of the North Sea city due to hunger. However, he doesn't see any animals. They must have been scared away by him. Beyond the mountains is a small town at the foot of the mountain. This town is the most well-developed place Chen Chen has seen along the way. Moreover, there are many people walking on the streets. The shops on the street are all open. What's going on? In such chaotic times, there is still a place like this. Why don't the people in this town go to the central city? Hey, have you seen enough? Chen Chen suddenly turns his head and looks up at a sturdy tree. A colorful face comes into view. It's a mountain spirit. The mountain spirit is the largest species of monkeys, with a robust body and a length of 61 to 76.4 centimeters. The mountain spirit is standing on a tree branch, wearing a police uniform, a cowboy hat on its head, and 2 pistols hanging from its waist. Chen Chen laughs. He doesn't think this mountain spirit can pose a threat to him. The mountain spirit stands up, not even as big as one of Chen Chen's toes. Hee, when did monkeys become police officers? The mountain spirit seems to be angered by Chen Chen's words and quickly grabs the 2 pistols from its waist. With its small paws holding 2 pistols, it looks like a 6-year-old child holding a gun, quite comical. Ha ha ha. Chen Chen laughs heartily. It's been a long time since he felt so happy. Keep laughing, and I'll blow your eyes out. I'm known as the best shooter in town. Chen Chen stops laughing, not because he's afraid, but because he doesn't want to attract other animals. Don't be so impulsive. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Why? Because I maintain law and order in this town. Many animals have died under my guns. It seems that this small town is well maintained. The surviving people are living normal lives, and there are animals helping to maintain law and order. Suddenly, Chen Chen almost forgot. It has been over a month since the animalization of the entire population. New laws have been enacted, promoting harmonious coexistence between humans and animals after the first catastrophe. Many places have implemented this law before the second catastrophe, and the results have been quite good. Unexpectedly, he has come across such a well-maintained town. After animalization, it's so pleasant to interact with humans. It must be because of the new law. You know quite a bit. Chen Chen lies down on the ground. Don't worry, I won't do anything to the town. I'm just tired from traveling and need to rest for a while. The mountain spirit grins. It wants to shoot Chen Chen, but it's afraid that it won't be able to kill him and will drive him crazy. The damage caused by a dinosaur of such a large size going berserk would be immense. TSK. A walkie-talkie on the mountain spirit's chest suddenly rings. Many wild animals have suddenly appeared in the forest behind the town. It's an emergency. What? How many? A lot. Come help us. The mountain spirit glances at Chen Chen, who has already closed his eyes to rest. I'll be there right away. Chen Chen hears the conversation. Many wild animals have emerged from the forest. After the animalization of the entire population, many humans have turned into animals. After the catastrophe, many wild animals also had the opportunity to obtain evolutionary substances like the sea blue essence. Even, there will be several strange and wonderful places where wild animals will evolve faster. Before the second catastrophe, some wild animals had already developed higher intelligence. Compared to the animals that had become human-like, they could almost speak. The wildness of the animals and the territorial awareness of the more powerful ones are now being displayed, as they begin to attack the surviving humans. Bang bang tap tap tap. Chen Chen could hear the sound of gunfire from a distance. It had already started. However, this had nothing to do with him. 2 hours passed, and the sound gradually diminished. It seemed that they had repelled the wild animals. After resting for a while, the sky began to brighten. For some reason, after the transformation of the entire population, the air felt much fresher, and the sky appeared blue. Haze was basically non-existent. Brother, slow down. A young girl's voice sounded. In front, a 10-year-old child crawled up like a bandit, using both hands and feet. Sister, hurry up. After the brother climbed up, he reached out and pulled his sister up as well. Brother, when did this wall appear here? The little girl looked at Chen Chen lying on the ground and asked, a wall? Is it this color? The brother didn't notice Chen Chen's true identity either. Chen Chen remained expressionless, but when he heard the little girl's voice, he felt his heart melt. It reminded him of his own sister. In order not to scare her, Chen Chen remained motionless. Brother, look, Grandpa Chen gave me a piece of cream cake. The brother sniffed and then proudly took out a sausage from his pocket. Sister, look at this. It's your favorite sausage. Wow, it really is. Excitement appeared on the little girl's face, but then it quickly faded. But the adults say that eating meat is strictly forbidden. If we don't eat meat, won't we suffer from malnutrition? Come on, brother will share half with you. Chen Chen, who remained motionless, instantly became anxious upon hearing this. His heart screamed, don't eat. Don't eat it. If you eat it, you'll turn into pigs. The adults say that after eating meat, you will turn into animals. Look at Uncle Monkey, Uncle Buffalo, they have all turned into animals. Look, there's a lion drawn on this sausage. If it really turns us into animals, we will become mighty lions just like Uncle Monkey and protect the town. Such naive thoughts. The King of Kings sausage, with a lion drawn on it, doesn't mean that you're eating lion meat. The brother had already split the sausage in half. The little girl couldn't help but salivate as she looked at the tender pink meat exposed. It had been over a month since they last ate meat. How could a child resist it? So, she reached out to take it. No, I must stop these two children, Chen Chen thought. But at that moment, a burst of killing intent erupted. A black panther leaped out from Chen Chen's tail. Its target was the little girl. Roar! With a roar, shiny sharp claws emerged from the black panther's paws like mercury. Both children were stunned. Crack! With a swift swing of its tail, the black panther flew horizontally at twice the speed towards the right side. Bang! After colliding with a tree, it fell to the ground without a sound. Its head had been smashed by Chen Chen's tail. The brother turned around in horror and saw the thick tail, which scared him. He took a few steps back and looked up at Chen Chen. Monster! A monster! Whoosh! Chen Chen stood up, revealing a height of 6 meters in front of the siblings. Crack! Crack! The two sausages in their hands fell to the ground. Oh my god! A Tyrannosaurus Rex! Exclaimed the older brother, his hair standing on end. It's much bigger than Captain Chimpanzee. The younger sister widened her black and white eyes in astonishment. Let's go, remember, no eating meat. Chen Chen's voice was thunderous, deep, and authoritative. The younger sister didn't move. Instead, she held her cream cake in both hands and looked up at Chen Chen. The adults say that animals that can save people are good animals. You and Captain Chimpanzee, Uncle Monkey, are colleagues, right? You are also animals that protect our peaceful town, right? The older brother's face was filled with enthusiasm. Captain Chimpanzee is right. He's not the strongest in town. The strongest is definitely the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The two children, despite being confronted with such a fierce and terrifying creature, were not scared. Chen Chen didn't know that they had been living in the town all along. Because of the mountain spirit and other similar beings, they were protected. So in their young minds, as long as the animals that protected them could speak, they were good animals turned into good people. Chen Chen had confirmed this when he killed the wild black panther with his tail. The older brother picked up the sausage from the ground. Luckily, it's not lost. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I invite you to eat sausage. He then handed the other piece to his sister. Chen Chen spoke up, you can't eat meat. Why? If you eat meat, you will turn into an animal. Then I'll turn into a lion. This ham is made from pork. If you eat it, you'll turn into a pig. The younger sister threw the ham away, exclaiming, oh no, I don't want to turn into a pig. The older brother felt a sense of relief. If the Black Panther hadn't appeared earlier, they might have already eaten the ham and turned into pigs. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thank you. Can I touch you? Chen Chen lay down on the ground. After all, they couldn't harm him. The older brother was ecstatic. He was a dinosaur enthusiast, and today he had encountered a real dinosaur. And not just any dinosaur, but the top predator, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. His two small hands carefully touched Chen Chen's body. Especially when they touched the scars on Chen Chen's body, they were even more careful. Their little faces showed concern. How many injuries have you suffered for us? Chen Chen chuckled inwardly. It wasn't because of them that he had been injured. The younger sister approached Chen Chen with her cream cake in hand. Tyrannosaurus Rex, this is my favorite cream cake. I invite you to eat it since you've suffered so much for us. The scent of cream wafted into Chen Chen's nostrils. It had been a long time since he had eaten something like this. He opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Seeing Chen Shen's gaping mouth, big enough to fit a car, the younger sister instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. Chen Shen rolled his tongue and the cream cake entered his mouth. Delicious. Much better than the taste of raw meat. Tyrannosaurus Rex, how do you brush your teeth? The younger sister asked curiously. Hee, I don't need to brush my teeth. There are so many stains on your teeth. At that moment, shouts came from below. Yu, Xiaoshan, where are you? Oh no! Second Master is here. The older brother said, then grabbed his sister's hand. Tyrannosaurus Rex, we're going back first. Otherwise, if Second Master finds out we've been running around, he'll definitely spank me. Chen Shen didn't respond. He wasn't afraid of the 2 children telling others about what happened here, as he wouldn't be staying here for long anyway. He stuck out his tongue and licked his teeth. Are there really so many stains? Peaceful Town, a small town that had existed for over 100 years. In all those years, it had never experienced any disasters. Even after the transformation of all the people into animals, they still managed to maintain peaceful coexistence between humans and animals. At this moment, the town's clinic was bustling. The mountain spirit lay on a stretcher, his arm covered in blood. It seemed he had been bitten by a wild beast. A yellow bull with a broken horn on the left side of its head is being bandaged by a nurse. There are many injured animals receiving careful care. Captain Chimpanzee, you should rest now. You can't run around everywhere. A doctor ran out of the clinic. 2. 5-meter-tall black chimpanzee with bandages on its arms also ran out. The wound on its chest has not been bandaged yet. Enough. Don't bother me. Take care of the others first. The wild beasts in the forest have gone mad. Yesterday's attack was just a test. They will definitely come back. I need to strengthen the patrols. Captain Chimpanzee, I have something to tell you. The mountain spirit called out to him. Look at you, go get treated quickly. Wait, don't go, Captain. It's a very serious matter. The most serious matter is treating your injuries. Otherwise, our peaceful town will lose a sharpshooter. The mountain spirit was held down by 2 people and forcibly taken to the clinic. Captain Chimpanzee picked up a stack of cigarettes. They were all bundled together. Phew, damn it, I don't know when those wild beasts will launch a full attack. Evening. Chen Shen has fully recovered his strength and it's time to leave. He just doesn't know which direction to go now. Just then, Yu and Xiaoshan arrived. Xiaoshan was carrying a small bucket filled with water. Yu had a toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste in her hand. Why are you here again? Tyrannosaurus, we're here to brush your teeth. Alright, then brush my teeth before you leave. He lay back on the ground. Somehow, after seeing the adorable Yu, memories of his childhood with his sister kept coming to his mind. This toothbrush is clean. Your teeth are too big for a regular toothbrush. Yu squeezed toothpaste onto the brush, dipped it in the water in the bucket, and tiptoed to brush Chen Shen's teeth. She brushed each of his 60 teeth carefully. The long-lost taste of toothpaste made Chen Shen remember it once again. When he was human, he brushed his teeth 3 times a day. After transforming into a beast, who had time to brush his teeth? He didn't even have the means to brush his teeth. Today, the town's guard force repelled a wild animal attack. Second Master said he will make pancakes for us tonight. Tyrannosaurus, don't leave, I'll secretly bring you some pancakes. While brushing her teeth, Yu said earnestly. Xiaoshan held the small bucket and said, I'll bring some for you too. Gurgle Chen Shen's stomach suddenly growled, making a sound as loud as thunder. Xiaoshan and Yu exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Tyrannosaurus is really hungry. Ha ha ha. Seeing the 2 of them laughing, Chen Shen also burst into laughter. This laughter caused foam from his teeth to spray onto Yu's body and face. They laughed even more joyfully. An hour later, they finally finished brushing Chen Shen's teeth. Chen Shen looked at the sky and said, how about we wait until we finish eating the pancakes, then set off under the cover of night? The sky gradually darkened. The people in the town started cooking. After everyone transformed into beasts, there was no more meat. All meat became forbidden in front of those who wanted to remain human. The members of the guard force began their patrols at this time. The mountain spirit also came out of the clinic. The first thing he did was find Captain Chimpanzee, who was guarding the back of the town. Why are you here? You can take a 2-day leave, we have enough manpower now. Aren't you also hanging your arm? Captain Chimpanzee exerted force on his arm. With a crack, the bandage on his arm snapped. My recovery ability is stronger than yours. Captain, I'm looking for you because there's something very important to tell you. Boom boom. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the forest. Captain Chimpanzee raised the large knife stuck in the ground. His brow furrowed. It seems like something important is about to happen. Roar! A mighty roar, full of majesty, shook the mountains and forests. Whoosh! Countless birds flew out of the forest, creating a dark mass in the sky. If Captain Gorilla had a human face, it would surely turn pale at this moment. Birds? Looks like tonight won't be easy. Everyone, prepare for battle. In the town of Pinyin, Yu Yu and Xiaoshan sat at the dining table. An elderly man with a slightly hunched figure was making pancakes. Another hot pancake came out of the oven and was placed on a plate, which was then brought to the table. Come, eat first, I'll make more pancakes. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan exchanged glances and smiled at each other. They each took out a plastic bag from their pockets and put the pancakes in them. Wiping the oil off their mouths with their hands, they said, "We're done eating." Second uncle turned around, his face filled with surprise. "You finished so quickly?" There were so many pancakes on that plate, but seeing the two children with oil all over their mouths and hands, it didn't seem like they were pretending. "The pancakes you made are so delicious." "It's delicious, but you should eat slowly. If you eat too quickly, how will you handle being full? Take a walk and digest." The two of them quickly ran out. Behind them came second uncle's shout, "Slow down. Don't run. Be careful of stomach prolapse." He continued making pancakes, and then the walkie-talkie in the house rang. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Second uncle's face turned pale, and he dropped the shovel in his hand and ran outside. He couldn't let the two children get into trouble. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan bounced along. "Let's go, let's bring the pancakes to the Tyrannosaurus Rex." A cold wind blew, making Xiaoshan shiver. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. Why is it so cold? When he looked up, he was startled. A large group of birds was flying towards the town. "Sister, run!" Whoosh! Countless birds, of various types, including many larger than humans. The two of them ran as fast as they could. Among them, a soaring eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters swooped down and grabbed Yu Yu's shoulder with its powerful talons, carrying her into the air. "Sister! Sister!" Xiaoshan chased after them, holding the plastic bag of pancakes tightly. But how could a little child catch up to an eagle? "Xiaoshan! Yu Yu!" Second uncle's voice came from behind Xiaoshan. But at this moment, he didn't dare to move forward. A large number of birds had already swooped down. The glass windows of the surrounding houses shattered, and the birds rushed into the residents' homes. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and a golden monkey held a megaphone and shouted, "Everyone, hide! Don't come out!" Bang! 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 The people behind the golden monkey were also fighters. They held various types of guns, from rifles to muskets to old hunting rifles. Shen stood up and looked down below. What's happening in the town again? His position was 1 kilometer away from the forest behind Pinyin town. Those animals hadn't come to his side. Ah, this world is really chaotic. I just wanted to eat a pancake and leave. Shen smiled bitterly. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Someone was calling him. Shen saw Xiaoshan's figure below. He hurried down and reached him in a few steps. "Why did you come over here?" Xiaoshan took out the pancakes from the plastic bag. "When my sister and I were bringing you the pancakes, she was suddenly grabbed by a very big eagle." The plastic bag was still steaming. These two children actually brought him pancakes to eat in such a dangerous situation. Where did they take her? "They flew in that direction." Xiaoshan pointed south. Shen grinned, his 60 sharp teeth gleaming with cold light. With a swipe of his left foot on the ground, a large pit appeared. "Stay hidden here and don't move. I'll go find her," Shen said, and little Shan believed him unconditionally. After hiding in the pit, they covered themselves with many leaves to conceal their presence. Shen even urinated around the area to deter any wild beasts from approaching. He sprinted towards the town at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Behind him, Captain Orangutan swung his knife wildly. Something's not right. Why are all the animals so weak? Captain Orangutan and the bodies around the mountain spirit were already in the hundreds. They were all mountain cats, wild rabbits, and the strongest among them was just a young wild boar. "Hey, how's the town?" Mountain Spirit asked. It was chaotic over there, with a mix of bird calls and gunshots. "There are too many birds, it's a mess. We can't kill them all." "Captain, something's wrong. A large number of animals have infiltrated from the south and are heading towards the breeding farm." "What?" Captain Orangutan and Mountain Spirit were both shocked. The breeding farm in Pinyin town was the most important place. Since the whole population had turned into animals, meat had become a forbidden item. The chickens, ducks, fish, and other animals raised there were all sent to one place. They were being raised to feed the people who had already transformed into animals. In other words, the breeding farm was the food production base for Captain Orangutan and his team. Damn it! When did these wild animals become so clever? Captain Orangutan cursed angrily. All combat personnel, quickly head to the breeding farm. Pingantown was a small town with a population of about 10,000. Even after excluding the people who had transformed into animals, there were still around 5,000 people. Among them, there were many former breeders. When you added up the chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Although killing an animal could earn evolution points, they only treated them as their daily meals and didn't deliberately kill more. After several clashes with the wild animals in the forest, they unexpectedly targeted the breeding farm. If a fierce beast were to rush in and kill all those animals, the consequences would be unimaginable. They were already close to reaching maturity. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Chen's enormous figure appeared in Pingantown. The birds flew away as soon as they saw him. Chen Chen couldn't fly, so he couldn't bite them to gain evolution points. The guards were shocked when they saw Chen Chen. 8 guns were already aimed at him. "You're the leader of the wild animals in the forest," the golden monkey said, holding a hunting rifle, looking somewhat ridiculous. "I'm just passing through. You can talk. I was wondering why the wild animals in the forest were all going crazy. Turns out it was because of you. Idiot. Don't block my way. I'm looking for someone. You're just passing through. Who here would you know?" Chen Chen was blocked and regretted not bringing little Sean with him. The golden monkey picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Captain, there's a situation here. We can't go to the breeding farm for now." Chen Chen let out a loud roar. A powerful gust of air erupted from his mouth, blowing off the hats of the 2 people behind him. When had people ever seen an angry Tyrannosaurus Rex? One of them even wet his pants on the spot. "Don't force me to lose my temper." On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Captain Orangutan's fur stood on end when he heard Chen Chen's roar. "What's going on?" "Ah, Captain, this is what I wanted to tell you. We have a Tyrannosaurus Rex in our town," Mountain Spirit said. "A Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why are you telling me now?" Mountain Spirit had a hard time expressing his grievances. He had wanted to say it earlier, but you didn't listen. "Golden Monkey, is he a friend or foe?" "I'm not sure. He said he's looking for someone." Captain Orangutan thought for a moment. "Stop him for now. We'll deal with the situation at the breeding farm first." Since the other party wouldn't let him pass, Chen Chen had the idea of charging through. The golden monkey said, "Get ready." Humph. Useless. With strong legs striding forward, the crocodile armor on the body emerged piece by piece. Fire. Bang bang bang, different types of guns, sparks bursting from the barrels. All the bullets hit Chen Chen, but were blocked by the tough crocodile armor. After entering the early stage of growth, the defense of the crocodile armor reached a staggering 15 tons. The bullets fired from an AK only carried between 1900 to 3300 joules. 1000 joules is equivalent to 0.1 ton. How could these lousy guns hurt Chen Chen? Oh no! Wow! Chen Chen pushed away the group of people and animals. The golden monkey climbed up from the ground and looked at the direction Chen Chen was running towards. "Captain, this is bad. He's heading towards the breeding farm." The gorilla captain was extremely anxious. "Sasquatch, drive that pickup truck." On the side of the road, a pickup truck was parked there. The gorilla captain was too big to fit in. This task was left to the Sasquatch. The gorilla captain sat in the back of the pickup truck. His mind was in chaos. Regardless of whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex was an enemy or a friend, if it went to the breeding farm, it would become an enemy. The evolution value could be obtained through slaughter in the process of national animalization. There were hundreds of thousands of animals in the breeding farm. It was difficult for foreign animals not to be tempted. This place was the southernmost part of Pingantown. Originally, it was a piece of land that was already designated for construction after the new year. However, it was put on hold due to the disaster. After the national animalization, the people of Pingantown moved all the animals they raised to this place. It became the largest breeding farm in Pingantown. There were chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, sheep, and cows, everything you could think of. There was also a group of densely packed animals around the breeding farm. These were all human-animal hybrids. Boom! A cannon tower in the southwest corner of the breeding farm first launched a barrel filled with gasoline and explosives. After a loud bang, many wild beasts let out cries of pain. A wild boar, measuring 1.5 meters tall and nearly 6 meters long, rolled on the ground, extinguishing the flames on its body, and then roared as it charged into the breeding farm. Behind it were several other wild boars of the same large size. "Old cow, it's up to you. Moo. No problem." Yellow cattle, Spanish beef cattle, dairy cows, Simmental cattle. These were all loyal fans of beef, and later became cows. Through cooperation with humans, they were covered in armor made of steel. If their horns were not long or sharp enough, they wore a specially made steel helmet on their heads, with two curved, dark and sharp horns on top. Like a team of steel cavalry, they charged towards the group of 20 or so wild boars. Bang bang bang. When the two sides met, there was a chilling collision. The wild boars roared as their heads were pierced by the cows' horns. The animalized cows also roared as the sharp fangs of the wild boars pierced through their armor. They were injured internally. Ayo! Suddenly, a majestic roar came from behind the wild boars. Boom boom. Under the feet of the group of cows, pits suddenly appeared. The cows stepped into the pits, lost their balance, and fell one by one. Countless rats poured out of the pits like black springs, covering the fallen cows. Oh my god! So many rats! Ah! It hurts! I was bitten by a rat. Damn it! They actually used rats to dig holes. Cow squad, retreat! Use gasoline bombs to burn these rats to death. However, it was too late. A large flock of birds, like a dark cloud, flew from Pingan Town. A giant red-bellied eagle swooped down, its sharp talons grabbing a fallen cemental cow and flying into the sky. After reaching a height of over 20 meters, it released its grip. The cemental cow screamed and fell to its death. 10 seconds later, the group of cows fell from the sky like dumplings. Tiger team, what should we do? A northeast tiger bared its teeth and growled, all the watchtowers, open fire. Bring down these birds for me. Among these birds, there were many large ones. If they charged into the farm, they would cause damage to the domesticated animals inside. A circle of ditches was dug around the farm, resembling ancient moats. Inside, there were fish. They were not afraid of mice digging holes, but they were afraid of birds flying in. Bang bang bang. All the watchtowers started firing, and countless shells were bouncing in the air. One by one, the birds fell from the sky. The intense sound of gunfire had already reached Chen Chen's ears. He followed behind the flock of birds, but he couldn't see Yu anywhere. Could she have fallen down already? Chen Chen began searching the taller buildings around him. After advancing 300 meters, he saw a group of small eagles with wingspans of only half a meter gathered on the roof of a 2-story restaurant. At this time, the birds were flying south, so why were they gathering here? As he got closer, he heard cries for help. Get away from us! Don't bite me! I won't give you anything! Poof! 2 streams of white air sprayed out of Chen Chen's nostrils. With a height of 6 meters, he could reach 8 meters when fully upright. He clearly saw Yu being surrounded and attacked by the group of small eagles. Her clothes were torn, and her small arms and face were covered in scratches from the eagle's claws and beak. However, she still tightly held a red plastic bag in her arms. Chen Chen could even smell the faint scent of pancakes. Roar! With a roar, the group of small eagles finally left Yu alone. They flew to the side and stared at her menacingly. Don't you dare stay! Do you really think I can't eat you? Chen Chen was truly angry after seeing the wounds on Yu's body. The killing intent of a top predator burst forth, and this group of eagles had no choice but to give up on Yu and fly away towards the main force. Yu curled up, her hair disheveled, looking pitiful. Chen Chen wanted to embrace her, but he couldn't do it now. It's okay. Yu opened her eyes and saw Chen Chen's huge head. A smile instantly appeared on her face. Tyrannosaurus Rex. You came to save me. I came to save you. Yu stood up and ran to Chen Chen, taking out a plastic bag that had been torn. Look, I brought pancakes for you. It turned out that the thing she had been protecting was pancakes for herself. Chen Chen felt a long-lost sense of warmth after his heart had turned beastly. Thank you. They're still warm, hurry and eat. Then, feed me. Yu wasn't afraid at all. Chen Chen opened his mouth, and Yu put all the pancakes into his mouth. Chen Chen swallowed them in one bite. Although there weren't many, they were truly delicious. Let's go, I'll take you home. Okay. Chen Chen extended a clawed hand and let Yu sit on it. Holding her like holding a precious pearl, he turned back in the direction they came from. Tyrannosaurus Rex, can you take me to find my brother? No problem. Since these two children were so kind to him, he naturally had to safely escort them home. As for what happened in the north, he didn't care. Just as he turned back, he ran into a group of guards that he had scattered earlier. When Golden Monkey saw Yu sitting in Chen Chen's hand, his anger surged. Bastard! You actually kidnapped a child. After turning beastly, many people's personalities became twisted. Many people transformed into fierce beasts and started eating people, even specifically targeting children. Behind Golden Monkey were many people and animals, all holding weapons. Yu! Second Master tightened his grip on the kitchen knife when he saw that it was Yu. Let her go. Otherwise, we'll fight you. That's right. Chen Chen sneered, how annoying. Move aside. The Golden Monkey took out a bag of dynamite and said, if you don't let go of that child, I'll blow us both up. Uncle Monkey, Second Master, don't worry. The Tyrannosaurus Rex saved me. He's going to take me to find my brother. Yo-yo. Second master's voice trembled, don't let him deceive you. Maybe, the little mountain has already been eaten by him. No way. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, Uncle Monkey, and Captain Orangutan are all good animals. My brother and I even brushed their teeth for them. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Brushed the teeth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex? They already knew each other? You have your own things to do, and I have mine. Move aside. The golden monkey put away the explosives. All right. I hope you bring the two children back safely. They made way for Chin Chen and Yo-Yo to leave. They still had to rush to the breeding farm to stop the wild animals' attack. Yo-Yo enjoyed being held in the palm of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hand. Chen Chen ran, and the sound of the wind echoed in her ears. She forgot about the pain from her injuries. They found Xiaoshan, who was hiding obediently in the hole Chen Chen dug. Come out. Your sister has been found. Xiaoshan crawled out of the pit, covered in dirt, and tears welled up in his eyes when he saw Yo-Yo covered in wounds. Sister, I was so scared when you were taken away. Tell me where your home is, and I'll take you back. Okay. Xiaoshan nodded heavily. Yo-Yo's injuries needed to be treated quickly to prevent infection. Meanwhile, the situation at the breeding farm became more intense. Captain Orangutan sat in the truck's bucket and had already arrived. The golden monkey also arrived with a group of people and animals. These damn birds. They think they can do whatever they want just because they have wings? Captain Orangutan held a big knife and leaped 3 meters high from the truck's bucket. The force was so strong that the truck overturned. In the air, Captain Orangutan swung the knife. Swish swish, 2 big birds were cut in half. Splash, blood and guts splattered, drenching Captain Orangutan. Shan Xiao held a gun with one hand and had precise marksmanship, shooting one bird after another. Each shot hit the bird's eye, killing them instantly. Huff huff, 7 or 8 wild boars broke through the defense of the cows and charged forward. Captain Orangutan raised his knife and blood splattered. A large pig's head rolled on the ground. A group of wild boars, a group of birds, think they can destroy my breeding farm? The most powerful one, don't hide. If you have the guts, come out. Captain Orangutan shouted. Everyone present were animals now, capable of planning such an organized attack. Their intelligence was not weak, and they understood his meaning. Captain Orangutan, you better step aside first and let us burn these hole-digging rats. The Siberian tiger deputy captain roared. The catapult in the breeding farm launched large iron barrels filled with gasoline. Ding-ling-clang, when they landed, flames spread everywhere. The burning rats squealed in panic. After Captain Orangutan finished off the remaining wild boars, he led his group to the edge of the ditch. Behind them was the fish pond serving as a moat, and in front was a sea of fire. It was like a thrilling battlefield. Ah! A majestic roar came from behind. The birds flew back to the forest, and the rats scurried into their holes. The scene instantly quieted down. Captain Orangutan's heart, however, was filled with anxiety. This quiet atmosphere felt oppressive. It seemed like a storm was about to come. Thump-thump, heavy footsteps fell rhythmically like war drums. In the midst of the flames, a black-haired wild boar, 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, appeared. Its sharp fangs were like 2 shining curved knives. Wild Boar King. Shan Xiao's expression changed. Damn it! There's actually a wild boar this big. With its imposing presence, it seems like I can't win against it, said the deputy captain of the Northeast Tiger team. The captain of the gorilla team gripped his machete. Isn't it just a wild boar? At most, it's in its early growth stage. What I'm afraid of is that it's just here to provoke us. To provoke us? Yes. Birds return to the forest, and mice enter their holes. These are all tests of our farm's defensive capabilities. Now, there's another wild boar king appearing, just to test our strength. The group of animals were all shocked. This was just a test? That animal in the forest is really clever. Could it be that it has studied military strategy? So, facing this wild boar king, we can only win. And we have to win quickly. We must show him that we have great strength. Chen Chen carried Yo-Yo and Xiaoshan back home. Due to the bird attacks, the glass on the west side had already shattered. Chen Chen lay on the ground, his left eye placed next to a window, watching the 2 people in the room. Yi should have followed the security team. Xiaoshan, under Chen Chen's guidance, took out the medicine box. First, he cleaned up all the wounds on Yu's body, wiped them clean, and then wrapped up the more serious wounds with gauze. For minor wounds, he used adhesive bandages. Tyrannosaurus Rex. You're amazing, you even know how to save people. Xiaoshan was in awe of Chen Chen. When you grow up, you'll know how to do it too. Xiaoshan wobbled and brought a bucket of water from the kitchen. Tyrannosaurus Rex, you must be thirsty. Indeed, Chen Chen was thirsty. This bucket of water was too little for him. Clever Xiaoshan came up with a solution. He found a piece of water pipe and connected it to the faucet, then put the other end into Chen Shen's mouth. When the faucet was turned on, Chen Shen drank for 5 minutes straight. I wonder how Yi and the others are doing. Chen Shen looked up at the few birds in the sky. What's going on? The wild animals in the forest are probably being dominated by a very powerful animal. Then why are they all rushing in one direction? Which direction did they go? Xiaoshan asked. South. Xiaoshan had a predictable expression on his face. That's it. They must be eyeing the town's farm. Farm? Chen Shen was a little surprised. After the transformation of the whole population into animals, there were still places with farms? Many places had undergone a thorough cleaning to prevent the consumption of artificially raised animals. Unexpectedly, Pingyang Town had preserved them. Yes, my Yi used to be the town's chicken farmer, with 100,000 chickens. Half of the eggs in Beihai City came from my Yi. After people turned into animals, all the artificially raised animals in town were moved to the land being prepared for construction. Chen Shen's eyes lit up. Just one Yi raised 100,000 chickens. How many chickens were there in the whole Pingyang Town? And ducks, pigs. All the animals were moved together. How many were there in total? If there was a slaughter, even if each ordinary animal had only 1 point of evolution value, there would still be tens of thousands. It would be a piece of cake to evolve into a mature form. Greed arose in Chen Shen's heart. At the same time, he thought of the idea of the strongest animal in the forest. It must want to slaughter all the farm animals and evolve in one fell swoop. Outside, there was suddenly a commotion. A truck rumbled away from the road. Before long, Yi, covered in black smoke, returned home. After seeing Xiaoshan and Yu, he hugged them tightly. Oh, where did you two run off to? I was so worried. Yi, we're fine. Tyrannosaurus Rex protected us. Yi's gaze followed Xiaoshan's finger and saw Chen Shen's half-face reflected in the window. Chen Shen glanced at him but didn't say anything. Yi, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Captain Orangutan is critically injured and has been taken to the clinic. No way, the captain of the security team is actually a martial arts instructor. Yi let out a sigh. In the farm, the wild boar king dispatched from the forest appeared. Captain Orangutan fought against the wild boar king to let the strongest animal hidden in the dark sea. Although the wild boar king was killed, Captain Orangutan's chest was pierced by one of its fangs. It seemed that he wouldn't survive tonight. Yu's little face was full of worry. If we don't have Captain Orangutan, who will protect Pingyang Town? Xiaoshan looked at Chen Shen. Don't worry, we still have Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yi felt a little fearful. Chen Shen was much more terrifying than Captain Orangutan. Can you really help us? I'm not interested. A convertible jeep arrived, and Xiaoshan jumped from the driver's seat onto the hood. Tyrannosaurus Rex, can you come with me to the clinic? It's the Shanyao again. Why should I go with you? Captain Xingxing, I have something to tell you. Sorry, not interested. At least you've benefited from being here. Don't you want to contribute? The benefits weren't given by you, were they? Yes, they weren't given by me. The most powerful lives in town are in danger. The wild animals in the forest are eyeing us. If they break in, everyone's lives will be at risk. Chen Shen's gaze subconsciously turned to Yu. Why not contact the suppression force? Shanyao smiled bitterly. Do you think the suppression force is still the same as before? What do you mean? Before the first major disaster, the suppression force was united in driving away animals. But after the disaster, many people's minds changed. Although new laws were enacted, they couldn't be effectively implemented in many places. Some leaders of the suppression force started to emulate warlords of the past. Might makes right. So that's how it is. After the major disaster, the country no longer exists. Various forces have emerged. It's probably the time for the establishment of the Beast Hall. If you can help us, then you will also become a member of Pingyang Town. Chen Shen stood up. Why should I become a member? I want to become the king. Standing 6 meters tall, Chen Shen exuded a tremendous pressure that made Shanyao feel overwhelmed. In the end, if you follow me, you will all survive. Chen Shen walked away, leaving behind these words. He naturally had his own plans to become the king here. The second major disaster was approaching in just over half a month. There would be new changes then. Lay a solid foundation first to have the capital to stand tall amidst the sea of corpses and blood. The breeding farm. The flames had not yet been extinguished. The bodies of the surrounding animals had not been cleared. The deputy captain of the Northeast Tiger team paced back and forth at the entrance with his head lowered. A fox's eyes followed his movements, shifting left and right. Tiger team, what are you wandering around for? Damn it, even the gorilla captain couldn't stop a wild boar king. Who knows what else is in the forest? I'm afraid this breeding farm will fall sooner or later. If the breeding farm falls, then Pingintown will be next. What about the gorilla? They're trying to save him, but, sigh. The Northeast tiger grinned, seemingly sinister. I've come up with a good idea. What idea? The Northeast tiger turned his head and glanced in the direction of the breeding farm behind them. Their target is the massive amount of evolution points in the breeding farm. The gorilla captain can't handle it anymore. Tomorrow will probably be the final battle. Since they want to get evolution points, why can't we? The other person looked shocked. They had never thought that the Northeast tiger, as a deputy captain, would say such things. In Pingintown, humans and animals coexisted peacefully. Humans were vegetarians, and the animals in the breeding farm were their food, transformed into animals. It filled their stomachs and allowed them to gain evolution points. In the long run, they could achieve their evolutionary goals. The Northeast tiger stared at him with his tiger eyes. What, don't you want to? I think it's better to discuss this with the gorilla captain. Humph. Gorilla captain. Gorilla captain. He used to be a martial artist. He got lucky and reached the mature stage before me. Why should we ask him about everything? The fox's eyes rolled around, and its body slowly retreated. A group of defenseless chickens blocked the fox's retreat. What do you mean? Hee, fox, how many more years do you have to live? 8 years. Yeah, but us poor souls who turned into chickens only have 3 years left. A gust of wind suddenly blew in. The fox turned his head and a tiger's paw was already on top of his head. Bang! With such force, the fox's head was instantly smashed open, brain matter splattering. The Siberian tiger stuck out its tongue and licked the brain matter off its paw. Humph, anyone who wants to betray us will die. Leading the way, they entered the farm. Tonight, we shall unleash a massacre. Bang! The steel gate of the farm was immediately closed. The animals that relied on the Siberian tiger gathered around it. The animals and people guarding the farm still didn't understand what was happening. The Siberian tiger's eyes were filled with murderous intent from now on. The farm. Oh no! There's a giant creature approaching. A voice came from a watchtower. The Siberian tiger felt annoyed and angry that it was interrupted while speaking. What giant creature? A dinosaur. Ha! In this day and age, there are still dinosaurs. The Siberian tiger swiftly leaped onto a wall and looked outside. Shen was running towards the farm at full speed. The mountain spirit and a group of animals were chasing after him in a pickup truck. The Siberian tiger instantly had a bad thought. Could it be that the gorilla has called for reinforcements? The animals guarding the farm were stunned in place when they saw Shen. It was a suppression that came from their bloodline. Shen looked at the vast farm and felt delighted. He didn't obtain much of the sea blue essence, but he found such a treasure trove. With this much space, it wouldn't be a problem to raise 300,000 animals. Open the gate. The gatekeeper looked at the Siberian tiger. We can't open it. If he comes in to slaughter, everything will be over. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you don't open it, I will force my way in. The mountain spirit anxiously scratched his head. Tyrannosaurus, do you want to slaughter them? Shen simply said, I'm hungry. Kill him. The Siberian tiger gave the order and then rushed into the chicken farm. Cluck cluck. The flock of chickens squawked in fear, flapping their wings and flying around. With just one pounce, over a dozen chickens became the Siberian tiger's evolution points. Bang bang, 2 gunshots rang out. Shen's body was already covered in crocodile armor. Looks like I have to use force. Lowering his head, he fully utilized the crocodile armor on his head and rammed into the steel gate. Playing the steel gate was immediately knocked open, causing chaos among the animals inside. Tiger team, he's coming in. What do we do? Roar! The Siberian tiger was busy killing chickens and didn't have time to pay attention to them. The tiger team is killing chickens. Damn! Does he want to obtain all the evolution points by himself? I won't stand for this. I want to evolve too. I still have 2 years left. I want to evolve too. Bang bang boom! At this moment, all the animals abandoned their initial promises. They rushed towards different feeding areas and began a fierce slaughter. The mountain spirit jumped out of the car and was stunned when he saw the scene of madness inside. Captain Gorilla, the thing we were most worried about has happened. Humph, acting faster than me? These evolution points are all mine. Shen charged in and swept away a cannon with his tail. Roar, stop! A loud roar made many animals freeze on the spot. Many domestic pigs fainted from fright. The Siberian tiger was covered in blood. Who do you think you are? Once I finish killing this group of chickens, I will be able to evolve. Under the temptation of evolution, no one will listen to you. The mountain spirit said calmly. Boom boom boom. Chen Chen took big strides and headed straight for the chicken farm where the Northeast tiger was located. With a leap, his massive body fell to the ground. The Northeast tiger felt a large shadow above its head. It looked up and was scared out of the chicken farm. If that several-ton weight had landed on it, it would have turned into minced meat. Bang! A muffled sound. Blood splattered in the chicken farm. With this press from Chen Chen, hundreds of chickens instantly turned into meat patties. Chen Chen, who already had 3,950 evolution points, instantly increased to over 4,000, entering the mid-stage of growth. Species, fusion species. Name, crocodile-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. Level, mid-stage of growth. Strength, 10 tons. Speed, 40 kilometers per hour. Lifespan, 150 years. Defense, 18 tons. Flexibility, 15. Evolution points, 4,100/12,000. Talent 1, strongest bite force of 18 tons. Talent 2, derivative. The body size also changed instantly. Height increased to 7 meters, length to 10 meters, and weight reached 10 tons. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile happily. Finally, he evolved again. In the chicken farm, a roll. Evolution points, 4,286/12,000. Another roll. Evolution points, 4,478/12,000. These evolution points are even faster than collecting the essence of the blue sea. The Northeast tiger was furious. With a few rolls, it crushed so many chickens. This Tyrannosaurus rex must be dealt with, otherwise, the evolution points would never fall on him. Everyone, focus fire and kill this Tyrannosaurus rex. Then we can get the evolution points. It's impossible, he's not even afraid of bullets, how can we kill him? With tens of thousands of animals, he kills chickens, why wouldn't I kill ducks? The Northeast tiger roared in anger. The morale of the people scattered, and the team became difficult to lead. At this time, who would still listen to him? Shanxiao picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted the health center. The captain of the gorillas had already been carried into the operating room, and doctors and nurses were all present. His presence in Ping'an Town was too important to be easily lost. Shanxiao, what are you doing? The captain is about to undergo surgery. The doctor put the walkie-talkie aside, his heartbeat is weak, quick, give him a cardiac stimulant. A large dose of cardiac stimulant was injected into the captain's body. His heartbeat began to rapidly rise. What did Shanxiao say? Captain, how are you? There's been a massacre at the farm. What? The captain's anger instantly turned into vitality. Blood gushed from his chest like a spring. The doctor panicked. Stop talking. If you say more, he won't make it. The captain pushed the doctor away and half sat on the makeshift operating table. I have to go to the farm. You can't. The wild boar king's fangs pierce through your lungs. I must go. Otherwise, Ping'an Town will be finished. The doctor couldn't resist him. Adrenaline, morphine, were all injected into the captain's body. The wound was simply bandaged, and he rushed out of the health center. In the farm, Chen Chen was rolling happily in the chicken farm. Evolution points, 4,670/12,000. Evolution points, 4,821/12,000. A few minutes later. Evolution points, 7,760/12,000. The evolution points were growing crazily, and he would soon break through to the later stage of growth. Smack! Chen Chen opened his mouth and bit down, devouring over a dozen crushed chickens. The taste of the farm-raised animals was different. Bang bang! Shanxiao fired 2 shots, hitting the crocodile armor on Chen Chen's head. The bullet was deflected by the tough armor. Ha! Stop it! Otherwise, I'll blow your eyes out. Look around you. Duck pens, goose farms, pig pens, all covered in blood. If you keep killing, Ping'an Town will lose its balance. But how could they listen to me? The mountain demon was ruthless, shooting at Cheetah in the head. Is your strength just for show? Roar! Just then, a loud tiger roar came from behind. It was the deputy captain of the Northeast tiger. At this moment, his body had undergone obvious changes. Fangs were protruding from his mouth, reaching half a meter in length. His body, now 5 meters long, appeared slightly thinner than before, but more streamlined. His head was slightly flatter than before. Chen Chen was stunned when he saw this. Others may not know, but he knew. This Northeast tiger was not an ordinary breed. It was a special breed. After breaking through the evolution value, it had exhibited the unique atavistic phenomenon of a special breed. It had become a saber-toothed tiger. What's going on? The mountain demon was still in shock. The howl just now made his hair stand on end. Saber-toothed tiger. Ancient breed. Only special breeds have the right to mutate. The mountain demon's expression was complicated. The tiger team actually kept this from us. Chen Shen sneered. Perhaps he had long wanted to slaughter the breeding farm. He hasn't done it yet because he was being suppressed. Ha ha ha, Tyrannosaurus Rex. I have also atavistically become an ancient breed now. Just like you. I'm not afraid of you anymore. The evolution values in the breeding farm are all mine. Chen Shen, who was in the midst of slaughter, glanced at the saber-toothed tiger and continued his frenzied killing. The saber-toothed tiger exerted force with its hind legs and instantly charged into the duck pen. The animals being slaughtered in the duck pen were instantly killed by the saber-toothed tiger's claws. Another pounce. A beef cow wearing artificially crafted armor was pierced through by the saber-toothed tiger's sharp fangs and killed. It was evident how much its strength had changed after atavistically becoming a saber-toothed tiger. If you dare to plunder my evolution values again, I will kill all of you. Roar! Under the roar, the lower-level animals began to tremble. At the beginning of the saber-toothed tiger's atavism, a new talent appeared, Tiger's Might. Chen Shen stomped his left claw on the ground. Evolution value, 7786/12,000. Over 20 chickens died again. Tyrannosaurus Rex. The saber-toothed tiger grinned, its two fangs gleaming with cold light. Humph! You're so arrogant. Ha! A truck came speeding by. The captain of the chimpanzee team stood on the front of the truck, wielding a specially made machete. The saber-toothed tiger's expression changed. You. Weren't you done for? If I were done for, who would stop you from causing chaos? The saber-toothed tiger laughed heartily. You can't stop me anymore. I have already atavistically become an ancient breed. These evolution values are all mine. The fierce tiger pounced, killing countless animals. When the truck stopped, the chimpanzee captain jumped up from the front of the truck, holding the knife in both hands, and struck down at the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger dodged. Bang! The big knife struck the ground, leaving a deep trench. What are you? Since you came, I've been suppressed by you. If it weren't for you, I would have atavistically evolved long ago. Humans and animals can coexist peacefully. These domesticated animals are our food. If we kill them all at once, what's next? What will you eat? Humans? I don't have time to argue with you. From now on, anyone who blocks me will die. With that, he charged into a group of panicked ducks. Then I'll stop you. Chen Shen was now just a spectator. After the chimpanzee captain arrived, he didn't even spare a glance at Chen Shen. Chen Shen couldn't figure out what this meant. The mountain demon was also puzzled, still aiming the gun at Chen Shen's eyes. Did the chimpanzee captain go blind? Ignoring you, should he go and deal with the tiger team first? Chen Shen bent down, grabbed a pile of dead chickens with his claws, and threw them into his mouth, crunching and munching. Hee, you chimpanzee captain is quite interesting. What do you mean? You'll understand in a moment. Captain Chimpanzee and Saber-Tooth Tiger began a fierce fight. The other animals stood aside. Clang! The big sword struck the saber-tooth's fang. The saber-tooth dug its claws into the ground, refusing to retreat. That Tyrannosaurus Rex is an outsider, and he's been slaughtering too. We're supposed to be on the same side. Shouldn't we join forces to kill him? You're too ambitious. I've seen through you a long time ago. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is just passing through. How can you compare yourself to him? Swish! The sword scraped against the fang, creating sparks. Today, I'll kill you in front of all the guards. The balance of Peacetown cannot be broken by you. Captain, I'll help you. The first to speak was the mountain imp. I'll help you too. And me. Slaughter can indeed lead to rapid evolution. However, Captain Chimpanzee had to put a stop to it for the long-term development of the region. Those with keen eyes could see his intentions. The saber-tooth roared, "Who wants to willingly be a lowly animal? Those who refuse, come with me." The animals of the guard, under the captain's tyranny, dared not utter a word. This made the saber-tooth extremely angry. What a bunch of useless creatures. Just one chimpanzee and you're all scared like this? A rooster stepped forward. Captain Chimpanzee, I'm sorry. I know your plan, your ideals are good, but I don't have much time left to live. I'm unlucky, I've turned into a chicken. I can't eat meat. If I want to evolve, I have to seize the opportunity. Me too, I'm already an old cow. If I want to survive, evolution is the only way. Suddenly, there were voices filled with sadness. Blood sprayed from Captain Chimpanzee's lung wound with a pfft sound. He held the big sword and propped himself up on the ground. Good. You're all good. The saber-tooth sneered, he won't last much longer. Then he looked at Chen Shen, Tyrannosaurus Rex, how about we join forces? I'll give you half of the farm. Chen Shen shook his head, no, I want it all. What a greedy one. Captain Chimpanzee, you see that? This is the passerby you mentioned. He wants it all. Captain Chimpanzee glanced at Chen Shen and said, he's not that kind of person. Shen Shen smiled inwardly. Person? He hadn't been one for a long time. Caw-caw, several crows flew over, making noise. Caw-caw-coo-coo, the bird calls grew fainter as they spread further. Captain Chimpanzee's expression changed. It must be these damn birds notifying the animal in the forest. The saber-tooth seized the opportunity and pounced. Captain Chimpanzee kicked the sword, held it with both hands, and struck back with a slash. Clang! The saber-tooth struck the back of the sword with its tiger paws, then landed and swiftly turned around. Its tail, like a steel whip, lashed at Captain Chimpanzee's waist. It had reached his wound, and blood continuously leaked from the bandages. How much longer can you hold on? At the very least, killing you, the traitor, is not a problem. Humph, we're not even the same species anymore. How am I the traitor? Ah! Shen Shen lifted his tail and smashed it in the chicken coop. Another group of chickens turned into minced meat. Evolution points, 7820/12,000. Don't you dare move! Mountain Imp shouted. Can you stop me? The tail continued its attack while speaking. Evolution points, 7931/12,000. Evolution points, 7999/12,000. Who without warning, a tree trunk measuring 1 meter in diameter and over 10 meters long flew towards Chen Shen. Roar! Chen Shen swung his tail, fiercely whipping it against the tree trunk. Crack! The trunk shattered, deviating from its trajectory. Chen Shen's tail, however, was trembling slightly. What kind of thing could throw such a large tree at him? This power, it's all above oneself. Other animals were shocked. Could it be that the animal in the forest made a move? After a brief shock, trees started flying through the air. These large trees caused severe damage to the farm. The watchtower collapsed. Over a dozen pigs in the pigsty were crushed to death. The saber-toothed tiger was almost hit by a flying tree trunk. The gorilla captain seized the opportunity, swung his big sword, and chopped off one of the saber-toothed tiger's front paws. Roar! You bastard! The saber-toothed tiger cried out in pain. Die! The gorilla captain exerted all his strength, preparing to split the saber-toothed tiger in half. Captain, be careful! The mountain spirit shouted. A tree trunk had already flown behind the gorilla captain. Feeling the strong wind behind him, it was impossible to dodge. He firmly planted his hands holding the big sword into the ground, preparing to withstand the impact. With a muffled sound, the gorilla captain spat out blood. The supporting big sword snapped. Roar! A voice more majestic and terrifying than the saber-toothed tiger's roar came. The animals howled. Birds filled the sky. They were attacking again. The mountain spirit held a gun and cursed while shooting into the air. It must be those birds in the sky, reporting back what they saw here. Chen Shen understood that beasts could also communicate, especially some evolved wild animals after the first great disaster. Tyrannosaurus! The gorilla captain roared, blood spewing from his mouth. The impact just now had already shattered his internal organs. Now, he was just hanging on by a thread. Ha! Ping in town! I leave it to you. Dream on! The limping saber-toothed tiger ran towards the gorilla captain. Killing him would not only avenge his comrades, but also earn a massive amount of evolution points. Two fangs pierced into the gorilla captain's abdomen. Ah! The saber-toothed tiger shook his head violently, the fangs slicing through the gorilla captain's abdomen. His intestines were exposed. Just as the saber-toothed tiger succeeded in his attack and tried to retreat, the gorilla captain grabbed his neck with one arm. Do you still have strength? The gorilla captain roared, picking up the blade from the ground. Ah! The tiger head rolled out of his embrace. The saber-toothed tiger was beheaded. He dropped the saber-toothed tiger's body. Crash! The gorilla captain's intestines also slid down with a gurgling sound. Captain! Gorilla captain! The gorilla captain raised his hand. Tyrannosaurus! I entrust my life to you. Ping in town, I entrust it to you too. Tears welled up in the mountain spirit's eyes. No! I'll take you to the clinic. No! No hope! Chen Shen walked to the gorilla captain's side. After the great disaster, it was rare to see such a character. I have something to do, I'm afraid I can't promise you. Ping in town, with a population of 100,000. Half of the animalized animals, including the western animals, can eat meat. Although the scale of the farm is large, it can only be considered a medium-sized cafeteria. If it is destroyed, the balance will be lost. Can you understand? I understand. I heard that you want to become the king here. Hee, the king, I leave it to you. Rule well. The gorilla captain knelt down with a thud. Shen Shen extended a claw, and his sharp nails pierced into the gorilla captain's brain. The gorilla captain, with a relieved smile, departed. The animals accompanying him were filled with grief and anger, tears streaming down their faces. They had worked hard to protect Ping in town, but in the end, they met such a fate. Chen Chen retracted his claw. Evolution points 8199/12,000. Is it already time to evolve to the later stage of growth? His body began to expand. The bones all over his body made cracking sounds. Height increased to 8 meters. Length 17 meters. Weight 12 tons. In ancient times, this would be considered an enormous Tyrannosaurus rex. Evolution is complete once again, and the attribute panel has been updated. Species, fusion species. Name, crocodile armor Tyrannosaurus. Level, late growth stage. Strength, 20 tons. Speed, 50 kilometers per hour. Lifespan, 180 years. Defense, 20 tons. Flexibility, 15. Evolution value, 8199/12,000. Talent 1, strongest bite force of 25 tons. Talent 2, derived. In this evolution, defense has increased relatively little, but bite force has increased significantly. All 60 teeth have grown longer, slightly curved backwards, like densely packed barbs. The mandrills, accompanied by a multitude of animal guards, arrived at Chen Chen's feet. With a height of 8 meters, they could only look up to him. What are you all doing? Didn't you say you wanted to become the king here? You've succeeded. So, what should we do? We need your instructions. It was thanks to the final sacrifice of the gorilla captain that he was able to become the king himself. Chen Chen also understood that the gorilla captain had placed a heavy burden on his shoulders. Then you all should guard the breeding grounds. I want to see what that animal in the forest really is. In less than 2 months, he had already reached the late growth stage. According to the laws of evolution from his previous life, this stage was the time to become a king. Boom, boom, boom. Wild animals running out of the forest formed a tide of beasts. Leading the charge were a group of brainless wild boars. Chen Chen roared and charged into their midst. With each step and swipe of his tail, the wild boars fell one after another. The only ones that managed to survive were the birds with wings. Among these wild boars, there were a few that had reached the early growth stage. The crocodile armor on Chen Chen's body was prominent, covering his legs with a layer of armor. Crack! When the tusks of the wild boars in the early growth stage collided with Chen Chen's legs, their tusks shattered. Roar! Chen Chen roared angrily towards the rear, exuding a majestic presence. Roar! A response filled with the same majesty came from behind Chen Chen. That's right. If you want a large number of evolution points, then come out quickly. These useless wild animals can only contribute in front of me. Huff, huff. 2 tree trunks flew towards Chen Chen. With his increased strength, he swung his tail and sent the tree trunks flying. The pack of wolves behind the wild boars dared not approach. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of giant footsteps came from behind, causing the forest to tremble. A huge hand covered in black fur uprooted the trees in its path and threw them towards Chen Chen. After that, he charged out of the forest, wielding a tree trunk that had been ground smooth as a weapon. All the wild animals that stood in his way were mercilessly beaten to death. Finally, he saw the true form of this creature. The mandrills stood on the wall, full of questions. What kind of animal is this? I don't know, it just looks like a giant hairy man. Chen Chen remembered. This was a wild man, and considering the geographical location here, it merged with his previous life. So, he was the future ruler, the savage wild man. Chen Chen was excited in his heart. In this life, he was facing the powerful creature from his previous life. Fortunately, at this moment, the wild man had not yet reached its most formidable state. Tyrannosaurus, be careful. This thing is a bit strange. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a wild man. Wild man? The animals of the guard team looked at each other. Suddenly, an old goat remembered something. So it's the legendary wild man from the forest. You know about it? I also heard about it from my grandfather when I was young. I never thought that now, as a grandfather myself, I would finally see it with my own eyes. Is that someone from my hometown of Pingintown? Wild man, not human. In various parts of the world, especially deep in the mountains, people have witnessed the existence of wild men. Wild men are a type of unconfirmed higher primate. They can walk upright and have a certain level of intelligence. The more formal academic term is upright higher primate cryptid. They have a large stature and agile movements, able to traverse mountains and valleys as if on flat ground. The wild man in front of me has already surpassed 6 meters in height. Roar! The wild man swung the tree trunk in his hand and struck towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen met it head-on. Crack! The tree trunk broke upon impact. Chen Chen's head felt a bit dizzy. This wild man seems to have reached the mid-stage of its growth. However, its strength is just too great. Bang bang! Before Chen Chen could react, the wild man's fists, as big as rocks, greeted his head. A flurry of punches, hitting flesh with each blow. This is the advantage of primates, especially when the wild man is a higher primate. I'll bite you to death. Chen Shen opened his mouth and bit towards the wild man's fist. The wild man held Chen Shen's mouth with both hands, then jumped and delivered a flying kick to Chen Shen's chest. Bang! The enormous foot was like two small boats, causing Chen Shen to stagger back several steps. You have successfully angered me. Chen Shen's dark golden pupils were filled with a cold-killing intent. The wild man is indeed intelligent. If it weren't for the slaughter he and the saber-toothed tiger carried out at the breeding farm tonight, he would have remained patient. With his current strength, he doesn't need to fear the gorilla captain. What he fears are the firearms at the breeding farm. Now that the watchtower has been destroyed and the gorilla captain and saber-toothed tiger are gone, the wild man cannot tolerate Chen Shen, a fierce beast, occupying the breeding farm. Roar! Awu! The wild man roared at Chen Shen. It was communicating with him. Unexpectedly, Chen Shen vaguely understood his meaning. He was saying that he wants to build a legion of fierce beasts and needs the evolutionary points inside him. If Chen Shen is willing, he can join. Chen Shen smiled. Indeed, the higher primate with a certain level of intelligence lives up to its reputation. To have such thoughts in the mid-stage of evolution is impressive. It seems that in his past life, he must have successfully occupied this place and become a ferocious wild man dominating the area. However, in this life, it won't be possible, because Chen Shen is the king here. Roar! A powerful and majestic roar was his response to the wild man. The wild man grinned, revealing sharp fangs in his mouth. He ran towards Chen Shen like a wild beast, raising his fists to strike. Chen Shen slightly turned his body, allowing the wild man's fist to hit the crocodile armor on his back. Then, his tail swung and wrapped around the wild man's right arm. It turns out his tail isn't normally this flexible. It gained this flexibility after consuming the giant octopus and evolving the talent. That's why it can be so agile. The wild man couldn't understand how a tail could be so flexible. Ha! Chen Shen swung his tail, sending the wild man rolling on the ground. Bang bang bang! The wild man rolled all the way into the ditch outside the breeding farm. With a splash, he fell into the water, causing a large splash. After that, there was no movement. Chen Shen furrowed his brows. Could it be that the wild man can't swim? Did he drown? Suddenly, the mountain spirit shouted, "No! Inside the ditch, there are fish! He must be killing the fish!" Chen Shen's heart tightened. This wild man indeed has abundant intelligence. Even at this moment, he is still thinking about obtaining evolutionary points. Chen Shen ran to the ditch. There was no trace of the wild man here. Although it's called a ditch, it is deep and wide enough for a large wild man to swim in. The ditch surrounds the entire breeding farm and is several kilometers long. After running along the ditch for more than 10 meters, he discovered that the water had already been stained red with blood. Many fish carcasses floated on the surface. Find him for me! Chen Shen roared angrily. The wild man is currently in the middle stage of growth, and it is unknown how many evolution points he has until the later stage. If he evolves at this time, Chen Shen would really be helping him. By then, even slapping himself would be too light. The mountain imp ran on the wall with the animals of the escort team, watching the movement in the ditch below. Tyrannosaurus, walk along the ditch for 300 meters. The wild man is there. Got it. Now, it's a showdown between the two kings. The group of wild animals is more than 500 meters away from the breeding farm and dare not move without the wild man's command. Chen Shen started to chase after the wild man. After evolving into the later stage of growth, his maximum speed reached 50 kilometers per hour. 300 meters was just a short while away. Roar! Come up to me! The wild man punched the ditch. With a loud bang, the water surface exploded. Countless dead fish, mixed with splashes of water, flew towards Chen Shen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the wild man dived into the water and continued swimming forward. Chen Shen jumped in as well, with the water reaching his abdomen. Walking in the water was a bit slower due to the resistance, and there was mud beneath the ditch. Not long after, Chen Shen felt something was wrong. The sensation from his feet was not the slippery mud, but more like stepping on a soft cushion. Oh no! It's the wild man. He was hiding in the water, waiting for Chen Shen to take the bait. A person who transformed into an animal was deceived by a wild animal. The wild man grabbed Chen Shen's ankles with his hands. With a great force, Chen Shen's body suddenly tilted backward. With a splash, the huge body fell into the ditch. The wild man stood up, holding Chen Shen's legs in his hands. With a roar, he threw Chen Shen out of the ditch. This time, it was Chen Shen who rolled on the ground. Spit! Chen Shen spat out a large puddle of mud. His eyes were filled with anger. You bastard! Do you really think you're so intelligent? He curled up a tree trunk with his tail and charged towards the ditch again. Turning around, he swung the tree trunk randomly at the ditch. The other animals' hearts were hanging in the air. With a loud bang, a huge black figure stood up from the ditch. Facing the swinging tree trunk, he punched it. The thick tree trunk broke under his punch. Chen Chen was shocked. Something bad had indeed happened. The wild man had evolved to the later stage of growth by killing fish. From the half-exposed body in the ditch, it could be inferred that his height now matched Chen Chen's, reaching 8 meters. Especially his fists, they were even bigger and more powerful. The wild man inserted both hands into the ditch, then roared and flipped upwards. A large amount of water, along with the fish in it, was lifted by his palms. It fell like a heavy rain. Chen Chen rushed through the rain and pounced on the wild man. His claws aimed at his chest, and he opened his mouth to bite the wild man's neck. Even if the wild man had reached the later stage of growth, as long as Chen Chen's exaggerated biting force caught him, it would be enough to cause serious damage. The wild man punched out of the water, hitting Chen Chen's forehead. Chen Chen's gaze flickered from the impact. Wow! The power in this guy's fists has exceeded 20 tons? His crocodile armor defense was only 20 tons. This punch actually left him dazed. Roar! The wild man's other arm grabbed Chen Chen's neck and pressed his head into the water. Does this guy want to drown me? The wild man has a considerable amount of combat experience. After pressing Chen Chen's head into the water, he didn't forget to use his other fist to strike Chen Chen's body. Punch after punch landed on the crocodile armor on Chen Chen's body. Crackling sounds could be heard as the crocodile armor under the strikes began to crack. Bubbles surged up from below. The wild man had a smirk on his face, knowing that the biggest threat was about to be resolved. Chen Chen's tail emerged and wrapped around the wild man's left arm, preventing him from causing further harm. The two sides began to stalemate. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. No more bubbles appeared from the water. The mountain spirit sat dejectedly on the wall. The Tyrannosaurus Rex drowned? Ah! What do we do now? If only we had killed more to gain evolution points and evolve ourselves. Just to be safe, the wild man waited for another minute. Feeling the tail wrapped around him weaken, he struggled and fell into the water. Only then did he stop and release his strength. Chen Chen's half-body remained motionless outside the water. The wild man climbed out of the ditch, water flowing off his body. He looked up at the sky and let out a roar, as if declaring his victory. The howls of wolves and the roars of tigers echoed in response. Birds circled in the air. On the side of the guards, dark clouds covered the sky. We're done for. Prepare to fight to the death. The mountain spirit gritted his teeth. Bring out all the explosives. We can go down together if necessary. You. What? Do you want to become that wild man's evolution points? Or his lackey? I guess I'm already a dog now. Believe me, I'll crush you right now. After the wild man's roar, he lowered his arms. The wild beasts in the forest slowly approached him. Suddenly, Chen Chen in the ditch behind him moved. With a bang, the 17-meter-long, 8-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus Rex Chen Chen jumped out of the ditch. Opening its mouth wide, it bit down on the wild man's shoulder from behind. The wild man never expected this sudden change. When the immense pain spread throughout his body, he finally realized that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not dead. Roar! The wild man, in pain, reached back with his left arm to grab Chen Chen. Chen Chen allowed him to grab, unwilling to give up the opportunity he had finally seized. After transforming into a beast, the most troublesome thing was encountering this kind of primate. Agile limbs and powerful arms made it difficult to use his strongest bite force. Crack crack under the bite force of 25 tons, the bones on the wild man's shoulder were crushed. Ah! The wild man swung his fists backward in a frenzy. However, they were all blocked by the prominent crocodile armor on Chen Chen's head. Chen Chen planted his feet on the ground and then shook his head violently. Swoosh! Other animals were stunned. They never expected that Chen Chen could bite off the strong wild man's arm. I'll break one of your arms and see if you still have the strength to fight me. Chen Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. The wild man turned around, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. He half knelt on the ground, his left hand covering the terrifying wound on his right shoulder. Roar! Oh! The wild man let out a low growl towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen opened his mouth and swallowed. I can't be bothered to communicate with you. I don't want to waste my thoughts guessing animal language. This is my territory, and it's either your death or mine, understand? Thud! The wild man pounded the ground with one hand, creating a large pit. Chen Chen's words infuriated him. Either he dies or I do. So, it seems that he won't have a good outcome today? Splash! The wild man scooped up a handful of mud and threw it at Chen Chen's eyes. Facing this childish trick, Chen Chen lowered his head. The mud hit his head, but it didn't hurt. At that moment, a warm current suddenly flowed through his chest. After devouring the arm of the wild man, the claws unexpectedly began to grow again. After evolving twice, the claws had already reached 2 meters. Now they had grown another meter, and 3 fingers had turned into sickles. They were even more agile now. It almost felt like being human again. Shen Shen carefully recalled that his claws had changed because he had eaten the silverback gorilla, and now he was a wild man. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Should he have also devoured the gorilla captain? Who knows, maybe he could have grown 5 claws. The wild man watched in astonishment as Chen Shen's pair of claws grew, his eyes filled with surprise. He could still evolve on his body. Ha, offer me your other arm as well. The wild man looked at Chen Shen with fear in his eyes. In the forest, whether it was a tiger, a blind bear, or the king of wild boars, they all respected him as their king and obeyed his commands. But now, Chen Shen's eyes showed that he wasn't even a worthy opponent, just food. With a roar, the wild man turned and fled. The king of the forest, fleeing. Where do you think you're going? Chen Shen chased after him. The wild man had completely lost his fighting spirit. After being injured, his strength was greatly diminished. Chen Shen burst into his maximum speed and quickly caught up to him. With a merciless gaping mouth, he bit down on the wild man's left shoulder with his hooked teeth. Awu! The wild man began to cry for help, calling out to the wild animals gathered ahead. A white wolf glanced at the wild man and then led the pack of wolves away. A black bear pretended not to see and licked its own paw before leaving. You have evolved to such an extent in the forest, it seems you have slaughtered many wild animals. Now, they no longer care about you. The wild man's voice was filled with despair. At this moment, he was willing to submit to Chen Shen. It's useless. If you were intact, I might consider keeping you by my side, but now you are a one-armed wild man. You have no value. Crack! Chen Shen tore off his left arm. Bang! Chen Shen stepped on his back with one clawed foot, pinning him to the ground. He swung his tail, wrapping it around the wild man's neck. Die! He tightened his tail. The wild man's neck snapped. It was a rare species that had finally evolved to the late stage of growth, only to die under Chen Shen's feet. We won! The mountain sprite felt that things were progressing too quickly. Yes, we won. The mountain sprite looked at Chen Shen, who was eating the wild man's arm, with complete admiration. If it weren't for Chen Shen playing dead in the ditch and launching a fatal attack, they wouldn't have won so easily. At that time, they really thought Chen Shen had drowned. The wild man had held Chen Shen's head underwater for 6 minutes. What kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex is this? After devouring the wild man's left arm, Chen Shen's claws reacted again. They grew to 3 meters long, and instead of continuing to grow more fingers, they began to thicken. Muscles swelled, and if you ignored his size and only looked at his 2 arms, they gave off a feeling of strength and power. They could crush gold and shatter stones. Chen Shen looked at his own physique. He was 8 meters tall and 10 meters long. His tail alone was over 5 meters long. His legs were almost as long as his tail. The biggest part was still his head. Looking down from above, his huge head blocked his claws, making them invisible. These claws of mine should grow another 2 meters. Only then can they unleash their full power. The evolution points were also refreshed. After reaching the late stage of growth, killing some wild animals, and devouring a wild man in the late stage of growth, the evolution points were now 8635/12,000. At this moment, the mountain sprite and the members of the escort team arrived. Captain, the beasts have returned to the forest. What should we do now, Captain? Chen Shen obviously wasn't very satisfied with this title. Yes, you're replacing Captain Orangutan. From now on, you will be the overall responsible person for guarding Pinyin Town, the highest leader. Chen Shen laughed. No, I am the king. The mountain imp was shocked. This Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't try to be a dictator, would he? You lead some people, along with agile animals, to repair the artillery tower. Prepare the firepower again and continue your work. The artillery tower, the gate, and those damaged areas can all be repaired. But the firepower is not enough. In such a big town, the firepower is not enough? In our Pinyin Town, there are no troops stationed here. There are no smugglers of military weapons. The recent confrontations have already used up most of our resources. TSK, it seems that this is a poor town. Then let's repair it first. There's one more thing. Speak. In Pinyin Town, there are still tens of thousands of humans. If you want to be king, I can agree, but it's not easy for them. After all, Pinyin Town is a place where humans and animals live together peacefully. When Captain Orangutan took on the heavy responsibility, it was also through a vote. Chen Shen grinned. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. The animals and people of the escort team began to work busily, repairing all the damaged things as quickly as possible. After daybreak, many people in Ping'an Town were waiting for news from the breeding farm. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan couldn't sit still long ago. If it weren't for second master stopping them, they would have gone to the breeding farm to find Chen Shen. Suddenly, a mournful music came from the horn on the street corner. Then, a voice filled with sadness followed. Yesterday, Captain Orangutan sacrificed himself to defend Ping'an Town. Ah, how is that possible? Captain Orangutan is the strongest in our Ping'an Town. Yes, he even had martial arts skills. What a pity. What will happen to our Ping'an Town in the future? People began to discuss one after another. When the sound of their discussion subsided, Chen Shen's domineering voice came through the horn. The strongest animal in the forest has been killed by me. From now on, I will be the king here. Xiaoshan and Yu Yu danced with excitement. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is indeed powerful. He's going to become king. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is meant to be king. Second master frowned. What is he trying to do? Captain Orangutan is dead, and now he wants to be king? What if this stirs up public anger? Everyone, those who are willing, gather immediately at the breeding farm in the south. Chen Shen's voice came again. The people were hesitant. In Ping'an Town, without strong firepower, they would ultimately rely on those powerful animals to protect them. But openly declaring oneself king like this seemed to go against democracy. Let's go. Let's go and see what kind of thing dares to declare itself king. When one appears, there will be a second, a third. The crowds of people, along with animals that had little attacking power, began to rush towards the breeding farm. Xiaoshan and Yu Yu were no exception. They followed second master and went there. 1 hour later, a dense crowd of people and animals had gathered outside the breeding farm. Shanshao, where did the self-proclaimed king go? The mountain imp smiled bitterly and pointed towards the ditch. Splash! Chen Shen stood up from the ditch, and the water on his body fell like a waterfall. He wasn't hiding in the ditch, but exploring his second talent, derivation. He discovered that under the ability of derivation, each time he dived, he could stay underwater longer than the previous time. It was truly an extraordinary talent, so he wanted to know where his limits were. After coming out of the ditch, he had already stayed underwater for 2 hours. Boom, boom, taking huge strides, he stepped ashore. When the people saw Chen Shen, who was 8 meters tall and 10 meters long, they were all shocked. How tall was Captain Orangutan? Only 3 meters. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of them was more than twice his size. Just by looking at Chen Shen's physique, they were already half convinced. The gate of the farm opened, and Chen Shen went in and dragged out the body of the wild man. Bang! The body of the wild man, who had lost both arms, was exposed to everyone. Covered in black hair, 8 meters tall, even though he had lost his arms, he still exuded a primitive fierceness. This is the strongest animal in the forest. Wow! There's such a big animal in the forest. Yeah, how could Captain Orangutan be his match? If it weren't for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, wouldn't our peaceful town become his domain? This wild man is a higher primate. It possesses intelligence no less than that of humans. It is the one who planned a series of animal invasions. His goal is all the animals in this farm. Everyone understood. I believe you also know that after being transformed into animals, there is an opportunity for evolution. These domesticated animals represent a massive amount of evolution points. This wild man wants to create an army of fierce beasts. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus Rex, you're the best. Xiaoshan shouted, but his mouth was covered by second master. To continue living peacefully in Peaceful Town, we need strong power to protect us. I want to become king and have you all obey my orders. Are you willing? The scene instantly fell silent. After a moment, an old man with a cane stepped forward. Now, it's not the old society anymore. Don't talk to me about democracy. I'm asking if you're willing or not. If you are, I'll become the king. If you're not, I can just leave. After all, this won't be my final resting place. Upon hearing these words, people panicked. The wild man had been killed, but what other powerful animals were there in the forest? How would they know if Chen Shen left and continued to launch attacks? At this moment, Shan Shao added fuel to the fire. To be honest with you, we've basically run out of ammunition after these few invasions. At most, we can only withstand one more attack. Ah, then what can we do? The old man continued, if you can ensure our safety, we will address you as king. What do you say? The old man finally said these words. Chen Shen had been waiting for half a day, waiting for these words. Although Peaceful Town was small, it still had basic communication and internet access. According to the trajectory of the previous life, many powerful animals had already become umbrellas for some humans. As long as they paid attention to the news, they would definitely know. If I become king, I will naturally protect all of you. Now that we've run out of ammunition, what can you do? Chen Chen stood proudly. I am the most powerful weapon. Then he looked towards the forest in the distance. I will complete the beast army that the wild man failed to create. I will make Peaceful Town the place with the first fierce beast army. Everyone's hearts began to change. They started to believe that Chen Chen could do it. Here, only he could do it. The old man took the lead and knelt down. May I ask, how should we address you, your majesty? I am Chen Chen. Chen Chen. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Choose Hegemon King. The old man blurted out. Xiaoshan and Yu's young voices began to chant, choose Hegemon King. Choose Hegemon King. Shen Chen was embarrassed. How did his name become associated with the title of choose Hegemon King? Even the mountain sprite couldn't help but laugh. Good. Since you all address me as choose Hegemon King, I will definitely solve the safety of Peaceful Town for you. Shen Chen ran to the ditch, opened his mouth, and bit down. Hundreds of fish were already caught in his mouth. Then he ran towards the forest. Although they didn't know what he was going to do, there must be a reason. Chen Chen had already laid the foundation for his plan. Soon, the second catastrophe of the world would arrive. After the second catastrophe, there will be new changes. Major forces are forming one after another, and Chen Chen also needs to establish his own power. This is an opportunity. After killing the wild man, he will replace him and become the dominant ruler of the area. In the forest, the beasts have returned to their territories. With the death of the wild man, it seems that the territories are being redistributed. Shen Chen ran into the territory of the wolf pack. The wolves naturally knew that Chen Chen was a more formidable character than the wild man, so they lurked in the bushes, baring their teeth and not daring to approach. Wow! Splash! Chen Chen opened his mouth and hundreds of fish fell to the ground, wriggling and jumping. Wolf King, come out! I know you can understand me. A wild wolf with a body length of 3 meters and a height of 1.5 meters, with pale fur, appeared. Its greedy eyes looked at the wriggling fish on the ground. Howl! Howl! The Wolf King seemed to be asking Chen Chen what he wanted to do. Chen Chen looked down at him from a high vantage point and said, either submit or die. A cold killing intent emanated from him. The fur of the Wolf King bristled. It lowered its noble head towards Chen Chen and slowly approached, opening its mouth to eat a fish. Chen Chen smiled. In the face of absolute strength, they could only submit. The Wolf King had acknowledged it, and the rest of the wolves naturally followed suit, bowing their heads to Chen Chen and then eating the fish. Although the wolves received fewer evolution points than the wild man, it was still generous compared to before. When the wild man rose in the forest, he mercilessly killed many of their kind. Take me to find the remaining fierce beasts. Howl! After the wolves finished eating the fish, they began to lead the way. Before long, a group of wild boars appeared, followed by a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex. The new wild boar king had to submit under its powerful aura. Afterwards, the orangutans, black bears, all submitted to Chen Chen. They ran around the forest, and any animals with some fighting ability were recruited. After returning to the breeding farm, night had fallen. 200 meters outside the farm, a new grave was added for the gorilla captain. After seeing this, Chen Chen abandoned his plan to eat the gorilla captain's arm. He decided to show him some respect. The baboon was more intelligent and had excellent marksmanship. He could be considered Chen Chen's right-hand man. Shuba Wang is back. The guarding animals shouted when they saw Chen Chen. The heavy gate was opened. Chen Chen approached, followed by a pack of wolves, wild boars, and a group of eagles in the sky. It was a grand sight, giving off the feeling of being the king of all beasts. Shuba Wang, what is this? From now on, they are the Fierce Beast Legion of Pingan Town. Did you really subdue them? Chen Chen scanned the surroundings and said, those animals with some authority, come with me. The baboon didn't understand what he meant. Then, with a dozen or so animals with some authority, they followed Chen Chen to a secluded place. The Wolf King, Wild Boar King, and Eagle King also followed. Chen Chen remained silent, deliberately creating a tense atmosphere. After a while, he spoke. Will you be loyal to me? Howl. Hoof. I hope your answer comes from the heart. Shuba Wang, you. The baboon's words were interrupted. From now on, only animals will guard the breeding farm. Everyone else, including those without combat power, must leave. Why? If we are to build a fierce beast legion, we need strong fighting power. Moreover, humans are unreliable in the future. They are an unstable factor. But aren't we supposed to coexist peacefully? Shen Chen glared at him fiercely. What about the wild man's corpse? It's still there. What did you see? The mountain demon was instantly stunned by the question. Previously, when people gathered at the farm, they didn't think much about the wild man's body because Chen Chen was there. But after Chen Chen entered the forest, the mountain demons saw intense greed on the faces of the people. The wild man was too powerful, even in the later stage of its growth. As long as a person who hadn't transformed into an animal ate the wild man's flesh, they could become a new wild man. What a powerful species. The mountain demons suddenly realized, I understand. Remember, in the future, this world belongs to animals. Humans will eventually become tools. Those present deeply engraved Chen Chen's words in their hearts. After returning to the farm, they began to plan. Useless chickens and ducks, along with people, were driven out. Next was a grand feast. There were nearly 300,000 animals in the farm. If they were used as animal feed for a long time, 100,000 would be enough. Chen Chen stood in the center of the farm and said, Today, you will hunt down 200,000 farm animals. But you cannot kill each other. How far you can evolve depends on you. The beasts roared. The Wolf King rushed into the chicken coop first. The remaining wild beasts also fought fiercely, staining the ground red with blood. But Chen Chen didn't find it cruel at all. They were just 200,000 farm animals. When they were humans, weren't there tens of thousands of them buried or slaughtered every time there was avian flu or swine fever? Roar! Chen Chen roared and joined in. Tonight, he would break through to the later stage of his growth and reach maturity. In Pinyin Town, the people and animals driven out were filled with resentment. Several pigeons fluttered their wings and flew over. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. What's going on? Chu Ba Wang is leading a group of fierce beasts and massacring the farm. What? Everyone was shocked. Weren't they supposed to coexist peacefully for a long time? Why did they start killing after being driven out? Bastard! I knew that Tyrannosaurus Rex would have ulterior motives after becoming king. He wants to further evolve. Impossible. All the animals in the farm belong to everyone in Pinyin Town. Why should they have them all? Damn it, I still have 2 years to live as a chicken. I want to evolve too. I don't want to die. Notify everyone, let's go back to the farm. The pigeons and chickens scattered instantly, informing the people of Pinyin Town. In the farm, animal corpses were everywhere, piled up like mountains. Roar! The Wolf King successfully reached the mid-stage of its growth. Its size didn't increase much, but its pale fur had turned silver under the moonlight, shining with a luster. Its claws had grown into diamond-like hardness and sharpness. Ha ha ha! Wolf King, you have evolved into the White Wolf King. Chen Chen added a great general and felt happy. The White Wolf King respectfully lowered its head to Chen Chen, feeling grateful. This new king wasn't selfish like the wild man. A cry sounded. The Eagle King also successfully evolved to the mid-stage of its growth. Its size doubled. Its wingspan had exceeded the limit of what an eagle could grow to. It reached 7 meters. Its talons were as cold as black iron, sending chills down people's spines. The roaring continued. Each roar represented an animal evolving. The Wild Boar King successfully reached the mid-stage of its growth. The Mountain Demon successfully reached the mid-stage of its growth. Behind a pile of corpses, a faint white smoke began to rise from Chen Chen's body. The animals that had already evolved were all looking at their king. Crackling. Chen Chen felt the intense pain coming from his back. His crocodile armor involuntarily protruded, and then began to crack in the process of evolution. Roar! With a long howl, a pair of wings with a wingspan of 18 meters unfolded in the eyes of the animals below Chen Chen. Those wings were like a sky-covering existence. The wingspan of the Eagle King was only 7 meters, while Chen Chen's wingspan was a whopping 18 meters. With a simple flap of his wings, he could create 2 gusts of wind. His wings were different from those of birds, they were actually made of flesh. At the top of his flesh wings were claws similar to those of a pterosaur. This meant that he essentially had a pair of western claws. Oh my god! What kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex is Chu Ba Wang exactly? Exclaimed the muscular bull, who had successfully reached the mid-stage of growth and was bursting with explosive muscles. The mountain spirit shook its head and suddenly realized something. During this period of time, all those experts in the news have been saying that besides the ordinary and mutant species of animalization, there is also an ancient species, and it seems that there is another mysterious type above the ancient species. Currently, it is called the fusion species. Are you saying that our Chu Ba Wang is the strongest type that has appeared now, the fusion species? It must be. Haven't you noticed? He can control his crocodile armor at will. After the wings grew out, Chen Chen's body size didn't change much. The attribute panel received an update. Species, fusion species. Name, Flying Crocodile Armor Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level, Early Mature Stage. Strength, 25 tons. Speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Lifespan, 200 years. Defense, 25 tons. Flexibility, 15. Evolution value, 12/120,000. Talent 1, strongest bite force of 30 tons. Talent 2, derivative. Talent 3, flight, speed, 80 kilometers per hour. In just over a month, he had evolved to the early mature stage. This speed definitely surpassed 90% of the animalized creatures. The pot of fossil stew he had eaten before had really brought him a pleasant surprise. Talent 3 turned out to be flight, allowing him to grow a pair of wings. The flying speed was even faster than his running speed. Shen Shen believed that under Talent 2, derivative, as long as he ate the part of an animal that was stronger than him in a certain aspect, he would gain enhancement. Derivative talent was not something any random animal could possess. The flexibility in the attribute panel was a product of derivation. However, the current evolution value was a bit difficult to handle. The original 12,000 evolution value had now increased tenfold to 120,000. In other words, he had to kill 40,000 animals to pass through the early mature stage. In the breeding farm, Shen Shen took out 200,000 animals for the Beast Legion to evolve. After a fierce battle, they had basically killed them all. The evolution value feast was coming to an end as Shen Shen's evolution was nearing completion. Mountain Spirit. A colorful mountain spirit, standing at 1 meter 50, walked over. Shen Shen was a little surprised. You've also evolved. Yes. The clothes on the mountain spirit had been torn apart by the doubled height, and its western limbs were even more developed than before. Shuba Wang, my name is Zheng Tianhe. I am no longer considered a mountain spirit now. Count how many animals have evolved this time. List the strongest ones for me. Yes. After more than an hour of counting, the list was finally out. Over 1,000 animals had reached the early mature stage, and over 200 had reached the mid-stage of growth. The White Wolf King, Eagle King, Wild Boar King, and others were already approaching the late stage of growth. What surprised Shen Shen the most was that there was actually a mutant snake scorpion that had reached the late stage of growth. Call it over. An animal with the upper body of a snake and the lower body of a scorpion walked towards Shen Shen on 6 legs. The upper body of the snake stood at 2 meters high, and the scorpion's lower body had a scorpion tail with a green, venomous hook at the end. It was clearly filled with deadly poison. You are a mutant species. Yes. Shuba Wang. My name is Zhang Li. During the transformation, I drank the 5 supplement wine that my friends from the Miaojiang region gave me. The 5 supplement wine from Miaojiang is made by soaking snakes, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and poisonous toads. Unexpectedly, after drinking it, I turned into this kind of creature. Before, my combat power was very weak because my body was too small. Before the evolution feast, I had just passed my juvenile stage. But through killing, I slowly evolved and my body size gradually increased. What I'm most proud of is that my toxicity has greatly increased. Killing becomes much easier. I quickly reached the later stage of growth, just like flying. Great! You are now the only one in Pingyang Town who has reached the later stage of growth. Shen Shen is already in the mature stage, so there is no comparison. Thank you, Shuba Wang. Don't worry, as long as you are loyal to me, I will definitely help you reach the mature stage faster. Absolutely loyal. After that, Shen Shen began to deal with the corpses in the breeding farm. Any corpse killed by venomous animals was classified as one type, while the rest were another type. These corpses had to be temporarily preserved as food for animals in the future. The agile primates took on a new job, replacing the animals left behind by humans. Shuba Wang, something bad happened. There are many people and animals outside. Shen Shen snorted coldly. I knew they would come back. Before even trying out my flying ability, I was interrupted. The 2 huge flesh wings retracted and slowly merged under my ribs, as if they had never appeared before. The gate of the breeding farm opened. Shen Shen stepped out and faced the tens of thousands of people and animals gathered together. Any objections? Shuba Wang, I also want to evolve. If I don't evolve, I'm doomed. A rooster spoke up. Shan. Zhang Shanha. Zhang Shanha walked out with a domestic pig. Good, I will give you the opportunity to evolve. You, come and kill him alone. This really stumped the rooster. Flapping its wings, it fought with the domestic pig for 10 minutes, but couldn't kill it. Instead, it almost got crushed by the pig. Everyone saw it. It's your bad luck that you transformed into a chicken. I gave you the opportunity to evolve, but you couldn't seize it. But, I want to live. Then I'll give you some advice. If you weak animals want to evolve, don't target the animals in the farm. Insects and ants are your best choice. As soon as the chickens and ducks heard this, a ray of hope appeared before their eyes. Why didn't they think of it before? Insects and ants are insects, but they are also animals. Their size is not suitable for killing pigs and sheep, or even chickens and ducks of the same level. but it would be easy to kill an ant, so this is our path. Thank you, Chuba Wang. The group of chickens and ducks ran away like crazy, along with other weak animals like wild rabbits. Next, there were only a group of people left. Shen Shen's tone was cold. What about you? Any objections? We just want to coexist peacefully. Shen Shen smirked, his smile somewhat sinister. I hope so too. But I can also give you a chance. If anyone wants to transform, you can sign up. Many people were hesitant. As the time of universal transformation increased, the transformed animals were getting stronger bit by bit. Only humans remained stagnant, especially after witnessing the level of beasts and Shen Shen. They felt that perhaps only by becoming animals could they keep up with the world's trend. However, no one came forward to sign up for Chen Shen's proposal. This suggestion of mine is valid for a long time. After you've made up your mind, go find Zhang Shanhe. Chen Shen turned around and entered the breeding farm. The people gathered together knew that they wouldn't benefit from it, so they dispersed reluctantly. In the following days, Shen Shen made his plan more detailed. Zhang Shanhe, who has a good relationship with humans, will serve as the diplomat. The capable residents of Pingan Town are mobilized to create equipment for the Beast Legion. Even if these ordinary animals reach the mid to late stages of growth, they are still no match for human firearms. At this stage, human abilities are crucial. In 5 days, a batch of iron armor was produced in an iron smelting plant in Pingan Town. Shen Shen also spent these 5 days taming these wild animals, ensuring that they would not pose a threat to humans. On the surface, they still coexist peacefully with humans. A wild boar, wearing iron armor, looks majestic and its combat power has greatly increased. However, Zhang Shanhe is not happy. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Chen Chen asked. Chuba Wang, these wild boars with iron armor are indeed powerful. But if they encounter human snipers using armor-piercing bullets, it's a one-shot deal. Zhang Shanhe touched the dual pistols at his waist. What a pity. I know you still prefer firearms. Don't worry, the human alliance will eventually disintegrate. By then, we will be able to obtain a lot of firearms. If that's the case, it would be best. Find me a map. Zhang Shanhe obtained a map from Pingan Town. Chen Shen had already calculated the days. There are 10 days left until the second catastrophe. Within these 10 days, they must reach the nearest location of the catastrophe. Chen Shen lay on the ground, looking at the unfolded map. Unfortunately, the map is a bit too small. There will be 5 locations worldwide for the second catastrophe. The closest one to Pingan Town is Anlin City, over 500 kilometers away. Anlin City is built on a volcanic belt and has the largest dormant volcano in the country. In 10 days, this dormant volcano will come alive. Great! We will go there. Zhang Shanhe felt strange. Why? You will know when you get there. But Anlin City is a planned central city. There are suppression forces inside. Having suppression forces means there are many firearms, and they are quite powerful. Anlin City is different from the original Beihai City. Beihai City was established when the central city plan had just started, and everything was not ready yet when the tsunami struck. Anlin City, on the other hand, has stabilized and become a true central city. Don't you want firearms? This is the best opportunity. The location has been decided. Shen Shen began to select the animals that would accompany him. The King of Eagles is a must. He has the ability to fly and can gather a lot of intelligence in the air with his subordinates. The King of Wild Boars must also come along. It is a good helper for charging into battle. In addition, he brought Zhangli, the only late-stage grown snake scorpion. Zhang Shanhe and the White Wolf King stayed in Pingan Town to guard it. Target, Anlin City. It's over 500 kilometers away. We don't need to travel too fast, as long as we arrive within 10 days. Shen Shen chose to start the operation after dark. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan forcefully brought Yi to the breeding farm. Tyrannosaurus, are you leaving? Xiaoshan's face was full of reluctance. Don't worry, I will come back. Then you must come back quickly. Of course. When I come back, Pingan Town will become even stronger. Yu Yu held a plastic bag. Tyrannosaurus, there are pancakes made by Yi in here. Eat them on the way. Shen Shen reached out a claw, wanting to touch Yu Yu's head, but afraid of hurting her. Whenever he sees her, he thinks of his sister. Anlin City is also a central city. He wonders if his sister is there. Thank you. Let's go. A group of animals began to march forward. They left Pingan Town with a loud noise. Chen Shen spread out his 2 huge wings. Finally, he could test his flying ability. Flapping his wings, rocks flew everywhere on the ground, making it difficult for the animals behind to open their eyes. Shen Shen soared into the sky, and the scenery below gradually became smaller. Soon, he was flying side by side with the King of Eagles. King of Eagles, let's see who's faster. The King of Eagles let out a cry and suddenly accelerated. Chen Chen also accelerated to keep up. They flew higher and farther. Their flying speed had reached its limit, 60 kilometers per hour. Chen Chen barely caught up with the King of Eagles. Show me your fastest speed. The King of Eagles flapped its wings and flew, leaving Chen Chen behind. Damn! This bird flies so fast. The King of Eagles' speed had probably reached 100 kilometers per hour. Damn it! I really want to eat those wings of yours. The King of Eagles knew that Chen Chen couldn't catch up, so it slowed down. A group of birds followed from behind. King of Eagles, keep in touch with the animals on the ground so they don't get lost. The King of Eagles nodded. Alright, I'll soar in the sky. The feeling of flying in the sky was amazing. He had never experienced it in his previous life. In his previous life, he transformed into a turtle and could only crawl slowly. Now, he was a unique Tyrannosaurus Rex that excelled in land, sea, and air. Unconsciously, more than half an hour had passed. Chen Chen had flown more than 10 kilometers to the west. At this moment, above Chen Chen, a reconnaissance plane was flying. Look, it's showing on the radar. Maybe it's just a bird. Let's lower the altitude and take a closer look. We're responsible for reconnaissance. If we happen to encounter a pterosaur, it would be a great achievement to report it. My goodness! Have you forgotten that pterosaurs can destroy planes? Have you forgotten that our reconnaissance plane is equipped with firepower? You're right. Let's take a look. The reconnaissance plane lowered its altitude and suddenly flew past Chen Chen from less than 10 meters above. It caused a chaotic airflow, which affected the rookie Chen Chen who had just experienced flying. His huge body flipped several times in the air before stabilizing. Damn plane! Chen Chen felt a hint of anger. His flying speed of 60 kilometers per hour was nothing compared to the plane. In the reconnaissance plane, the faces of the pilot and co-pilot had turned pale. What did you see just now? A pair of huge wings, just like a pterosaur. But I feel like it's much bigger than a pterosaur. Could it be that the pterosaur has evolved and come here? That would be dangerous. What should we do now? They discovered Chen Chen on the radar, behind them. He's not as fast as us. Let's turn around and open fire on him. Agreed. The reconnaissance plane turned around and faced Chen Chen. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was over 800 meters. Get closer and shoot. Chen Chen also saw the reconnaissance plane flying towards him. I'm just experiencing flying, and I become your target. You want to mess with me? Let's see who takes down who first. Flapping his wings, he flew towards the oncoming plane. The heavy machine gun mounted on the reconnaissance plane began spitting out fire snakes. In just an instant, countless bullets flew out. Chen Chen's body was covered in rock-hard crocodile armor. It protected all his vital points. After reaching maturity, his defense had reached an astonishing 25 tons. The power of this heavy machine gun was almost like scratching an itch on him. Dang, after the bullets hit Chen Chen, they were deflected. The reconnaissance plane was getting closer and closer to Chen Chen. The person flying the plane also noticed Chen Chen's appearance. Damn! What kind of dinosaur is this? How can a pterosaur have such a big head? With a head over 3 meters long, it was clearly a massive creature. It was completely different from the species with long bird-like beaks like pterosaurs. Why does it look so much like a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Are you kidding? Can a T-Rex fly? Watch out. It's charging. Just as the two sides were about to collide, the reconnaissance plane suddenly ascended. You want to run? Have you asked me first? Crack! The claws on Chen Chen's wings pierced through the body of the reconnaissance plane. Then, with a sudden pull downwards, swoosh! 2 huge gashes were torn open beneath the reconnaissance plane. The powerful airflow rushed into the cockpit. Holy shit! It's unstable. The reconnaissance plane wobbled and struggled to stabilize. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chen flew up into the sky. Opening its massive jaws, it bit down on one of the wings of the reconnaissance plane. Crack, crack! The steel wing, under Chen Chen's immense biting force of 30 tons, shattered like paper. It broke into pieces, accompanied by a burst of flames. With this, the reconnaissance plane completely lost control. It tumbled in the air and crashed downwards. Hovering in the air, Chen Chen watched as a burst of fiery light appeared below. Overestimating yourself. A cry. The King of Eagles caught up and observed Chen Chen's situation. Chen Chen was pleased with his loyal performance. It's alright, continue contacting the ground animals. Chen Chen couldn't understand. How did he encounter a reconnaissance plane just over 10 kilometers away from Pinyin Town? The road to the west was desolate and uninhabited. Could it be that the reconnaissance plane was dispatched by Anlin City? If that's the case, I should be more low-key. Chen Chen's flying altitude decreased significantly. At the same time, in the command center of Anlin City. Report. Number 7 reconnaissance plane has lost contact. What happened? The staff members carried out a series of operations. Then they downloaded the video captured by the reconnaissance plane. In the video, a creature with wings spanning 18 meters charged towards them. Bullets fired from the heavy machine gun mounted on the reconnaissance plane burst into sparks upon hitting it. Finally, after Chen opened its jaws and shattered the wings, the video ended. Everyone who saw this video was shocked beyond words. The entire command center fell silent. After a while, a person who looked like a senior officer spoke up. Send the information up. Also, find out where the number 7 reconnaissance plane lost contact. 10 minutes later, a group of Anlin City's officials had gathered in the headquarters conference room. A monster appeared over 100 kilometers west. Chen's appearance appeared on the projector. All the officials were in an uproar. Is this a flying T-Rex? And it's bulletproof. After the pterosaur incident, all the planes were equipped with heavy machine guns and armor-piercing bullets. Even tanks can be penetrated. But this monster is completely unscathed. A person wearing a white coat, with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, stood up. Based on its current appearance, it resembles a mutant. Professor Wen, is a mutant a species above the ordinary? Professor Wen nodded. Yes. It has been 50 days since the animalization. Our research team has discovered that different species appear after animalization. First, there are the ordinary species, then mutants, special species, and ancient species. So this monster, Tyrannosaurus rex, the ruler of the late Cretaceous period, an ancient species that can fly, and can withstand armor-piercing bullets. The image on the projector began to zoom in. Professor Wen held a long stick in his hand and pointed at the crocodile-like armor on Chen's body. This bone armor resembles the ancient turtle from the prehistoric era. Then he pointed at Chen's hand claws. Tyrannosaurus rex, severe degradation of the forelimbs, and only 2 fingers, but look, his forelimbs have a thumb, and his arms are muscular. The group of officials were dumbfounded by Professor Wen's words. You've said so much, but what species is he exactly? The latest research has concluded, a hybrid species. Do we need to use missiles to deal with him? The Minister of the Air Command, who had just received the news, asked. Commander, the location where contact was lost with reconnaissance aircraft No. 7 is in Haifeng Town. A map instantly appeared on the projector. The commander looked at the map and said, Haifeng Town, behind it is Ping'an Town. Behind Ping'an Town is. Suddenly, the pupils of several officials contracted, and they all spoke at the same time. Beihai City. Immediately retrieve the information on Beihai City for me. 10 minutes later, a stack of information was placed on the table. These were all the fierce beasts that invaded Beihai City. Flying lion, tiger beast, silverback gorilla, sleek hound. Then, it stopped. It's him, Tyrannosaurus rex. Chen hadn't expected that his identity had already been exposed in front of the information system that hadn't completely collapsed. Faced with the information they had obtained, countless people began to speculate. From encountering a Tyrannosaurus rex when suppressing the troops, to its appearance in Beihai City. Following this route, it extended all the way to Yunhua City. The commander pointed a finger at Yunhua City on the map. It's here. Yunhua City First Level Museum. The Yunhua City First Level Museum was very famous. The most famous thing was the complete Tyrannosaurus rex fossil that could be seen as soon as you entered. This kind of Tyrannosaurus rex fossil was not found in the surrounding cities. Commander, even if we know that he came from Yunhua City, we won't find much. Yunhua City is already an empty city. The commander smiled mysteriously. We will definitely find out who he is. What should we do now? He has already appeared in Haifeng Town. Send 3 armed helicopters first, and then I will go talk to him. The surrounding officials were all shocked. What a joke! He was the commander of Anlin City, the highest position. How could he take such a risk? The Minister of the Air Command was the first to disagree. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. The commander smiled. Animals that have undergone transformation are first and foremost for survival. Secondly, it's for evolution. Haven't several central cities already used sincerity to recruit some fierce beasts? You want to recruit this monster? As long as we can provide what he needs, it won't be a problem. Indeed, if we can have powerful animals join our human camp, our chances of success will be high. No time to waste, let's take action. Commander. I am the commander. I have the final say. In order to ensure the safety of the commander, a total of 7 armed helicopters were dispatched, with sufficient firepower. Time flew by, and Chen Chen had already left Ping'an town for over 3 hours. At this moment, he had landed and appeared in a barren land outside Haifeng town. It was unexpected that there would be such a desolate place. After more than half an hour, the group of animals led by the wild boar king finally caught up, panting heavily. Because Chen Chen was flying in the air, these non-flying animals could only chase after him at high speed, and now their stamina was almost depleted. Rest here. The wild boar king lay down on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. A fly suddenly flew over and landed in front of Chen Chen. Following its gaze, Chen Chen looked up at the sky. In the sky, there were 7 red dots flickering. His heart tightened. Could it be the first helicopters of the suppression troops again? The central city was still 300 kilometers away from here. It seemed they had come to find him. Spread out! Chen Chen shouted. The birds and beasts instantly dispersed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Snake Scorpion Zhang Li first dug a hole not far from Chen Chen's side and hid underneath. Humph, instead of letting you find me, it's better for me to meet you first. Roar! He raised his head and let out a loud roar, the tremendous sound waves spreading in all directions. In the armed helicopter in the sky, the commanding officer heard this majestic and domineering roar. The commander's face lit up. We found him. Land! The armed helicopter carrying the commander landed, while the remaining 6 helicopters lowered their altitude, all weapons ready and aimed at Chen Chen. The propellers stirred up a strong breeze, but Chen Chen stood motionless in front of the armed helicopter. As the commander descended, he looked at Chen Chen from top to bottom. At the same time, at the headquarters in Anlin City, the officials gathered here also saw Chen Chen's appearance. Professor Wen frowned. Apart from the abnormal forelimbs, the rest of the features resemble a Tyrannosaurus rex. He then took out a pen and made a note. The commander was also puzzled. This Tyrannosaurus rex didn't have crocodile armor or wings. Could it be a mistake? You're the Tyrannosaurus rex that destroyed our reconnaissance aircraft? Exactly. If you don't want me to destroy these planes as well, get out of here. The commander smiled awkwardly. You look a bit different. What do I look like? What does it have to do with you? You don't need to hold such hostility towards me. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Qiming, the commanding officer of Anlin City. It confirmed Chen Chen's speculation. The reconnaissance aircraft that he destroyed belonged to Anlin City. Are you causing trouble for me because I destroyed your plane? No. Your combat power surprised us. So, we want you to join us. Ha ha ha. Chen Chen laughed heartily, exuding an aura of dominance. This made the armed personnel in the air feel nervous. I, the mighty Chuhi Gemin, need you to recruit me? It's better for you to join me. Chen Qiming's mood soured. This Tyrannosaurus rex was too arrogant. I'm serious. Join us, and we can provide you with everything you need. I'm also serious. Under my leadership, you will provide me with everything I need. Hee, Chuhi Gemin. Do you know how many troops our suppression force in Anlin City has? Do you know how much super firepower we possess? Among the cities divided in the world, Anlin City ranks in the top 100. There are over 13,000 cities globally. After the animalization, there are nearly 1,000 central cities. Chen Qiming dared to claim that they ranked in the top 100 among these 1,000 cities. It seems that Anlin City's firepower is truly formidable. Chen Chen lightly waved his claws. Are you threatening me? No. I want a win-win situation. So, I hope you cherish this opportunity. According to the memories of his past life, after the first great calamity, forces began recruiting powerful animals. The frenzy of recruitment occurred after the second great calamity. This Chen Qiming had some long-term vision. However, unfortunately, he didn't know that Anlin City was one of the places where the second great calamity erupted. Chen Chen shook his massive head. I don't need this opportunity. But at the same time, I'll give you one last chance to join me. The group of officials at Anlin City headquarters were furious, flipping tables and cursing. A Tyrannosaurus rex actually wanted Anlin City to join him. Arrogant. Presumptuous. Commander, let the armed helicopters blast this Tyrannosaurus rex. The earpiece in Chen Qiming's ear was filled with chaotic voices, and he frowned as he took it out. Chuhi Gemin, are you serious about what you said? Absolutely. Chen Qiming waved his hand, and the helicopter's propellers began to spin rapidly, slowly ascending. I hope we will never be enemies again. Who knows? After the armed aircraft rose to several tens of meters, Chen Qiming suddenly exclaimed, You dare to call yourself the overlord of Chu, don't forget his fate. Chen Chen just smiled and said, You should worry about your own fate. The armed aircraft slowly ascended, out of Chen Chen's sight. The snake scorpion Zhangli crawled out of the pit and walked to Chen Chen's side. Overlord of Chu, do you really intend to bring them under your command? Of course. Unfortunately, they don't cherish this opportunity. Chen Chen hadn't had the heart to tell Chen Qiming about the second catastrophe that was about to occur. Since you don't want to join me, then wait to perish in the catastrophe. Inside the armed aircraft, chaotic voices came through Chen Qiming's earpiece. Commander, this guy is so insolent. Should we kill him? This guy is too powerful. Even in ancient times, a creature of this enormous size would still be at the top of the food chain. Professor Wen finally spoke, I understand. This Tyrannosaurus rex is a fusion species, capable of manifesting the characteristics of other fused animals according to its own needs. So, its appearance is highly deceptive. Who knows what else it can do? Before it continues to grow stronger, let's kill it in its infancy. This had become a meeting. Everyone was waiting for Chen Qiming's final decision. Chen Qiming clenched his fist, thinking about Chen Chen's condescending attitude and arrogant words. The remaining 6 armed aircraft, return and attack. Great! Humph, arrogant Tyrannosaurus rex. How dare it call itself the Overlord of Chu? Today, let it know the fate of the Overlord of Chu in advance. Buzz buzz buzz, the 6 armed aircraft turned back. They had already been spotted by the King of Eagles. It flew to Chen Chen and reported to him. 2 streams of hot air spewed from Chen Chen's nostrils. Humph, human nature is so fickle. If they can't have it, they want to destroy it. He looked up at the sky. The flickering red dots were getting closer. Then let's give them a warning. Whoosh, a pair of huge wings unfolded under its ribs and soared into the sky. Beep beep beep, the radar had already detected a moving dot. The Tyrannosaurus rex is airborne. Shoot it down. The 6 armed aircraft began firing together. These were not reconnaissance planes armed with weapons, but fully armed attack helicopters. The firepower they carried could only be described as terrifying. K/AKD-10 anti-tank missiles, PL-90 air-to-air missiles, 7-tube 70mm air-to-ground rocket launchers, 70mm air-to-ground rockets, and 23mm cannon shells. Swoosh swoosh, the rocket launchers fired, leaving trails of white smoke in the air. Zhangli below was sweating for Chen Chen. Chen Chen watched as the rockets flew towards him, and his crocodile armor appeared. Now, he looked like a mature adult. He swung his wings and dodged with agility. Several rockets narrowly missed hitting Chen Chen's body. Unfortunately, Chen Chen's size was too large, and he was hit by a rocket. Boom boom, the sky lit up with a massive explosion, like a blooming fireworks display. Chen Chen was blasted back in the air. Ha, the power of rockets and bullets is indeed different. Beautiful. It hit. Humph, animals will always be animals. The fire dissipated, and Chen Chen continued to float in the air with his wings. What? How is this possible? One rocket is enough to send a tank flying. This Tyrannosaurus rex has withstood several hits and is still holding on. The pilots in the armed aircraft were panicking. The superiors watching the live broadcast at the Yanlan City headquarters through the armed aircraft were also in a panic. Professor Wen scribbled on paper, my goodness, I've never seen such terrifying defensive capabilities before. It's likely that it has reached maturity. What are you all staring at? Don't you know how to engage in aerial combat? The commander of the airborne headquarters roared in anger. The pilots instantly adjusted their mindset and began maneuvering in the air. Chen Chen spread his wings and flew towards the sky, simultaneously approaching an armed aircraft. Rat-a-tat, the machine guns on the 2 armed aircraft spewed tongues of fire, pouring out a dense rain of bullets. PL-90 air-to-air missile, launch. Swoosh, Eagle King. Chen Chen roared. Suddenly, a group of birds flew towards him from behind. Several young eagles, just reaching their adolescent stage, used their bodies to collide with the missiles. The missiles exploded shortly after being launched. The Eagle King let out a cry and flew towards the cockpit of an armed aircraft, crashing into it. Crack, the glass shattered. The Eagle King opened its iron-like talons and hooked onto a pilot, dragging him out. Then it let go. The pilot screamed as he fell from the sky. Report! There are still a large number of birds. Just as the report was completed, a red-bellied eagle flew into the cockpit and its sharp beak pierced his neck. The 5th armed aircraft was no longer under control and fell from the sky. Come and fight me. Number 3, number 4, shoot down that group of birds. Crack crack, as soon as the 2nd aircraft finished speaking, it began to shake. The aircraft below had already been torn apart by Chen Chen's bite. It's over. Chen Chen bit onto the 2nd aircraft and then flung it downwards. The 2nd aircraft emitted black smoke and followed the fate of the 5th aircraft. Damn it! The 1st aircraft launched 2 missiles. Chen Chen evaded one, but the 2nd one hit his back. A tremendous force sent him flying downwards. The crocodile armor on his back had been partially blown off, revealing charred flesh. "You bastard!" Shen Shen was furious and charged upwards. The first aircraft suddenly twisted, attempting to use its propeller to attack Chen Chen. Die! The propeller approached Chen Chen's neck. The pilot had already made up his mind. Bullets couldn't harm him, and the missiles had been used up. The high-speed rotating propeller was the weapon to kill. With a sinister smile, he seemed to have already seen Chen Chen's head being severed. Dang dang dang! After a few consecutive sounds, the instruments in the cockpit began flashing red lights frantically. How is this possible? The propeller struck Chen Chen's neck, but it broke. The aircraft tilted in the air and crashed towards Chen Chen. "My crocodile armor is not something a propeller can easily penetrate. Die!" Whoosh! Chen Chen swung his tail, heavily striking the aircraft. The aircraft deformed severely and plummeted downwards. Climb quickly! The remaining 3 armed aircraft began to ascend rapidly. The Eagle King had already appeared below the 3rd aircraft. Its claws easily tore a large hole in the underside of the aircraft. Birds flying at high speeds, including Chen Chen, entered through the hole. The 2 pilots were frantically scratched by the birds. The 3rd aircraft shook and also fell. In the headquarters conference room in Anlin City, all the commanders' faces had changed. First, they didn't expect Chen Chen's defensive capabilities to be so strong, and secondly, there was a large group of birds. All these birds had already surpassed the juvenile stage. "Retreat!" the commander of the Air Command ordered. This was also agreed upon by Chen Qiming, who was returning. Nowadays, having armed aircraft meant having strength. The most important thing was the person who could operate the armed aircraft. The remaining 2 armed aircraft had long lost their will to fight. After receiving the order, they immediately began to retreat at full speed. "You want to fight and then run away?" Chen Chen flapped his wings and chased after them. However, the flying speed of the armed aircraft was over 300 kilometers per hour, which Chen Chen's speed couldn't catch up to. Even the Eagle King couldn't do it. "You're fast runners." Chen Chen descended and let the ground animals start looking for the crashed armed aircraft. Over 2 hours later, Snake and Scorpion Zhang Li came to report. "Shuba Wang, we found it. Everyone inside is dead. It would be strange if they didn't die from falling from such a height. What can be used?" The armed aircraft is definitely unusable, completely deformed. But the weapons and ammunition on board can still be used. Chen Chen smiled. "Great, contact Zhang Shanha and have him come here to pick up the treasure." A red-bellied eagle became the liaison and flew to Ping'an Town to deliver the message. "Now, we can rest." A group of animals divided into 5 locations to rest. Shen Shan and Zhang Li rested on the wasteland. The rest dispersed to rest near the crashed armed aircraft. It wouldn't be fun if some animals took them away. After another hour, it was already bright. Shen Shan could hear the sound of trucks driving. Standing up from the ground, he saw a fleet of trucks coming from a distance. "Shuba Wang." When the leading truck stopped, Zhang Shanha ran out of the driver's cabin. "You came just in time." "Necessary. Do you have firearms? Go dismantle everything on the crashed armed aircraft. The weapons and ammunition can be loaded onto the truck." "All right." Zhang Shanha couldn't contain his excitement. The dismantling process didn't require much finesse. It was all about violent disassembly. Zhang Shanha not only loaded the weapons and ammunition onto the truck, but also didn't miss any usable parts from the armed aircraft. After several hours of hard work, the fleet of trucks was fully loaded. "Fantastic. Simply fantastic. With these weapons installed, our defense will be greatly enhanced. I'll leave this matter to you. We still need to continue on our journey." "All right, I'll go back and make good use of the time." After Zhang Shanha left, Chen Chen and his group continued on their journey at a leisurely pace. There were still 9 days until the disaster struck. There was enough time. They crossed this wasteland and entered an abandoned city. Along the way, the animals that had accompanied Chen Chen disappeared in a flash. After entering this city, Chen Chen felt a sense of unease all over his body. The smell in the air was not like the usual scent of an abandoned city, but rather filled with the stench of decay and filth. How was this city abandoned? I don't know. It's really strange. Along the way, the animals we encountered either ran to the left or to the right. None of them ran forward. Chen Chen thought of some questions. Zhang Li also found it strange. A city without people should be a paradise for animals to gather. It is indeed very strange, as you said. They continued walking forward. Shen Shen noticed that the supermarkets and shops they passed by had no food left, but things like knives and cars were still there. Many of them were intact. It's really strange. We can't stay in this city for long. Speed up and leave. Anlin City headquarters. Chen Qiming had returned safely, but his heart was filled with anger. The destruction of the armed aircraft was a huge loss. The conference room was filled with smoke, and everyone was smoking in silence. One officer couldn't help but speak up, "Commander, why don't we gather our troops and kill that Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Chen Shiming didn't answer, but asked the officer from the Air Force Command, "Where is the Tyrannosaurus Rex now?" "Today, it just entered Anha City." The officer who spoke first shut his mouth when he heard Anha City. Chen Shiming smiled. Although he is powerful, he has already entered that city. He might not even be able to come out alive. Yes. Why did he have to enter the city plagued by disease? Anha City, they called it the city plagued by disease. This city was also closely monitored by Anlin City because it was the only major threat in the vicinity of Anlin City. Monitor over the city plagued by disease. Chen Shiming gave the order. How is the missile launch platform coming along? It's already in the testing phase. Very good. A hint of joy finally appeared on Chen Shiming's face. At the same time, Chen Shen was swiftly moving through the city. Suddenly, there was a roar from behind. Chen Shen turned around abruptly and saw a wild boar's head falling down from the rear. What's going on? He ran over to take a look and saw a pit had formed on the ground. The wild boar had fallen into this pit. "Zhongli, take a look." Zhongli immediately jumped into the pit. In less than a minute, he climbed back up. Heavens! There are tunnels everywhere down there. They seem to have no end. All the tunnels down there were interconnected. Chen Chen's ominous premonition grew stronger. Forget about the wild boar, let's pick up the pace. With its enormous wings spread out, they flew into the air. The ground was becoming unsafe. Just as they took off, there was a loud noise from below. The ground within a radius of 10 meters collapsed. The ground animals fell and were trapped between the rubble. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Welcome to the Plague City. Who's talking? Chen Shen stared, scanning below. Boom! A 3-meter-long rat emerged from underground. Covered in black fur, with thick limbs, its eyes were blood red, giving off a sense of madness. Its tail, over 3 meters long, swung like a steel whip behind it. Zhang Li climbed out of the pit and was shocked when he saw this enormous rat. How could there be such a large rat? If you included its tail, it would be nearly 7 meters long. Are you the one talking? Squeak! The rat chuckled. Yes, it's me. Squeak, thank you for bringing us food in the Plague City. Plague City. No wonder they felt uneasy as soon as they entered here, but couldn't see any living creatures. It turned out they were all hiding underground. From the collapsed pit, countless rats surged out like a tide. Rats of all sizes drowned the fallen animals. Looking down from above, it was truly chilling. Rats! Plague City! Shin Shan was suddenly startled, because he thought of the detestable name from his previous life. The Plague Lord, Tuchi. In his previous life, the Plague Lord was even more powerful than the Wildman King. He crazily expanded his territory. Unexpectedly, in this life, they had stepped into his territory. Get up here quickly! Chen Chen shouted loudly. Zhang Li desperately crawled out from the midst of the rat swarm. Rats were biting him and wouldn't let go. Let go of me, damn it. Talent, trace of poison. Hiss. Zhang Li opened his mouth and used his talent. A greenish poisonous mist sprayed out. The rats that came into contact with the mist fell dead one after another. But there were too many rats, and the ones still alive climbed over the dead rats, burying them underground. The wild boar king went on a rampage, biting and tearing. The rats crawled into the gaps in the boar king's iron armor and crazily bit at him. They have become food for our children. There's no way for you to escape. The big rat said. Killing intent flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. That I'll kill you first. Ha ha ha, come on. The big rat jumped into the pit. The rats in the pit receded like a tide along with it. The animals in the pit were swept away. Shu Ba Wang, save me, Zhang Li shouted. The wild boar king could be lost, but Zhang Li couldn't be lost. A mutant in the later stage of growth was still very precious. One swooped down, opening its mouth and biting Zhang Li's head, pulling him out of the retreating rat swarm. Flying high in the sky, Zhang Li's body was covered with hundreds of rats. Those rats fell from the sky like dumplings. Zhang Li climbed onto Chen Shen's back, feeling a palpitation. Damn it! I almost died. Chen Shen looked down again, but there were no more animals in the pit. They had all retreated. Damn it! Chen Shen had just formed the Beast Legion. The wild boar kings hadn't even had a chance to show their strength, and they were taken away by a group of rats like this? Hold on tight, Chen Shen said, flapping his wings and diving towards the ground. Boom! His feet landed heavily on the ground. The tunnel collapsed within a radius of over 20 meters. Apart from the smoke and dust, nothing could be seen. They ran so fast. Shuba 1, what do we do now? Zheng Li's mind was focused on leaving this place as soon as possible. There were so many rats just now, who knows how many rats there are in this plague city? Chen Chen exhaled 2 hot breaths from his nostrils, find the strongest rat. If they don't submit, they die. Chen Chen knew very well how terrifying the Plague Lord Tu Chi was in the future of the previous life. He called on the rat army, occupying nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers of territory. In the end, it took several dominant forces working together to completely eliminate them. Moreover, the Plague Lord had already reached the terrifying late stage of the ultimate body when he died. The level of animal starts with the juvenile stage, then progresses to the pre, mid, and late stages of the growth stage, followed by the pre, mid, and late stages of the mature stage, and finally, the ultimate stage. In the past, the Plague Lord Tu Chi was in the late stage of the ultimate body. Upon hearing this, Zheng Li became even more anxious about staying in this place. Don't be afraid. I'll have the King of Eagles take care of you at all times, Chen Chen said, reassuring Zheng Li. Chen Chen landed on the ground, but how do we find them? Zheng Li smiled, Shuba 1, many rats have been poisoned by me, and my poison is contagious. I can find them based on the scent left by the highly toxic traces. That's great. Under the passage of the Western Passage, the rat swarm surged forward, carrying many half-dead animals that had been bitten. In the end, only a few rats infected with the poison were left behind. The big rat noticed that something was wrong. Contagious toxin. Its eyes emitted red light, revealing sharp rat teeth. Children, sacrifice yourselves. These rats were obedient and went one by one to the big rat, letting it catch them, crush them, and whip them to death. The big rat's evolution value skyrocketed. With a sharp scream, another large group of rats surged from the other end of the passage. They swept away the half-dead animals that had been bitten and left behind. The remaining tens of thousands of rat corpses were blocked here. The newly arrived rat swarm left some behind and dug up the passage, burying all the rat corpses. After more than 10 minutes, Zheng Li found this place by following the traces of the highly toxic. Shuba 1, these rats are too clever. Except for that big rat, all the others are dead. The passage has been dug up, I don't know where they went. The only clue that could be found was cut off. Only the Plague Lord Tu Chi, who could make such a decision, was left with a big rat under his command. Alright, then we'll stay here. I don't believe they won't come out. The big rat led the way and entered the sewer. Through the sewer, they entered a very large space. In the dim light, countless pairs of eyes emitting green and red light could be seen. Oh, the Rat King is back. A lazy voice sounded. After hearing this voice, the big rat crawled on the ground. Lord Tu Chi, we've brought a lot of good goods today. The lowest level, they are all in the early stages of growth. Hee hee, it's just the early stages of growth. I don't care about it, you can all divide it. Thank you, Lord Tu Chi. Wait, I didn't ask you to divide it. Zuantian Shu, why has your size increased again? Well, it's like this. Among the animals that broke into the plague city, there was a mutated snake scorpion. Its venom is contagious. Many children died. In order to prevent the spread of infection, I had to kill all the children. Oh, I see. So you have gained a lot of benefits. Let the golden-haired mouse and the flying mouse take them. Yes, Lord Tu Chi. Several pairs of eyes emitting green and red light flickered. Then they pounced towards the wild boar king and the others. Bitten half to death, they now have no resistance at all. They have become the evolution value of the mice. They can only emit painful and increasingly weak roars. Lord Tu Chi, the leader of these animals, is a flying Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is still in the city, should we capture it? A flying Tyrannosaurus Rex? Hee hee, very rare. If you want to kill it, go ahead. Strengthen your power and expand my territory. A group of big rats under the Plague Lord's command led the rat swarm into action. Chen Chen was so special, but he spoke so casually. Because as the Lord of the Plague City, Tu Chi didn't care at all about the evolution value obtained by killing Chen Chen. As long as he is willing, the rats here can all dedicate themselves to him and let him evolve madly. As long as he has endless descendants, it is enough. Chipmunk. Tu Chi's lazy voice came. A colorful big rat walked over, and a woman's voice came out of its mouth. Have those people agreed? Today, nearly 50,000 people died, but most of the remaining ones have agreed. Humph. Humans are just stubborn. In the end, they always bow their heads in the face of survival. Take me there. Tu Chi moved his body and, led by the chipmunk, passed through a long passage. At the connection of the passage, there was another huge space. However, in this space, there were densely packed people curled up. At first glance, there were 70 to 80,000 of them. All of these people were emaciated. In one corner, there were piles of human corpses. The strong rat swarm was busy moving them. Ah! Such big rats. Someone saw Tucci and panic filled their face. How dare you? This is the Plague Lord. Lord Tucci. The chipmunk shouted sternly. Tucci just chuckled. It's fine. Then he stared at them with his eyes. Are you all willing to survive? Yes. Yes. We don't want to starve to death. Then you understand the conditions, right? We understand. Ha ha ha. Chipmunk. The chipmunk nodded and let out a sharp scream. After that, a large group of rats surged out of the passage, numbering 70 to 80,000. They were densely packed and terrifying. Moreover, these rats were all genuine young rats. Eat. After eating, listen to my command. The hungry people no longer cared that these were dirty rats. In order to survive, they exerted the last bit of strength in their weak bodies to catch those young rats. For survival, a skinny man grabbed a young rat and stuffed it into his mouth. Chomp crunch, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. More and more people began to eat the young rats. Afterwards, they let out cries of agony. The human bodies began to shrink incessantly, transforming into rats. The young rats were devoured, and the surviving humans became a new rat swarm. Tucci was extremely satisfied when he saw this. These people were all captured in the city before they had a chance to escape. They resisted for their own beliefs. As more and more people die, despair grows infinitely. As long as there is a glimmer of hope for survival, they won't let it go, even if it means turning into a mouse. Congratulations, Lord Tucci. You now have a group of humanized mice. Ha ha ha. Tucci laughed. How could ordinary mice be as intelligent as humanized mice? Any of these transformed mice can lead a group of mice. Submit to me. Obey me. From now on, you can unleash your desires. Give birth to endless offspring for me. The transformed mice began to stir. Many male mice were already lying on the backs of female mice. Tucci's laughter revealed his sharp teeth. Fantastic. Simply fantastic. I wonder how intelligent the offspring of these transformed mice will be. The reproductive capacity of mice is astonishing. There is a saying that goes, 1 male and 1 female, 250 in a year. Mice can conceive 8 times in a year, giving birth to 15 or 16 pups each time. Tucci's army of mice is growing exponentially every day. Meanwhile, on the ground, Chen found an empty space to rest. The king of eagles led a group of flying animals perched on the high buildings and tree branches nearby. Zhengli also followed the king of eagles, never leaving his side. Shuba Wang, it's been hours. Why haven't those mice made a move yet? The city is lacking food the most. With such a huge number of mice, they won't let any living creatures go unnoticed. Just wait. The sky slowly darkened. The moon in the sky tonight was big and round. Susu suddenly, there was a sound around them. Chen's muscles tensed up. Boom! The ground beneath Chen suddenly began to collapse. In that instant, Chen spread his wings and flew into the air. A bunch of fools. Don't you know I can fly? Chirp chirp. The sky drill rat poked its head out of the hole. You'll run out of energy eventually. Let's see how long you can fly. Where are my subordinates? You mean those wild boars? Chirp chirp chirp. They'd become our excrement. You actually killed them. How can we survive without food? You idiots. Chen dived down. The sky drill rat dived into the tunnel. Its claws stomped down fiercely, causing the ground to collapse. Evolution points, 433/120,000. Unexpectedly, Chen killed over 100 mice in one go. He became interested. If he couldn't subdue Tucci, killing these damn mice would still earn him a massive amount of evolution points. Where do you think you're going? Chen took big strides, each step causing the ground to collapse. Evolution points, 632/120,000. Evolution points, 753/120,000. When the evolution points reached 876/120,000, they stopped increasing. It seemed that the mice had already run far away. Pooh! Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from underground and flew into the air. It was a mid-stage grown red-bellied eagle. Poochie! In an instant, the red-bellied eagle was pierced through its body and fell to the ground. Then, the black shadow flew towards Chen. Such terrifying penetrating power. Chen's crocodile armor appeared all over his body. Bang! Palm-sized mice burrowed into the crocodile armor on Chen's head. The defense of the crocodile armor was incredibly strong, but the strength of these mice was not small either. They burrowed halfway in and got stuck. I want to see what you are. Chen lowered his head, extended his claws, and plucked the mouse from his crocodile armor. The mouse was too small, only the size of a palm, and Chen held it between his 2 fingers. Oh, such a small mouse, how can it have such strong power? The little mouse was even more panicked. How is this possible? How can your defense be so strong that even I can't penetrate it? Hee hee, no matter how strong you are you as strong as a rocket? With a strong pinch, the little mouse's head burst. Evolution value, 1076/120000. Hey! Such a small mouse, and it's already in the mid-stage of growth. It contributed 200 evolution points to Chen Chen. The mouse officers who were secretly observing were even more shocked. Damn! How strong is that Tyrannosaurus Rex's strength? It just crushed the burrowing mouse in one go. The burrowing rat's blood-red eyes showed a hint of fear. The golden-haired mouse was also unhappy. Among their group of mouse officers, the burrowing rat's strength could definitely rank in the top 10. But it was instantly killed in the first encounter. Is that it? Chen Chen threw away the burrowing rat's corpse. This kind of small mouse doesn't have any part of its body stronger than him, and it probably won't produce any mutations even if he eats it. Ha ha ha. The snake scorpion laughed. It's really ridiculous, a bunch of little mice dare to be insolent in front of our Chew overlord. The blood-red color in the burrowing rat's eyes became even more intense. It's this snake scorpion. It has strong toxicity, and it's contagious too. Is that so? Then let me deal with it. A rat with the front half of its body as a mouse and the back half as a rattlesnake tail crawled forward on its front paws. Ha, rat snake. Well, using poison against poison, only you can do it. Let's lure the Tyrannosaurus Rex into a trap. Boom, the ground bulged, and the burrowing rat stuck its head out. Tyrannosaurus Rex, you killed so many of my children, it's time for you to pay the price. Price? The price is that I will kindly step on you and kill you. Chen Chen's huge wings flapped as he flew forward. The burrowing rat retreated underground and started running rapidly. Zhang Li lowered his head. Eagle King, take me to follow the Great King. Poo pew poo. Behind Zhang Li and the Eagle King, mice with wings flew out one by one. These are relatives of mice, bats? Hee hee, they are the children of the Flying Rat King. A voice came from the highest flying rat, the one who came to deal with Zhang Li. They are really a strange bunch of mice. You can mutate, why can't I? Children, kill them for me. The snake scorpion ordered. The flying rats in the air flew towards Zhang Li and the Eagle King like a dense cloud. Go! Zhang Li decisively retreated. Although they also had flying animals on their side, there were only a few dozen of them. The flock of flying rats numbered in the thousands. Ha ha, are you so timid? When you see me, you hide? If you have the ability, come and fight me one-on-one. Hiss! The snake rat in the rear chased after them on the flying rats and sprayed out a stream of venom. The body of the Eagle King instantly shifted in mid-air. However, a wing was still contaminated with a tiny bit of venom. Sizzle, the contaminated feathers began to corrode, emitting bursts of white smoke. Zhang Li knew at a glance that it was a corrosive and highly toxic substance. He swung his scorpion tail and cut off all the feathers around him with a swish. Traces of potent poison. Zhang Li didn't back down, and he spat out a cloud of poisonous mist towards the group of flying rats. Spread out. Don't get infected. Through the intelligence from the burrowing rat, they already knew that Zhang Li's toxin was contagious. The surrounding flying rats quickly retreated. Several large-sized flying rats opened their meaty wings and began to fan them vigorously. Hoo, the poisonous mist sprayed by Zhang Li was blown away. Damn it! After chasing for hundreds of meters, Chen Chen realized that Zhang Li and the others hadn't followed. Turning his head, he saw a dark mass in the sky and realized he had been tricked. These rats actually wanted to divide and conquer. What a bunch of bastards! But my interest in Tucci has grown even stronger. Chen Chen stopped chasing. The sky burrower emerged from the ground. Stupid dinosaur, why aren't you chasing anymore? Come on. You're trying to lure me into a trap, aren't you? Yes. Are you brave enough? Of course I am, but it's not the right time. Whoosh, with a flap of its wings, it flew towards Zhang Li. Damn it, coward. If you dare, come and chase us. You son of a bitch, we have so many rats here, all of them are living evolution points. Chen Chen completely ignored them. The wild boar squad that followed him had already been wiped out, and the aerial forces couldn't afford any mishaps. He didn't want his newly formed beast legion to become leaderless. What should we do about the sky burrower? This guy isn't falling for it. The flying sky rats are finished. The formation of the flying sky rats completely fell apart after Chen Chen charged at them. Just the wings, which span 18 meters, were enough to overwhelm the small flying sky rats. Smack, smack, smack. Every flying sky rat that was struck by Chen Chen's wings died on the spot and fell towards the ground. The snake rats were almost swept away by Chen Chen's tail. Evolution points, 1384/120000. Evolution points, 1568/120000. Ha, the Plague City is such a great place to gain evolution points. Chen Chen laughed happily as he watched his evolution points skyrocket. How many animals were raised in Pinyin Town? 300,000. But how many rats were there in the Plague City? Countless. These were just a drop in the bucket. I'll fight you. The snake rat forcefully pushed off and flew from the back of the flying sky rat to Chen Chen's back. Get off me. Although Chen Chen was strong, he couldn't reach his own back. I'll bite. The snake rat bit down on the crocodile armor on Chen Chen's back. Cracked, 2 sharp rat teeth snapped and blood flowed. Damn it. It's so tough. Then I'll poison you to death. Hiss, hiss. The venom sprayed onto Chen Chen's back like crazy. Waves of white smoke rose from his back. Even the sturdy crocodile armor was being corroded. Shuba Wang, be careful. His toxins are highly corrosive. Then why the hell don't you come over here and get rid of him for me? The king of eagles turned around, and Zhang Li jumped onto Chen Chen's back. Hurt my Shuba Wang, die. The scorpion tail, emitting a sinister green light, aimed for the snake rat's throat. But the snake rat wasn't defenseless either. Its tail wrapped around Zhang Li's scorpion tail. My tail controls your tail, what else can you do? Hiss, hiss. Zhang Li stared at the snake rat with vertical pupils, his crimson venom constantly spewing out. I can still bite you. Do you think I can't? Smack, smack. They both attacked at the same time, biting each other. It's over. The snake rat forgot that it had no teeth. When it bit the tyrant dragon, its teeth broke. Zhang Li's venomous fangs pierced through its skin, causing the venom to spread throughout its body. The snake rat could only stubbornly spray venom towards Zhang Li's body. The outcome of who was stronger and who was weaker was immediately revealed. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was killing the flying sky rats in the sky. Since he had the crocodile armor protecting his back, he couldn't feel any pain. The densely packed flying sky rat army was reduced by 90%. Evolution points, 3746/120000. It's a pity. Although they are all mutated flying sky rats, they are all juveniles and only worth a small amount of evolution points. Zhang Li, have you finished? I'm done, Zhang Li said incoherently, because he was still biting the snake rat's neck. The toothless mouth of the snake rat was biting Zhang Li's upper body snake tail. The venom flowed on Zhang Li's body like saliva, emitting waves of white smoke. Zhang Lishu's mouth, the snake rat head, fell on Chen Chen's back. It seems that my poison is stronger than yours. The snake rat clearly had less breath and more exhalation. I didn't expect that you also have resistance to poison. Zhang Lishu was a mutant snake scorpion after all. Deadly poison and resistance to poison were his talents. However, this Tyrannosaurus Rex won't fare so well. The crocodile armor on Chen Chen's back was still slowly corroding, with small pits already appearing. Chen Chen's back was hit and fell from the air. Hiss ah! Chen Chen let out a cry of pain. The corrosive poison of the snake rat had penetrated his skin. The corroded skin caused Chen Chen to feel pain. Ha! He. Slowly, your whole body will rot and die. Shut up! The snake scorpion couldn't be bothered to kill him at this point. Having been poisoned by his own venom, he was undoubtedly doomed to die. Shuba Wang, let me cut off all your skin right now. Otherwise, the corrosion will become more severe. No need. Can't I resist a little poison? Chen Chen let the crocodile armor disappear, revealing the skin on his back. The deadly poison began to spread, and Chen Chen endured the pain. Because he had already figured out the derivative effect, it was something he didn't have and would definitely develop. Stupid dinosaur, you came to chase us, but you insisted on finding the snake rat? Well, now you're poisoned. Roar! The flying rat was scared and shrank back. Don't fall for it, forget it, the golden-haired rat said. Observe in secret. The snake rat's poison can even corrode stones into pus. Zhang Lishu bit the snake rat and threw him off Chen Chen's back. This guy was still hanging on. You should die too. Zhang Lishu revealed his scorpion tail. Hold on. Chen Chen suddenly spoke up. Tyrant, you. Leave it for now. Ah! Chen Chen screamed in pain. At this time, not only the flying rat and the golden-haired rat, but also Chen Chen's superiors such as Chen Shiming were observing him in secret. The scene of the aerial battle between the flying rat and Chen Chen was captured. After seeing this, Chen Shiming and the other officials reassessed Chen Chen's combat power. Now it seems that this Tyrannosaurus Rex is not resistant to poison. Look at how he's screaming in pain down there. Animals are not perfect. Professor Wen said, if he's not resistant to poison, then we can completely replace the anesthetic in the tranquilizer gun with deadly poison. This proposal is good. I like it. Commander, let me take care of this. Chen Shiming waved his hand, no rush. Why? Didn't you see? This Tyrannosaurus Rex has clashed with those cunning rats in the Plague City. He's not dead yet. After he's slowly corroded by the deadly poison, the rat swarm will definitely appear. With his large size, he can't be dragged into the tunnel, so he will definitely be dragged on the ground. By then, we will be able to find out the rat's lair. The officials applauded. Wonderful! Wonderful! Indeed, it's great! Once we know their lair, we can launch a missile and completely eliminate the rat problem. Chen Qiming sneered. Shu Ba Wang? Humph, it won't end well for him. Night fell. Chen Shen lay on the ground, still fighting against the deadly poison. At this time, the area of his back skin that had been corroded reached 3 square meters. The most severe areas had exposed white bones. Pus flowed from above, looking disgusting. Zhang Lishu couldn't bear to look anymore. Chen Shen was sweating from the pain. Why hasn't the derivative talent been triggered yet? Ha! He. You are finished, bastard! Chen Shen opened his mouth and swallowed the snake rat whole. Crunch crunch, the snake rat was completely crushed before being swallowed. After seeing this scene, Zhang Lishu was dumbfounded. Shu Ba Wang, you're confused. The snake rat itself is highly poisonous, let alone now that it has been poisoned by me. With the combination of the 2 toxins, how can you eat it? As the saying goes, if you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. I don't believe that I can't handle it. Suddenly, Chen Shen felt a sharp pain in his stomach, as if his intestines were being cut. Ah! Chen Shen stood up in pain and began to wreak havoc around him. Boom boom boom, several large pits appeared on the ground instantly. The observing mole rats were all frightened. My goodness, has he gone mad? Look at his miserable appearance, he probably can't hold on anymore. However, his madness is indeed terrifying. This night was a painful and torturous one for Chen Shen. He didn't know how long he had been causing a commotion, and the surrounding ground was completely destroyed before he finally collapsed, gasping for breath. Heaven has given me a chance to start over, I won't die so easily. Chen Shen firmly believed. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Chen Shen. A warm current swept through his body. The attribute panel was updated. Type, fusion species. Name, flying crocodile Tyrannosaurus. Level, early mature stage. Strength, 25 tons. Speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Lifespan, 200 years. Defense, 25 tons. Flexibility, 15. Poison resistance, 10. Toxicity, 27. Evolution value, 1768/120000. Talent 1, strongest bite force of 30 tons. Talent 2, derivative. Talent 3, flight, speed, 80 kilometers per hour. Ha ha ha, Chen Shen laughed madly. I knew it. After enduring it, the derivative talent increased his toxicity and poison resistance. Because the snake rat was ultimately eaten by Chen Shen, he also gained an additional 200 evolution points. Zhang Li didn't know why Chen Shen suddenly became so happy. After obtaining 2 additional attributes, Chen Shen's strength slowly began to recover, and the skin on his back started to stop rotting. Zhang Li, what are your poison resistance and toxicity levels? Well, generally, after transforming into an animal, talents should be kept secret so as not to let the opponent know. Zhang Li thought for a moment, and since he was Chen Shen's subordinate, he might as well just say it. My toxicity is 25 points, and my poison resistance is 20 points. Surprisingly, his toxicity was higher than Zhang Li's. It was probably because he had eaten the snake rat with 2 different toxins. Fantastic. From now on, Chen Shen had become a poisonous Tyrannosaurus. With his already enormous bite force, coupled with toxicity, he was truly terrifying. When he was in his juvenile stage, his talents weren't as strong. But after breaking through the juvenile stage, the derivative talents that appeared really helped him. The claws, fingers, flexibility, and others were all born under this talent. Although they weren't labeled as talents on the attribute panel, Chen Shen could completely consider these characteristics as newly derived talents. He had fused fossils of 5 different animals in the great stew he drank. Now, the characteristics of the Western species were already evident. The representation of the Tyrannosaurus and the alligator snapping turtle was particularly clear. The wings were probably also one of the fossils, but he didn't know exactly what they were. They resembled the wings of a giant bat. As for the derivative talent, Chen Shen had some ideas at this moment. It must be the water bear. The water bear, an animal that existed hundreds of millions of years ago, was tiny but had powerful vitality. It could quickly adapt to any environment, and its greatest characteristic was derivation. Chen Shen touched his head. I should have thought of the water bear earlier. I didn't expect the water bear fossils in the museum to be real. Chu King, how is your back? It's fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, President. The mole rat and other rat cadres who had come to find Chen Chen this time didn't gain any benefits, but instead lost 2 cadres, the snake rat and the mole rat. There is also a large army of flying rats, which was wiped out by Chen Chen, becoming his evolution value. After running back in frustration, they dare not speak loudly in front of the Lord of Plague. The Lord of Plague is in a good mood now, as tens of thousands of human beings have transformed into rats, able to reproduce and multiply more armies. You're back so soon? Who ate the Tyrannosaurus Rex? The flying rat lowered its head. It wasn't killed. Really? Ha? Why haven't the burrowing rats and snake rats come back? As soon as this question was asked, the fur of the flying rat stood on end, naturally afraid. They were killed by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, he was also poisoned by the snake rat. He howled like crazy all night and is resting now. We came back first. Swish! The Lord of Plague flicked his tail. A stone flew towards the flying rat, piercing its ear. The flying rat didn't dare to make a sound even though it hurt. With so many of you cadres and even using the Flying Rat Legion from the Flying Rat King, you still couldn't kill him? Tell me, what use do I have for keeping you? It's not like that, Lord Tucci. That Tyrannosaurus Rex has likely reached maturity. Even the powerful attacks of the burrowing rats couldn't break through his defense. You're all a bunch of idiots. You've ruined my good mood. I'll give you one more day. If you can't get it done, don't come back to see me. Yes. Now, it's time for these rat cadres to scratch their heads. Chen Chen is currently resting while poisoned, which is a perfect opportunity. But they are only in the growth stage and are no match for him. How about using our army, winning with quantity, and biting him to death? The silky rat suggested. Are you kidding me? Even the burrowing rats couldn't break through his crocodile armor. More rats will only be crushed and become his evolution value. The silky rat's eyes rolled. Then, shall we go find the Flying Rat King? Are you sure? In the eastern district of the Plague City, there is a wetland park that is well preserved. A black rat measuring 3 meters in length is lying on a rat half its size, twitching. Not far from him, a rat measuring 1.5 meters has given birth to a litter of baby rats. Flying Rat King, they're born over here. The Flying Rat King quickened his pace, ending the mating early. How many? A total of 36, with wings. 11 of them. Not bad. Give the rest to the ordinary rats, except for these 11. Okay. This kind of thing has long been commonplace. Under Lord Tucci, there are not only the flying rats, silky rats, and other cadres, but also the Western Rat King. The mutated Flying Rat King in the East is one of them. When there is work to be done, they obey the orders of the Lord of Plague. When there is nothing to do, they accelerate the mating of all the mutated flying rats in their territory, breeding more flying rats. The burrowing rats and silky rats emerged from underground and appeared in the wetland park. The Flying Rat King lay by the edge of the pond, stroking his beard with one claw. Why are you here? Where is the Flying Rat Legion I borrowed from you? Well, Flying Rat King, to be honest with you, a mature Tyrannosaurus Rex has invaded our Plague City. And it can fly. 9/10 of the Flying Rat Legion borrowed from you has been killed. What? The Flying Rat King's fur stood on end as soon as he heard this. Although the number of offspring from each litter has increased, not all of them are flying rats. There are also ordinary rats. The thousands of rats killed by Chen Chen are already 1/10 of the total number of flying rats. Whoosh! The Flying Rat King flew over, stepping on the flying rat under his foot. The tip of his tail pointed at the flying rat's eyes like a spear. You damn it, do you think I have a large number of flying rat legions? You've caused me so many casualties at once. It's that Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Instead of chasing us, it's killing those young flying mice. Where is it now? On an open space in the central southern region. It's poisoned and resting. The Flying Mouse King flew up into the sky and said, Children, listen to me. This Tyrannosaurus Rex has slaughtered your brothers and sisters. Let's go and kill it. The golden fur mouse felt relieved. Dealing with mature individuals required maturity. The Western Rat King under the Plague Lord's command were all mature individuals. After a night of commotion, Chen Chen was now resting. His energy had recovered about 70 to 80%. Now, they were just waiting to see if those mice had any more tricks up their sleeves. Anlin City was in a state of tension. Under their surveillance, all the flying mice from the east side of the Plague City had taken flight. Tens of thousands of flying mice filled the sky, like a dense cloud. Chen Shiming frowned and said, Shu Bawang has actually attracted so many flying mice. Commander, this number should be all of them. Most likely. But it also gives us some information. What information? These mice have divided territories. The officials sighed upon hearing this. If that was the case, it would be impossible to eliminate them all with missiles. The hope now rested on Chen Chen, to see if he had the ability to lure out all the mouse forces and gather them in one place. Air Command, from now on, closely monitor the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If necessary, we will provide assistance. Chen Shen didn't know that he had become a pawn in Anlin City. At this moment, he was still considering how many days he should stay in the Plague City. There were still 7 days until the second catastrophe. He must leave a few days to go to Anlin City. Just then, the birds perched high up suddenly let out a series of cries. Especially the Eagle King, its cry pierced through the sky. Chen Shen suddenly stood up and saw a dense group of flying mice flying in from the east. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. Has the Plague Lord arrived? Zhangli trembled at the overwhelming lineup. But why did Chu Ba Wang's eyes reveal excitement? Chen Shen took a big step, using his tail to lift up an overturned car and threw it into the air. The Flying Mouse King saw this and said, "Humph, is this a declaration of war?" Crack! With a flick of his long tail, the flying car was split in half. Oh, indeed powerful. It must also be a mature individual. Chen Shen revealed 60 sharp venomous teeth. Tyrannosaurus Rex, how dare you massacre my Flying Mouse Legion? Today, you shall meet your end. Attack! Whoosh! Tens of thousands of flying mice crazily pounced towards Chen Shen. The Eagle King wanted to command the flock of birds to meet them head-on, but Chen Shen stopped them. Don't make innocent sacrifices. All of you, retreat. Without my command, do not approach. Whoosh! With wings spanning 18 meters, a gust of wind rose as Chen Shen soared into the sky. The small flying mice couldn't withstand Chen Shen's impact. Crack! With just one collision, the formation of tens of thousands of flying mice was thrown into chaos. Evolution points, 1873/120000. Hundreds of small flying mice were killed by Chen Shen in the first encounter. Seeking death. The Flying Mouse King swiftly turned in the air, and its whip-like tail lashed towards Chen Shen's face. It's you who's seeking death. Chen Shen was no longer the Tyrannosaurus Rex with severely degraded forelimbs. Now, his forelimbs were longer than a meter and had fingers. He extended a claw and caught the Flying Mouse King's tail. Swoosh! The Flying Mouse King pulled back, leaving only a layer of skin in Chen Shen's claw. Get him. Bite him to death. The sky was filled with swarms of flying rats surrounding Chen Shen. They were on his head, back, tail, everywhere. They grabbed onto Chen Shen and relentlessly gnawed at him. Ants can kill an elephant. Today let the swarm of rats kill the dinosaur. Ha ha ha, just what I wanted. Chen Shen laughed maniacally. His wings formed a large enclosure, trapping the numerous flying rats to prevent them from flying away. With a swift motion of his wings, Chen Shen began descending rapidly from the sky. The Flying Rat King sensed something was wrong. With a loud bang, a large pit appeared on the ground. Chen Shen's body was covered in minced meat, the result of the flying rats being smashed into it. Evolution points, 3776/120000. This attack had killed nearly 2,000 flying rats in one go. This infuriates me. The Flying Rat King screeched in the air, "What are you waiting for?" The ground trembled as the drill rat emerged from below and charged towards Chen Shen's head. Chen Shen only saw a black ball flying towards him. What is this? Bang! Ouch! Before he could finish his sentence, his head suffered a heavy blow. Chen Shen promptly fainted. With this feint, his crocodile armor disappeared. The golden-haired rat praised, "Drill rat, that was an impressive hit." Of course. It's my talent. Curling up into a ball and giving it my all, I can knock down even a small building. The Flying Rat King descended and looked at Chen Shen with suspicion. He fainted just like that? Flying Rat King, I told you, this guy is poisoned. Oh, ha ha ha, I see. Children, attack. Zhangli couldn't believe it. Chu Ba Wang had fainted so easily. The king of the Sky Eagles wanted to rush forward to protect his master. Zhangli grabbed his neck. Don't go to your death. Chu Ba Wang said, without his command, no one is allowed to approach. Thousands of small flying rats pounced on Chen Shen's back first. This area had not fully healed and was still corroded. Blood was flowing from some parts. Compared to other areas with thick skin, this was the weakest spot. The first flying rat that licked Chen Shen's blood immediately lay motionless. Then came the second, the third. The swarm of rats fought over the blood, without attracting any attention. After 10 seconds, over 200 flying rat corpses had fallen to the ground, catching the attention of the golden-haired rat. Something's not right. Why did the flying rats die when they tried to bite the Tyrannosaurus Rex? The Flying Rat King looked, and indeed, it was true. Could they be pretending to be unconscious? Ah! He swung his tail, which then transformed into a sharp spearhead, aiming for Chen Shen's eyes. Spit! A mouthful of saliva sprayed onto the Flying Rat King's body, while his right claw swung and blocked the tail. Ah! They really were pretending to be unconscious. Ah, I didn't expect you to discover it so quickly. The crocodile armor reappeared. With his wings spread open, a single shake caused the swarm of flying rats on his body to fall off. Your children have bitten off quite a bit of my flesh and licked my pus and blood. Splash, splash, groups of flying rats fell to the ground, some dying instantly. Others writhed in pain on the ground and died within seconds. The flying rat king suddenly realized, it's poisonous. Chen Chen grinned, you got it right. Children, get away from here. The surviving flying rats quickly flew into the air, but there were still some that continued to fall. Evolution points, 3998/120000. Evolution points, 3999/120000. Chen Chen's evolution points were continuously increasing. Because he had eaten a snake rat that had fused two types of toxins, his own toxicity now had infectious and corrosive properties. Previously, the swarm of rats had gathered on his body, frantically fighting over and licking him, unknowingly spreading the infection. The flying rat king had a very bad feeling in his heart suddenly. I felt a strange itch on my body. I scratched my claws and a large patch of fur was torn off, revealing crimson skin. Ah, what's going on? Naturally, it's poison. Your body is slowly being corroded. The flying rat king's venomous eyes turned towards the sky rat. The sky rat exclaimed, impossible. You're the one who's poisoned, how can you be venomous? There are many things you don't know. Snap snap, in the midst of the flying rat swarm, there were already 5,000 casualties. Chen Chen's evolution value skyrocketed to 9120/120000 at this moment. Ha ha ha, a mere rat dares to trouble me. Chen Chen bit his tongue and flew into the air. His maximum flying speed erupted as he soared above the rat swarm. A mouthful of blood brewed in his mouth, and with a pu sound, he sprayed it downwards. It was like a light rain in the air. Poison, truly a good thing for quickly gaining evolution points. The flying rat king's body was unbearably itchy, and in some places, the fur would automatically fall off without scratching. Damn it! Today, I'll settle the score with you. Retreat! The flying rat king had originally planned to rely on the quantity of the flying rat legion to win. Even ants can bite an elephant to death. Unfortunately, the information from the sky rat was wrong. This Tyrannosaurus rex was actually venomous. Snap snap, as the flying rat legion retreated, the infected rats continued to fall. The sensation on the flying rat king's body was no longer itching, but unbearable pain. He wished he could cut off the infected parts of his body. Chen Chen flew up to chase after him. As the flying rats continued to die from infection, his evolution value continued to increase. If he could slaughter the entire flying rat legion, he would be able to evolve again. Stop him. Let's see who can stop me. With his newfound flying ability, Chen Chen transformed into a killing machine in the air. The flying rats that came to intercept him couldn't stop him at all. More and more flying rats were slapped to death, bitten to death, crushed to death. In this way, Chen Chen chased after the flying rat king and arrived at the wetland park in the eastern district. Chen Chen's claws grabbed a flying rat. With a squish sound, it turned into minced meat. Evolution value, 40,000/120000. After a journey of slaughter, he finally reached the evolution point. Chen Chen opened his mouth and let out a roar in the air. The group of rats in the wetland park trembled after hearing it. Many rats didn't dare to look up. With wings spanning 18 meters, they grew again, casting a huge shadow over the rats. Not only the wings, but the entire body was continuously growing. Species, hybrid species. Name, flying crocodile armored Tyrannosaurus rex. Level, mid-mature stage. Strength, 30 tons. Speed, 70 kilometers per hour. Lifespan, 230 years. Defense, 30 tons. Flexibility, 15. Poison resistance, 10. Toxicity, 27. Evolution value, 40,000/120000. Talent 1, strongest bite force of 45 tons. Talent 2, derivative. Talent 3, flight, speed, 100 kilometers per hour. The flying rat king dived to the ground, and a lot of rotten flesh fell off his body. Ah, it actually evolved. Ayo! Chen Chen also landed. With a loud thump, the entire wetland park shook. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Now, Chen Chen had become a Triassic Tyrannosaurus rex, standing at 10 meters tall, 22 meters long, and weighing 16 tons. Hee hee, I didn't expect there to be so many rats here. The eastern district, controlled by the flying rat king, actually had the fewest number of rats. Because he pursued perfection, he only needed mutated flying rats. The remaining rats here were mostly ordinary rats, or defective ones with only one wing, as well as many mother rats. These scattered pieces add up to nearly 20,000. You've killed enough, can you give me a way out? A way out? Ha ha, when you came to provoke me, you should have been prepared to die. With a roar, he charged into the rat swarm. Countless rats died under Chen Shen's huge feet. I'll fight you. The flying rat king pounced on Chen Shen's head, focusing on attacking his eyes. However, as soon as it flew up, a scorpion tail appeared in front of it. The sinister barbed hook pierced into the flying rat king's left eye. Splat juice splattered. A dash snapped Zhang Li's snake body attacked like lightning, biting the flying rat king's throat. Already poisoned, this was another fatal blow, and the flying rat king couldn't hold on any longer. Xu Ba Wang, he's done for. It's your reward. Thank you, Xu Ba Wang. Zhang Li was very happy. This was a mature rat king. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the barbed hook of the scorpion tail quickly pierced several holes in the flying rat king. The flying rat king didn't move anymore. How many evolution points did you get? 800. Chen Shen thought about it and agreed. Killing a juvenile animal earns 100 evolution points, 200 for intermediate, and 300 for advanced. A mature juvenile earns 800 points. It continues like this. Chen Shen had already killed enough rats and didn't care about these 800 points. Come down and help me clean up this place. Yes. Zhang Li was full of enthusiasm. After coming down from Chen Shen, he used his talent, the trace of poison, on the rat swarm. After more than half an hour, there was not a single living rat left in the eastern district. Chen Shen's evolution points had increased to 51, 231/120,000. On Zhang Li's side, there were bursts of painful screams. What's wrong with you? I'm evolving. Evolving. Why is it so painful? Crack a crack appeared on Zhang Li's snake head. Chen Shen understood that because he was a snake-scorpion mutant, he had snake characteristics, so when he evolved, he had to shed his skin. The process of shedding was very painful for Zhang Li. Chen Shen waited by his side and protected him. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Li finally emerged from his old skin. The upper body of the snake was over 3 meters long, covered with a layer of scorpion-like armor. The lower body of the scorpion had also grown larger, especially the scorpion tail, which was almost as long as the snake body. Your appearance is so strange. Thank you, Xu Ba Wang. I have now evolved to the mature stage. Any new talents? Still the trace of poison. All aspects have been improved, especially my toxicity, which has reached 40 points. Chen Shen was surprised to hear this. Before evolving, his toxicity was only 25 points, 2 points less than his own. After evolving, it actually increased by 15 points. The toxicity of the snake rat was not as high as Zhang Li's, and the venom could corrode his super tough crocodile armor and cause him great pain. How terrifying was this 40 points of toxicity? Chen Shen had a desire to try it out. Come, bite me. Are you joking? I need you to help me enhance my resistance to poison. Zhang Li opened his snake mouth, and 2 venomous fangs gleamed. The Eagle King suddenly flew over and let out an urgent cry. Boom boom boom, the whole earth seemed to tremble. Chen Shen was startled. This feeling seemed like a natural disaster. Chen Shen flew up into the air with his wings spread open and immediately felt a goosebump sensation. This was not a natural disaster at all, but a swarm of rats on the move. Looking around, all you can see is a dense mass of rats, like a huge wave. How many are there? Thousands? Billions? Trillions? This is the most severe psychological fluctuation Chen Shen has experienced since his transformation into a beast. There are just too many rats. No wonder the previous Lord of the Plague could become the ultimate being. Just these rats alone could provide him with a massive amount of evolution points. It's that Tyrannosaurus Rex, shouted the one-eyed drilling rat. After the flying rat king was defeated, this guy and the golden fur rat immediately went to report to the Lord of the Plague. In a fit of rage, the Lord of the Plague dug out one of his eyes. Boom, boom, the Lord of the Plague, with a length of 5 meters and weighing several tons, was being carried by countless rats below. Damn it! A loud roar reached Chen Shen's ears clearly. He had trained the Western Rat King, and it was very useful. Now one of them had been killed. If it had been the golden fur rat, drilling rat, and other important members, the Lord of the Plague wouldn't have caused such a commotion. The problem was that the Flying Rat King was very important to him, as it was responsible for breeding the Flying Rat Legion capable of aerial combat. Upon hearing the news of its death, in a fit of rage, the Lord of the Plague immediately summoned the remaining 3 Rat Kings and led the rat army to attack. This is the entire fighting force of the Plague City. Zhang Li was horrified when she saw this. These rats were terrifying, covering the sky and the ground. Let's go! Chen Shen didn't want to fight. Even though there were a massive amount of evolution points available now, he had to consider whether he could obtain them. Zhang Li lay on the back of the Skyhawk King, letting it carry her in flight. Where do you think you're going? Whoosh! Countless rats below, numbering in the billions, piled up like waves, rapidly increasing in height, aiming to bring down Chen Chen in the air. Chen Chen flapped his wings rapidly. Ha ha, you bunch of stinky rats, I can fly a kilometer high, can you stack up that high? Damn it! You arrogant dinosaur, you'll have your day. Yes, too bad you won't see it. At the same time, the rats in the plague city swarmed out, just as they were caught off guard. Seeing such a massive number of rats, the people of Anlin City were terrified. There were too many. The underground of the plague city had hidden so many rats. Commander, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has really been lured out, should we attack? Chen Qiming's body was trembling, not knowing if it was fear or excitement. He clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. With a heavy thud, he slammed his fist on the table. Attack! Blast them to death! Anlin City started to get busy. An intercontinental missile was already in position. Launch! Whoosh! The missile took off, flying towards the direction of the rat swarm in the plague city. Ha! You bunch of stinky rats! You managed to breed so many, but under the missile, you will all be wiped out. In the sky above the plague city, Chen Chen and the others flew on. Surprisingly, the Lord of the Plague didn't give up and commanded the rat swarm to chase after them. Shu Ba Wang, what do you see over there? Zhang Li, on the back of the Skyhawk King, saw a black dot appearing in front of them. It was moving at an incredible speed and getting bigger and bigger. Chen Chen took a look and his mind went blank. Damn it! It's a missile! This missile was not something like a rocket launcher, it was a genuine super weapon. Once it exploded, it would create a huge mushroom cloud that would destroy everything within 100 miles. Chen Chen's crocodile armor couldn't withstand something like that. Damn it! Those guys from Anlin City are really despicable. At the sight of the missile, Chen Chen also thought of many things. Now, they could only speed up and get away. The missile was much faster than their flying speed. Lord Tucci, look at the sky! One of the Rat Kings shouted. The Lord of the Plague's fur stood on end. His voice was loud and sharp. Disperse immediately. Enter the passage, run as far as you can, dig as deep as you can. Rumbled billions of rats scattered in an instant. The Lord of the Plague was filled with anger. His sharp claws dug a passage on the ground like an excavator. Chen Chen and the others flew as far as they could at their maximum speed. At this moment, the missile also exploded. With a loud bang, a huge heat wave swept through the surroundings, destroying everything in its path. The rats that couldn't escape were instantly incinerated, leaving nothing behind. A massive mushroom cloud rose, shrouding the sky in black smoke. Chen Chen and the others had already flown far enough, but they were still affected by the blast. Turbulence appeared, causing Chen Chen to lose control. He staggered and fell towards the ground. After half an hour, Chen Chen moved. A thick layer of dust fell off him. After getting up, the King of Eagles, Zhang Li, and a group of birds were beneath him. Looking to the west, Chen Chen was amazed. He had never witnessed the power of a super weapon with his own eyes. Today, he finally saw it. It was terrifying. Even the ultimate body might not be able to withstand such power. No wonder humans still existed after 3 years in the previous world. It was because they possessed this super weapon. The worst-case scenario would be to perish along with the beastified animals. Oh my god, such power. How many rats must have died? Zhang Li couldn't even imagine. Chen Chen felt unwilling. Those bastards in Anlin City. So many evolution points, and they were destroyed by a single missile. This completely disrupted Chen Chen's plan. Killing the Flying Rat King had angered the Lord of the Plague. It was impossible to negotiate with him. From the moment of evacuation, Chen Chen had already made up his mind. After the second catastrophe, he would use his Beast Legion in Pingan Town and the looted weapons to sweep through the City of Plague. But now, it was impossible. The power of the super weapon was too great, and the Lord of the Plague probably didn't even know where to hide. Moreover, his strength was greatly diminished, so he wouldn't show himself for a while. Buzz 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 in the sky, a dozen more planes appeared. After appearing over the City of Plague, they began dropping things one by one. Chen Chen had a sense of déjà vu. Damn it! It's incendiary bombs again. Anlin City's firepower is so strong. Look at where they're dropping them, all at the borders of the City of Plague. They probably don't want the rat horde to spread to the surroundings. We can't stay here any longer, let's leave immediately and take a detour to enter Anlin City. Along the way, it's best not to fly. At Anlin City headquarters, everyone was cheering. Since Anlin City gradually became the central city and cleared away the threats from the surrounding areas, it provided a relatively safe environment for the people here. The only threat was the group of rats hiding underground in the City of Plague. This time, they were finally lured out by Chen Chen. Commander, this time, those rats will definitely be severely weakened. It's time for us to gather our forces and clean them up, someone suggested. Chen Qiming thought for a moment. It's still not appropriate. The terrain beneath the City of Plague is complex, and we still don't know how many of them are left. What about the Tyrannosaurus Rex? After the explosion, it disappeared. We don't know where it went. Chen Qiming looked at the map. If we follow its direction of travel, it will definitely pass through our Anlin city. So, during this time, we must remain vigilant. The commander is right. Similarly, we must also be on guard against those rats. Hey! What are we afraid of? The strength of our Anlin city ranks among the top in the world's central cities. Especially since we have built artillery on the volcano, anyone who dares to come will be blasted to death. Can you blast the rats underground? Be careful not to lose your artillery. Pfft, our heavy firepower is all built on that massive dormant volcano. Do they have the ability to take it down? Chen Qiming waved his hand. Alright, all departments are arranged, everyone is on high alert. In a forest outside the City of the Plague, Qin Shen had healed all his wounds. His back was marked with scars from corrosion. A flock of birds flew over, carrying wild fruits collected from the forest and delivered them to Qin Shen's mouth. After eating meat for a long time, it felt good to have some fruits today. Shuba Wang, we've been here for a long time, when do we continue forward? Qin Shen calculated in his mind, there was still some time before the second catastrophe. No rush, we can take our time on the road. This forest was vast. With the cover of trees, they were not detected by the surveillance of Anlin City. They walked slowly in the forest for a whole day. Chen Shen's heart gradually became tense. Such a large forest should have a name on the map, but it was unexpectedly quiet. Not even a wild animal was found. There were plenty of buzzing insects though. Chen Shen had no interest in these insects and left them all to the birds and Zhangli. After all, they also needed to evolve. Zhangli had killed over 10,000 insects. Shuba Wang, I feel like these insects are tracking us. Is that so? Perhaps the other half of my body is a scorpion, so I have this feeling. If they are really tracking us, then things are not going to be fun. We must leave here today. There were 3 days left until the second catastrophe. That night, Chen Shen and the others walked out of the forest. As night fell, a group of fireflies flew out of the forest and followed behind them. Zhang Li's feeling had come true. These insects were indeed tracking them. Hiss! Zhang Li spewed out a toxic mist, killing all the fireflies. A bunch of pests also want to mess with us. Pick up the pace. Chen Shen spread his wings and started flying low. Unbeknownst to them, 200 meters behind them, a group of insects appeared on the ground, following the direction Chen Shen was leaving. In the forest, a dog's head suddenly emerged from a pile of grass, followed by its entire body. It was the small dog that had escaped from Chen Shen's hands. I hope what you said is right, otherwise, without the captain's intervention, I'll eat you right away. A loud voice came from underground, and the surrounding leaves and grass rustled. The small dog chuckled, of course, there's no way it could be wrong. Following that Tyrannosaurus Rex, we will definitely find the next place of evolution. A stream-like group of insects returned and burrowed underground. My insects are still tracking them. Now I'll contact the others. If anything goes wrong, you're really done for. The small dog smiled slyly, but cursed angrily in his heart. You're fucking lecturing me. Once I find the opportunity to evolve, I'll be the first to wipe you and your insects out. 2 days later, Qin Shen had already appeared outside Anlin City. As expected, he was being monitored. The headquarters of Anlin City became nervous. If Qin Shen entered the city, there would definitely be a huge chaos. What's the situation now? Chen Qiming rushed to the monitoring headquarters without even eating his meal. Commander, look, he's just lying there leisurely, not doing anything. Chen Qiming frowned. This was a bit abnormal. Did he not want to enter the city? How long has he been lying there? 3 hours. I'll talk to him. A drone flew to Qin Shen's front. The king of eagles spread its wings, its eyes filled with vigilance. Qin Shen opened one eye. Speak. Do you remember me? Anlin City's level 1 officer, Commander Chen Qiming. Heh, as long as you remember me. If I'm not mistaken, you came from Manhwa City, right? And then? According to the clues we found, there's a girl named Chen Nua who's been waiting for her brother. Boom! Chen Shen stood up, exuding immense pressure. When Chen Qiming saw his massive figure through the drone, his heart almost stopped. Do you know where she is? Sorry, I don't know. You're a high-ranking officer. Are you kidding me? Chen Qiming smiled bitterly. When the tsunami happened in Beihai City, everyone who stayed there died. It was fortunate that she managed to escape. As your kind of beastly creatures become more powerful, humans are becoming more scattered. Many central cities have fallen under dictatorial rule and refuse to share information. There aren't many safe central cities like Anlin City anymore. So, I don't know where she is. Can you understand, Shen Shen? Shen Shen grinned, not expecting to keep his identity hidden for long. Even if he had to say it under duress, he wouldn't mind. She left on the first helicopter. That should be traceable, right? Do you want me to help you? Do you want to be my enemy? The two sides began to confront each other. Shen Shiming finally backed down. Then you have to let me know. What is your purpose in coming to Anlin City? All of you must submit to me, and I will tell you. This statement caused an uproar in the surveillance headquarters. That's outrageous. Activate the turrets and blast him. Arrogant. He doesn't know his place. Shen Shiming clenched his fists. This was the second time Chen Shen had said those words to him. It's impossible. Then there's nothing to discuss. Since there's nothing to discuss, please leave Anlin City immediately. This is not your home. Why should I leave? Chen Shen lay back down, ignoring whatever Chen Shiming said. The drone retreated. Chen Shiming sat in his chair, furrowing his brow. He couldn't help but think about the same words Chen Shen had said to him twice. Commander, it's best to eliminate this beast as soon as possible. While he's still outside the city, mobilize firepower to cover him, and we can definitely blast him to pieces. Chen Shiming shook his head. He's just outside the city. Entering the city is just a step away. If we use firepower, there will be significant casualties in Anlin City. Although they didn't use firepower, many artillery points were aimed at Chen Shen outside the city. As long as he made a move, countless missiles would rain down on him. Chen Shen didn't need to do anything now. He just needed to wait patiently. Tomorrow would be the day of the second catastrophe. Time passed slowly. Zheng Li and the leader of the Flying Birds, Kanjiing Wang, were also waiting. For the officials of Anlin City, it felt like an eternity. The staff in the surveillance room had sore eyes. Unbelievable, it's already past midnight, and he's still motionless. Extraordinary events must have a sinister motive. We mustn't be careless. Rustle. 800 meters away from Chun Shen, a black tide slowly approached. Behind the tide of insects, there was a horde of ferocious beasts, charging madly. The alarm bells rang in the Anlin City Surveillance Center. Chen Shiming jumped out of bed and rushed over without even putting on his coat. What's going on? Commander, something bad has happened. Outside, a horde of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. The beasts were moving too fast, and they could only capture blurry images. Is that a mutated vulture? It's so big. Is that an ancient mammoth? Heavens, why are there sharks too? Chen Shiming's face was uncertain. Damn it! His curse startled those around him. Shu Ba Wang, I finally understand why you haven't made a move. Turns out, you were waiting for reinforcements. Chen Shiming realized this. Chen Shen, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, couldn't possibly capture the entire Anlin City on his own, no matter how strong he was. To remain still is to wait for reinforcements. When the commander of the operations department heard this, his anger surged. Commander, can't we wait any longer? Chen Shiming clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Take them down. We can't let them enter the city. All right. The commander of the operations department was waiting for this response. Chen Shiming looked up at the surveillance screen. Luckily, it's not too late. Shu the Conqueror, your words won't make us submit to you, so you want to use force? Let's see who's tougher. Sizzle, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shells and rockets flew towards them. Chen Shen, who was waiting for the second catastrophe, immediately stood up when he saw the sparks in the sky. What's going on? Shu the Conqueror, these bastards are bombarding us. Spread out. Chen Shen shouted, then ran as fast as he could. Boom, boom, boom. Several rockets landed right where they were just standing, causing flames to soar and heat waves to spread. Many more were launched towards the distant beasts. What's happening? Chen Shen was a bit confused at the moment. Why were only a few shells hitting him? It's impossible for the rest to miss. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a series of explosions rang out. The entire Anlin City was alarmed. For over a month, the people who had taken refuge in Anlin City had never heard so many explosions. This meant that something big was happening. 1/3 of the advancing beasts died in this round of attacks. As soon as the first wave of attacks ended, the second wave immediately followed. Roar! Chen Shen let out a loud roar, and his crocodile armor appeared all over his body. He rammed into a tall wall that had been built in Anlin City. Chen Shiming, come out and explain yourself. The Tyrannosaurus is attacking the city. Kill! The ground forces assembled, and countless bullets spewed from the barrels of their guns. Chen Shen withstood them all with his powerful crocodile armor. Get out of my way! Chen Shen turned around and swung his tail, sending the rubble from the collapsed wall flying. They flew towards the assembled troops like bullets. A drone flew over. Chen Qiming's face appeared on the screen. Chu the Conqueror, you've been waiting outside for so long, just to wait for reinforcements to attack the city. Unfortunately, we found out. Reinforcements? Attack the city? I'm attacking your mother. Anlin City will never be taken by you. Crack. Chen Chen crushed the drone with one bite. Zhengli, the king of eagles, come with me to the volcano. The second catastrophe is happening today, and since they've already started firing, they might as well take the initiative. Ordinary firepower can't stop Chen Chen at all. He advanced through the artillery fire as if no one was there. Damn! What kind of dinosaur is this? So tough? Reload and keep shooting. Ah, so many bugs. Ah, what's going on? Where did all these bugs come from? Help! Rustling sounds. After Chen Chen rushed in, the insect tide instantly swept in. The ground forces realized it too late, and in just a couple of breaths, they were already covered by the insect tide, leaving behind only white skeletons. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the walls of Anlin City, the ground suddenly rose. A giant insect measuring 3 meters long and 1 meter 6 tall appeared. This was a mutant, the steel armor flying insect. The insect tide was brought by him. Hiss, ha ha ha, kill them all. Shichuan ran over from behind him. Insect King, let your insects erode those firepower points. The pressure on the advancing beasts in the rear is too great. Humph, how I do things is none of your business. SSSHHHH. The steel-armored flying insects emitted a sharp scream from their mouths, and their 2 antennae on their heads swayed strangely. The insect tide obediently attacked towards the artillery position. 3 kilometers outside Anlin City, numerous fierce beasts appeared. A missile whistled through the air. A fluffy, snow-white rabbit let out a scream. Snap! A large hand covered in brown fur caught the missile in midair. At this moment, the rabbit was less than half a meter away. With a flick of the hand, the missile flew into the air and exploded. It's okay, just a little missile. The rabbit snuggled in his arms. Master is amazing, please protect me well. Hee hee, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. The rabbit stuck out its tongue and gently licked the finger of the large hand. Brothers, hold on. Scatter and charge. With a command, the remaining dozens of animals scattered and rushed towards Anlin City. The enemy's firepower was fierce now, but as long as they entered Anlin City, it would be fine. They couldn't disregard the safety of the people in the city and randomly open fire in the tall buildings. Buzz. In the sky, a black mist appeared. It was a group of killer bees dispatched by the Insect King. If stung, death was certain within 2 minutes. Anlin City had descended into chaos. People without combat capabilities hid and dared not go out. The steel-armored flying insects controlled all the insect swarms and began to wreak havoc. Chen Qiming saw something that puzzled him in the control room. Chen Chen and his subordinates were running in a roundabout way, while the insect swarms behind them were causing havoc, followed by the fierce beasts charging forward. Could it be that they are not really together? Commander, things are not looking good. These insects are too difficult to deal with. Professor Wen analyzed the insects. The killer bees in the air are highly toxic. The ground insects have more varieties and a large number. They must be controlled by higher-level insects. Aren't they just insects? Ground forces, bring out the flamethrowers. Buzz. Dozens of open-top jeeps started, and the people standing on them carried flamethrowers on their backs. As the vehicles ran, they sprayed flames at the incoming insect tide. Sizzle. Like dozens of fire dragons, they burned the insects with crackling sounds. Dare to burn my insects, you're seeking death. The steel-armored flying insect spread its wings and flew into the air at a super high frequency. Then it dived, curling up like a huge steel ball. Boom! It smashed a jeep to pieces. Such a big insect, burn it to death. 2 streams of flames sprayed towards the steel-armored flying insect. Swoosh ah! The huge pincers at the mouth of the steel-armored flying insect cut a person carrying a flamethrower in half. You damn dog, what the hell are you doing? The steel-armored flying insect roared in anger. The greyhound lowered its head and stepped on the insects from behind. Squish squish, it didn't know how many insects it had trampled to death. I'm here. Roar. The greyhound's body began to expand continuously. In the end, it turned into a giant dog, 2 meters tall and without a tail. Its increased size did not affect its speed. Like a black lightning, it shuttled through the jeep convoy. Crunch crunch, wherever it went, blood splattered. The people in the vehicles were bitten and clawed to death. Shen Shen stood on top of a building at this time. Overlord, what's going on? I don't know either, but now is not the time for us to kill. He looked up at the sky, it should be almost time. Outside Anlin City, a group of fierce beasts had already arrived. Fire! Boom boom boom, an ancient mammoth charged in, and the raised cannon was swept away by its long trunk. A mutated flying vulture swooped down, its strong claws firmly grabbing hold of a tank's barrel and forcefully tearing it off. A 30-meter-long ancient species, the Titan python, slithered in. With a sweep of its tail, all weapons and humans in front were sent flying. A 3-meter-tall mutant brown bear, standing upright like a human, finally appeared, holding a pure white rabbit in its hands. He was the leader of this group of fierce beasts. Without using super weapons, we can't even harm us. Captain, the Tyrannosaurus Rex ran towards the south. What about Sichuan? Call him back for me. After all the firepower in this area was destroyed, the flying vulture arrived with Sichuan. Captain, Sichuan's attitude towards the other side was different from how he treated the insect king, full of respect. The brown bear gently touched the rabbit in his arms. Sichuan, we came here because we believe in you. Along the way, we lost 13 mid-stage growth bodies and 11 late-stage growth bodies. I understand. The Tyrannosaurus Rex went south. What do you think? South. Sichuan had already thoroughly studied Anlin City. What was in the south? Volcanoes. And the largest dormant volcano in the country. Thinking of the tsunami that occurred in Beihai City, Sichuan already had an idea of what would happen here. The volcano group in the south. The Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared there. There must be something evolutionary there. Like the sea blue essence in Beihai City? Probably. Very well, let's go. Head to the volcano group. The chief of operations was now in a dilemma. Because this group of fierce beasts had already entered Anlin City, although they caused them losses, they couldn't just open fire at will. After entering the city, under the powerful ancient species and mutant beasts, the ground forces and ordinary firepower were useless and were easily wiped out. Commander, why not sacrifice minimal benefits for maximum gains? You want to bomb Anlin City? There's no other way. Commander, let's not jump to conclusions. A commander said, pointing at the monitor, look, the direction they're heading in is the same as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And we haven't sent out troops to intercept, and they're not attacking us either. Chen Qiming's head was about to explode. Before the disaster, he was an experienced commander in battle. Analyzing the situation and making plans came naturally to him. But he had never encountered something that he couldn't figure out. Could it be that these incoming fierce beasts are enemies of the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Everyone looked at each other. If they weren't enemies, why would they follow the Tyrannosaurus Rex's trail? Where is the Tyrannosaurus Rex now? In the volcano belt to the south. The chief of operations glared. Our heavy artillery batteries are all built there. They're not going to destroy them, are they? No. After they entered the volcano belt, they stopped. Chen Qiming rubbed his temples, a sense of foreboding growing stronger in his heart. Commander. A commander waved his hand. Shu, the commander is thinking. In Chen Qiming's mind, information about Chunchen flashed rapidly. Then, it stopped at the tsunami in Beihai City. He stood up abruptly. Check the volcanoes in the volcano belt. It's normal. The volcanoes in Anlin City are dormant. They haven't erupted in hundreds of years. Chen Qiming gritted his teeth. Continue checking. Beihai City also hasn't had a tsunami in hundreds of years. At the edge of the volcano belt, Shenzhen had already spread his wings, ready to fly into the sky at any moment. Zhongli looked into the distance. Tyrant, they're getting closer to us. Chen Shen sneered, regardless of their intentions, if they want to follow me and gain benefits, they're dreaming. A dark shadow approached rapidly. Tyrannosaurus Rex, do you remember me? You stinky dog. Hee, you've evolved too. The small dog snarled, you're finished. The mammoth appeared behind the small dog. A 30-meter-long Titan python slithered over, raising half of its snake body. TSK, a mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex? Not bad. Interested in joining the Beast Hall? Beast Hall. Chen Shen's pupils shrank at the mention of these three words. In the previous life, it was one of the major forces after the transformation of all mankind. Beast Hall. Moreover, the brown bear speaking to him now was the scoundrel who forced him into the ruins in the previous life and was then crushed into a pulp with a kick. Explosive bear, Billy. Yes, he was a foreigner. Darling, he's so uncooperative. The rabbit in Billy's arms spoke. Chen Shen's 60 teeth ground together. Wasn't this rabbit in his arms his girlfriend, Lu Mengran? After being reborn, the trajectory that should have been followed was still being followed. After eating the braised rabbit head, Lu Mengran ended up as a plaything in Billy's arms. Disgusting. After speaking, she even started licking Billy's fingers. Wasn't she afraid of getting dirty? The fire in his heart surged. In the previous life, he survived in this kind of situation. Damn your Beast Hall. I won't even consider joining without a proper invitation. If you want me to submit, I'll have to think about it. How dare you speak to Captain Billy like that? The Titan python continuously spewed venomous words. Among these fierce beasts, besides the mammoth that was similar in size to himself, the Titan python was the largest. It should also be in the mature stage, showing no respect to Chen Chen. Chen Chen sized them up. Billy's current appearance was noticeably different from the previous life. He probably hadn't reached the complete stage of the previous life yet. With a towering head, everyone was in the mature stage. Who was afraid of whom? Don't think that just because there are more of you, you can benefit from me. Billy gently touched Lu Mengran and said, we have a rule in the Beast Hall. Join or die. Alright, let's see who dies first. After Chen Chen finished speaking, he immediately ran towards the foot of the largest dead volcano. Catch him. We can't let him get the evolutionary item. The group of fierce beasts chased after him. On top of the volcano, in the artillery positions, the combat personnel trembled when they saw the increasingly massive beasts running towards them. Sir, they're coming. Should we open fire? Fire at full force. The chief of staff immediately took the order. He didn't consult with Chen Qiming about this. Chen Qiming was currently focused on monitoring the volcano group. Everything was as usual, with no signs of eruption. Prepare, fire, boom. A huge tremor came from the entire volcano belt. The last word of fire was not even spoken. Commander, something's wrong. The volcano. Chen Qiming's face instantly changed. Just a second ago, the volcano monitoring was normal. So how did such a big disturbance occur the next second? This kind of massive disturbance was probably a once-in-a-century super-eruption. Everyone, retreat immediately. Chen Qiming shouted hoarsely, his voice already gone. Bang bang. The volcano made a loud noise, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The next second, magma surged out. The magma, wrapped in burning rocks, flew into the sky like cannonballs and then fell heavily. Boom boom. Many buildings in Anlin City were instantly destroyed and engulfed in raging flames. The people in the city panicked, shouting and running around like a group of headless flies. Scenes of people squeezing, colliding, and trampling on each other kept happening. Dark red magma spewed out from the volcano, devouring the land below. A large amount of black smoke filled the sky, murky and unbearable. It seemed that everything was unable to escape this terrible disaster and was plunged into it. Billy, the explosive bear, shrank his pupils and exclaimed, the dormant volcano in Anlin City is erupting. Captain, run! The Titan python frantically moved towards the back. The mammoth, the western foot shark, and others were also running away in a frenzy. Billy, the explosive bear, looked at Chen Chen not far away and realized that he was smiling at him. You scoundrel, trying to deceive us. I hope you can run faster. Splash! Chen Chen spread his wings and flew into the air. Leading a group of birds, they dodged the fireballs in the sky. The volcanic eruption had a certain height. As long as they reached that height, they would be safe. Boom! Boom! Because the largest dormant volcano had awakened, it triggered the smaller volcanoes around it to erupt together. Thick magma gushed out crazily. The entire volcanic belt had been engulfed by the lava. When a late-stage double-tailed wolf stumbled while running, it was too late for it to get up and run again. It was swallowed by the lava and turned into a black smoke without even a scream, leaving no trace. Billy, the explosive bear, carried Lu Mengran and started running with all four limbs. Although he was strong, he seemed immature like a baby in the face of this catastrophe. Buzz buzz buzz. Chen Qiming and other officials had already boarded the plane in advance. Quick! Make the most of the time. Save as many people as possible. Boom! Several fireballs flew towards them. The headquarters was instantly hit with several large holes and started burning fiercely. Many equipment were destroyed in this powerful destruction. The lava had already flowed into Anlin City, devouring everything in its path. Chen Chen had already flown to an altitude of 1 kilometer. Below, black smoke billowed, obscuring everything. No one knew how long this terrifying eruption would last. At the same time, the entire world was once again in chaos. It was not just Anlin City, but also multiple places experiencing mudslides and super typhoons. They were too far away to provide any rescue. Those who saw the news could only silently pray in their hearts, hoping to escape the disaster. Inside Anlin City, a person with a leg burned black by a splashing fireball was shouting for help, but no one came forward to help him. Behind him, the lava surged towards him like a wave. Amidst the roaring sound, the person calling for help was engulfed. In front of him, dozens of people gathered together, taking out meat from plastic bags. Meat had become a forbidden item in a central city like Anlin City. But they had it. Heaven turned us into animals just so we could survive. Yes, disasters will continue to occur. Only by abandoning our human bodies can we stay alive. Eat. No longer human. One person turned into a sparrow and flew into the sky. Another person turned into a magpie and followed suit. Heavens! Are you really going to annihilate humanity? An old man, watching the person who had turned into a bird fly away, let out a final roar. He threw away his cane and walked towards the approaching lava. Time passed minute by minute. The sound of the earth collapsing gradually disappeared. Many small volcanoes had stopped erupting. Several hours later, this catastrophic event finally came to an end. More than half of Anlin City had been swallowed by the lava. Thick smoke enveloped the entire city. The survivors had retreated outside Anlin City and were still running away frantically. Billy, the explosive bear, panted heavily, with a burnt patch on his back. Damn it, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is really ruthless. He led us to the volcano, wanting the lava to engulf us. The Titan Python's eyes flashed with ferocity. We must find him. I want to devour him. What about the greyhound? When Billy, the explosive bear, was running away from the volcano, he felt like he had forgotten something. Now he realized that he had indeed forgotten about the greyhound. Upon careful consideration, when Chen Chen ran towards the volcano, Shi Quan did not keep up. Where is Shi Quan? Bear Billy exclaimed. I don't know. Where did this damn dog go? I don't feel his presence at all. Damn it! At this point, there was no point in relying on Shi Quan's nose to find Chen Chen's trail. Steel Armor Iron Bug flew over slowly at this time. After seeing Bear Billy, it dropped to the ground. Bear Billy took a look and saw that half of Steel Armor Iron Bug's wings had been gnawed off. How did you get injured? That damn dog. Shi Quan? After the volcano erupted, I led the swarm of bugs to retreat. That damn dog actually went on a killing spree. He gnawed off half of my wing. 2 streams of hot air spewed out of Bear Billy's nostrils. Steel Armor Iron Bug was an important member of the Beast Hall. Through the swarm of bugs controlled by him, he could provide a continuous supply of evolution points to many members of the Beast Hall. Moreover, his talent could control the bugs in battle. Shi Quan dares to do such a thing. Captain, that damn dog is hiding his true strength. He killed all the bugs, he must have evolved. We just don't know where he's hiding now. Steel Armor Iron Bug had reached the mid-stage of maturity and its defense could withstand rocket attacks. But now, it had half of its wing gnawed off by Shi Quan. I didn't expect this dog to be so cunning. Bear Billy wished he could tear Shi Quan apart right now. From chasing Chen Chen to Anlin City, Shi Quan knew that the volcano would erupt, but he didn't tell them. Bear Billy took a deep breath. Our target now is not him, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After the volcano erupts, it will be like a tsunami in Beihai City. There will definitely be evolved creatures. Captain, there is scorching hot magma ahead, we can't get through, Titan Python said. And me. Sky Vulture spread its wings, which were 7 meters long. Bear Billy nodded. You go and scout the volcano, we'll find a way to get there. Okay. Sky Vulture flew up into the sky and headed towards the volcano. The whole Anlin City was in a state of darkness. The volcanic ash after the eruption was still floating in the air and had not completely settled. Kilometers above the ground, Chen Chen folded his wings and let his body freefall. He didn't know what kind of evolved creatures would appear in this catastrophe. The further he fell, the more he could feel the scorching heat. The scalding magma was hidden beneath a layer of dark volcanic ash. Bang! Chen Chen landed, his feet touching the ground. Splash! Dark red magma splattered everywhere. Chen Chen let out a cry of pain and quickly spread his wings to fly. Damn it! It's so hot! Tyrant, you have to be careful. The magma hasn't cooled yet. I know. Now start looking for anything strange. Once you find something, bring it to me immediately. Okay. Zhengli held onto the back of the Skyhawk King and started searching in one direction. Chen Chen slowly descended, testing the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a sizzling sound could be heard. The crocodile armor wrapped around his feet had been charred. Manifest, it's time for you to show your effect. When the crocodile armor was completely burnt, Chen Chen's attribute panel updated. Fire resistance, 5. Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised. Under the effect of the manifest talent, fire resistance appeared. The amazing survival talent of the water bear bug was finally showing itself. Stepping into the magma again, the burning sensation was not as intense as before. Fire resistance, 6. Fire resistance, 7. When the fire resistance reached 15, it finally stopped increasing. At this point, Chen Chen was stepping on the magma as if it were nothing. The highest temperature of the magma could reach 1,400 degrees. The magma currently covering the ground did not have such a high temperature, but it was between 900 and 1200 degrees. Fire resistance of 15 points can withstand temperatures up to 1200 degrees. Chen Chen's eyes are shining. If it reaches 100 points, how much temperature can it withstand? Chen Chen has already gained great benefits without finding the evolutionary object. Flexibility, toxicity, poison resistance, and fire resistance are all there. He can't imagine what kind of monster he will become when he reaches the peak. A whistle, a red-bellied eagle flying with something in its beak. The evolutionary object has been found. Chen Chen is waiting, and then a black shadow suddenly descends. A claw first grabs the red-bellied eagle. Poochie the shark beak pierces through the body of the red-bellied eagle, and then the long beak holds onto that thing. Gudong raises its long neck and swallows it. Flying vulture. Wow, not bad. I instantly gained 2,200 evolutionary points. I'm really curious, I didn't take a good look at what I swallowed. 2,200 evolutionary points. The sea blue essence brought by the tsunami in Beihai City can only increase by 100 evolutionary points. The evolutionary object brought by the volcanic eruption this time can actually increase by 2,000 points at once. The flying vulture said 2,200 points because it also killed a red-bellied eagle in the mid-growth stage. You dare to eat my things. Chen Chen rushes forward, stomping the ground with his feet, causing waves of magma. The flying vulture immediately flies away. He has feathers all over his body. If he gets stained with magma, it will be very uncomfortable. Gaga, that dead dog was right. Following you can indeed find evolutionary objects. I won't play with you anymore, I'll go tell the captain. You want to leave? Is it that easy? Walla the wings, which are 18 meters long, spread out, and the vulture immediately chases after the flying vulture. Oh my god! The flying vulture is scared half to death when it turns its head. When chasing Chen Chen, he was busy destroying the firepower point and didn't know that Chen Chen could also fly. You, a land species, why can you fly? Even if you can fly, can you fly faster than me? My flying talent can fly at 90 kilometers per hour. The flying vulture is still proud. However, a huge shadow appears above. Chen Chen has caught up with him. What? What? Chen Chen opens his mouth, revealing 60 cold teeth. Sorry, my flying talent has a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. No! Poochie the big mouth descends, and the flying vulture loses its life in Chen Chen's mouth. Chen Chen lands and swallows him with a crunching sound. Evolutionary points, 52,031/120,000. It's still a mature initial stage bird, not bad.